Hello.
Hey.
I hope everyone is doing well today. Um, Welcome to Noir Aunties. Uh, I'm here. Auntie Love, Auntie D is here. We
Hey.
yes, we're so happy to see you. Let me say this from the top. In the description is a lot of resource information that Miss D has put together. I've put some together. Hello, level up single mama. Um,
Hey, Kiana.
Welcome. And so you're welcome to that information. Um, because we do believe in looking at a problem and the different aspects of it, and then coming up with solutions. But we're just giving some options. We really like it when you are adding to the conversation because you're going to bring in some options that I didn't think about, Miss D didn't think about, things that right, that could help other Black women. So, all right, let's get it cracking. So, trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning. Okay, we're discussing DV, we're discussing SA, and we're discussing unaliving of Black women, and the anti-Black woman, Black girl hate, violence, and terrorist actions and behaviors that are embedded in communities against us, right? And that really does include um, diverse collectives, being attacked and violated by diverse collectives. And let me say, when I say violent, I do not just mean physical. I mean emotional. I mean mental. I mean spiritual. Yes, I mean physical, but I also mean fiscal. I also mean policies and standards and laws written against Black women and Black girls, right? And that those laws are brutally enforced. I also mean the different systems of people, because I get tired of us saying systems and not and acting as if some building is the thing that's harming us or terrorizing us or being violent. It's not a building or some windows and the chairs in the building. It is people doing this to Black women and Black girls and our children. Okay. So we're gonna, us, we're gonna be real in these conversations, um, because my what I've seen, Miss D is gonna talk about this too, is that this brutality and terrorism against Black women and Black girls and our children, it's to really separate us from our self body autonomy. That has been the case since 1619 and prior. Okay. So we're primarily going to be discussing data from the United States, but there are things happening globally to Black women and Black girls that are a repeat of a repeat of a repeat, right? So, and it is definitely to harness us. Hey, Trey, hey, welcome. It is definitely to harness our elemental nature as Black women and Black girls, but it's also separating us from being able to have peace, being able to seek out joy and happiness, right? Um, it's really creating in us, because of the suffering that we go through generationally to today, it's creating in us an addiction to suffering. So let me say out there for the naysayers and the whoever's, let me tell y'all right now, I don't care who you are, I don't care what you look like. This is not a space where you're gonna come in. Hi, Nicole. This is not a space where you're gonna come in and do demeaning and humbling and humiliating, blaming or shaming of Black women and Black girls. We just not doing that shit today. Now, it just won't be tolerated, and that's including the amazing Black women that we're going to cover today, right? That we've seen and heard about in the news. So we have 5 Black women that we're going to look at, and I really want us to slow our thinking down for a minute and start to ask ourselves, hey, True, welcome, girl.
Hey.
I really want us to start to ask ourselves, when we have a thought that comes to our mind, like, oh, she should have known better. She should have this, she should have that. Okay. When we have that thought, I'd like for us to start to stop and think to ourselves when that thought comes through, because thoughts come and go. Okay. I'd like for us to examine that thought within ourselves and ask ourselves, where'd that come from? Okay, where'd that come from? Because once you start to do that, then you can really check your own beliefs. Now, let me say this really quick. Shout out to my therapist, Rolanda, the brilliant Black woman who has all of these tools and wonderful things. So some of the tools you'll hear me talk about, as we go through, girl, she ain't playing. Okay. I love she. And for somebody like me who is a genius, like a lot of Black women are geniuses, we are brilliant. She too is a brilliant Black woman. So she has put together tools from different aspects of therapy to help me. And I needed somebody that I could sit and listen to and learn from and check my damn self. Okay? Because the things that I'm doing out in the world as a goddess born warrior, I don't want them coming home. I don't want to be an apex predator with my family. There's people I'm being an apex predator with on purpose, but I needed help to shift, right? So these are kind of I know we listen to a lot of different of these channels, and we binge watch and get angry and upset and all that, and we have reason to. A lot of times though, I don't hear solutions. I don't hear resources. I don't hear, okay, so you telling me to change my standards, but what does that mean? What does that look like? Right? Because we got steps to how we got here. We don't have steps to how we move through it, right? And because this is a multi-pronged, wait, hold on. Did I say this ain't a safe space for Black men? Because it's not. Don't come here with that shit. Okay, I'm telling you right now. And the familiars who support Black men, Black women who are anti-Black woman and Black girl, don't come here with that shit. Don't do it. Don't do it. We all know I'm ruthless. So let's not do that. Save yourselves. Run. Okay? What they say, stop, drop, and roll. Because I am the fire. All right? So let's not do that. Let's not do that.
She gonna call 9mm380. Don't do it with that block bus. Don't do it.
Don't make me. No, please. Please, let's not do
Y'all
that.
know.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay? As an apex predator, I'm giving you fair warning. Okay? So if you got some sort of commentary or whatever, you need to go say that to another one of y'all, not over here, because it won't be tolerated. And I'm going to definitely make an example out of you, depending on how I feel that day. Okay. So, allegedly. All right. So again, this is a multi-pronged, critical set of issues and problems that we are facing as Black women, Black girls, and our children. So because it's complex, we have to break it up, right? And everything is intertwined, and I understand that. And it's interconnected. And the subject of our lives necessitates a kind of a project management style of dealing with it, right? So to me, as someone who's been a project manager, you look for the talent and abilities and power in people and what they're good at. And then you, as someone who's a servant transformational leader, it's then my job to provide you with what the tools you need to be successful, right? To manage the project at hand. So that's kind of how I'm thinking. I just want y'all to know, kind of, hi cultured.
Hey.
Welcome. I just wanted you guys to know, right? Just kind of, I'd be in my genius zone somewhere and it only be making sense to me. And sometimes I feel like I'm talking gibberish, huh? I don't know what I just said. So I wanted to like make sure we kind of knew. And then in that same vein, because I see the solutions as like the back of a watch. It's complications. That's what the back of the gears in the back of a watch is called, is an actual watch, not my little, okay, no offense, Apple, but actual watches had gears in the back, right? So they're called complications, and we are going to identify, discuss, and come up with equally multi-pronged solutions that can be implemented. Okay, so we have some that we've already come up with, but I definitely want to hear from those of you either here live or listening to this later. Okay, it's important that we hear from Black women, because you know what's going on in your individual lives and how this affects you, your family, your particular community. How you've been acculturated may be different than what I have been. Okay. So that's why we need to hear from different Black women, because we have multiple solutions out there. We just don't know that. Right. And then we want to be able to do what the next step is, which is build capacity. So if I could solve a certain thing here, it could be duplicated in let's say the Congo in Africa. You see what I'm saying? But first I would have to solve it over here, get the infrastructure. And it doesn't take us long as Black women to get some infrastructure. Y'all know we be single Black mothers out here, and we really will create something with the power of our voice out of midair, girl. Okay. So just like we do that, we can pull it together and do it as a collective, right? That will have an effect for our children, especially our daughters. It will give them the support and the clarity and the security and the love and the cultivation and the dedication that's required to grow brilliant Black girl minds. So we have we know this, we have multi multiple demographics who hate Black women. I'm not mincing words. I'm not going to play, oh, don't say hate. Oh, but people are just good. Girl, I'm not a good person. I don't know what y'all are talking about. I tell y'all that all the time because it's true. I am not a good person. I am a series of experiences, and how somebody experiences me over here is not necessarily how somebody experiences me over there. I just admit it. Okay? But we have in our mind that people are good because in a society where you're following a patriarchal, hierarchical, capitalist type of thing, you, even in that system, the so-called whoever is supposed to be at the top or whatever, they too lazy to chase their food, so they need us to just agree to be the food. They need us to agree to be prey. And we think if we just beg them enough to see our humanity, they will. Okay, but they not though. They're not. They're showing you by your behavior, and they have throughout history. So these people have declared war on us. I don't know what you think unaliving Black women is, brutalizing Black women is, walking up to Black women, and when a Black woman says no, you want to hit her in the face with a what, girl, or you want to curse a Black woman out because she didn't look at you or speak to you or some other shit. Girl, what? No. And that's exactly what was done during our enslavement. And it's exactly what was done during Jim Crow into civil rights. And it's exactly what keeps repeating. So, because there's coordinated acts of inhumanity towards Black women, I mean, it's in the workplace. Girl, it's everywhere. Hell, you can't go to the doctor. Oh, you ain't no pain. What? She say pain? Alert. They hit a red button and here come everybody. Oh, you just want drugs. Girl, my back is broke. For real though, you just saw 4 fractures in my back. How you gonna tell me I don't have pain? But y'all can't even listen to y'all history because, oh, that would just cause you such anxiety. Girl, shut the hell up. We have really got to be, we're going to have to be realistic about what's going on here, right? And then humans tend to follow their beliefs. They tend to act on and take action on their beliefs. So y'all do know you can change your beliefs, right? So you can take a different set of actions, and you can make some different choices, because it's not generational curses, it's generational choices that is harming us as well, right? So one of the things that I want us to be very clear on is that we as Black women are not committing acts of inhumanity and brutality against the very people who do that to us as a matter of course every day. We're not trying to figure out how we're going to destroy the children of this group or that group. That's just not what we do. We just don't. I don't. The babies are exempt. I got a problem with grown people, but the babies are exempt. They're going to get my love. They're going to get my affection. I don't care who their mama and daddy is. They're going to get healed by me. I don't care who their mom and daddy is. But that's the way Black women are, because we're highly evolved. That's not the way the rest of these hominids are. Okay? That's not. And you can see it every single day in their behavior, right? So we are often acting with compassion and care towards the people who terrorize us. And we want to focus primarily tonight on the terrorism that we experience, the assault and battery, the the mental and emotional violence, right, at the hands of Black men. Because we need to say that out loud. I said it. At the hands of Black men. Oh no, there's some good Black men, girl. Don't come over here talking about there's some. I don't give a damn. I don't care. I don't care. Let's be clear. And you know, one of the things that happens is people will ask me, "Love, do you just why do you hate Black men and white women?" Girl, you listen to my words. I passed hate at 12 years old. I went to Enraged by the time I was 16. And girl, I don't care enough to hate them. I don't care about y'all. But for some reason, y'all think I need to care about you. You're killing my fellow Black women and Black girls. What in this world make you think I should give a fuck about you? I don't know. And Jimmy Crack Corn, I don't care. Okay? That's it. That's just me. That's all. That's what I'm saying. All right. So, okay. Enough said by me. Let me turn this over to Auntie D because I'm already having a whole moment. Miss Deeann.
Yeah, it's been rough, Auntie Love. I mean, we
Damn.
done seen some things this week. It's just like Black women coming out talking about what they're going through. And this week has been kind of rough for us.
Yeah.
And that sort of brings me to expectations and boundaries for this live. If you have not realized in the first 20 minutes that it about to get real up in here, we already started hot. You see, Love has the fire colors on. You see that, right? You see, she got fire colors on. So, expectations, just understand. Remember, as it says in Confidence with Love's course, you matter and you are important. Well, what does that mean? It means that your freedom is important. Your freedom from being attacked, savaged, made a chattel. It's like we talk about cuffing season. You know, cuff is short for cuffle, right? So you got people out here sitting up here talking about putting you in cuffs for the holidays. We would need you to really understand that this is not that live. Expectations. We trying to break all the chains today, but that means we have to have some very difficult conversations. Let me just say this: I have a more generous view as a Christian, knowing that all have sinned, so ain't none of us perfect. Ain't no good people out there. But at the same time, they can be redeemed. But you got to understand, some people are reprobate. So we're talking about people that are reprobate. They are no earthly or eternal good. And we know at this moment, they can be redeemed, but at this moment, we got people knocking folk over sofas. So we can't be out here, and I can't even bring myself to read what all of what Cassie said she was going through with a particular individual. I would do if I did that, I was not going to be able to do this live. We are, nope. And it's going on long enough. So just understand, this is not going to be that show that because you matter and you are important. I want you to think about this show in terms of this is your life we're talking about. We're talking about your life being free from abuse. We're talking about your life being free from being in terror. We're talking about the skills that you need in order to get to those places. And if it just so happened to be that there's someone in your life that is in the general demographic, I need you to take a deep breath. Because if that person is loving you the way they're supposed to be loving you, we're not talking about that person. But as someone who has generally enjoyed good relationships with beginning with my father, I had to come to terms with the fact that the majority of Black men are not like him. And I had to come to terms, and there's some women on this live that have known me since I really began to understand it. So for those of you who are in a state of not really understanding how hard it is for your sisters and your nieces and your daughters and all the rest, we're gonna have to get into it today, and you just gonna have to come on in. But take a deep breath. Because if you know somebody who's doing right by you, great. Please do not come into the comments. I'm just going because I know love, don't do it. She and I both. We will block you up. Now we're saying it. Okay, boundaries. We're gonna share a lot of resources with you today. A lot of things because we're coming into 2024, and instead of being worried about a holiday that begins the massacre of a whole bunch of indigenous people, Being so worried about what you're going to, if you're not practicing gratitude already, don't be a hypocrite. Don't get worried about it. Don't even worry about Thanksgiving. If you're not already practicing gratitude, don't worry about it. Christmas, Lord Jesus Christ never told anybody to celebrate that. So do not feel obligated. You read the Bible from cover to cover, you will not find it. So instead of you being all lost in the consumerism in the holidays where you're going to be made chatter because everybody thinks black women going to drop all this money everywhere and save everything else and save everybody else, we're going to give you enough material to start. Understand, please, though, this material that we are resources we are dropping you requires action. We cannot learn you. We can teach you, but we can't learn you. And before you come back and ask us any questions, we're going to need to see that you started. Because Auntie Love and I will be reading the comments, and if there's things need broken down, we'll do things on our channels. But understand, we today are going to be talking about your life and the life of your children. So we need you to come with the seriousness of if you're looking for something to take up the next 2, 3, 4, I don't know how long we're gonna be here, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours. There are other things you can watch if you just need to be entertained. But if you have a mind to work, this is the right place for you today. Okay? Boundaries, expectations. All right. All right, that's all I got from there. Did you have anything else you wanted to add, Auntie Love, or did you want me to start getting into some of the resources that we want to talk about today?
Well, I kind of want to look at the different, like on our thumbnail. I placed 5 different Black women, and there is a through line between all of them. Okay. Because sometimes some of us have in our mind that, should have known better. Or I'm not worried about that because that can't happen to me. And I'm just trying to make it through the day. And y'all, I often use my cousins as an example, right? Because they'll wonderful women, brilliant women, churched, and very much, look, no. Oh, and they've literally seen abuse of their own mothers and cousins and aunts. And I have a connection with my cousins on my grandmother raised me, as y'all know, my grandmother and grandfather until I was almost 8. So I would see their mothers in a whole different space than they did, in a way, right? We somebody else can have a relationship with somebody and the other person doesn't experience them that way, like I said about myself, right? So my grandmother being, the mother of my aunts and my own mother, each one of them would come home to North Carolina to visit her separately. She and I actually would go up to New York and New Jersey and visit them separately and all together. Then they would come home all together at different points, right, in the year. So, that old adage where they say, children are be seen and not heard. My grandmother was definitely girl, hush. Okay. But the other thing about Ma was that she was listen, pay attention. So I was actually, as long as I wasn't trying to get into grown folk conversation or whatever, because that's no, you're going to go play and be a child, right? But I also listened. And even though I wasn't necessarily right in the room when they were saying things, I would feel the sadness when they came home from them, right? Or sometimes in passing, I would hear them say something that actually happened that was a terrorist move from their husband or whoever. Okay. And then different women in the community who were cousins and that type of stuff related to us on both sides would come to my grandmother. And she was considered quote unquote uppity or whatever, but funny, they would come to her to get the wisdom because her household wasn't run like everybody else's in general. She ran the household. My grandfather got with the program and he did what men do in a matriarchy: protect, provide, soldier. My grandmother was a general. Okay. And you just didn't play those games. So I heard things from a different perspective that they were attempting to hide from their children when their children were children, which is understandable to an extent, right? So I really want to talk about I want to talk about what happened with Keke Palmer,
Yeah.
Meg the Stallion, Roe, Sukiana, and Carlisha Hood. And recognizing and radically accepting the realities facing Black women, Black girls, and our children in the United States. So the next part I really want to do is have us connect the dots. Hi, Nicole. I don't know if I said hi, dear. I want us to connect the dots, okay? Because like I said, there's a through line here, okay? There's a commonality. There's several between these women, right? And it's there's just a lot. It's complex, absolutely. So I think we can't just tunnel vision it. I think we have to connect the dots. And that's why I'm always, like pushing reading our history as Black women, as written by Black women. There are so many authors out there. If you go back on Confidence with Love, you will see shorts of all these different books and all of these different Black women that I will put up so that anybody who wants to could pause the video and go, oh, I don't have that book. I'm gonna read that. Oh, I never heard of that. Oh, well, who is this Black woman? What? Because we don't have a grasp of our living memory. And I know that's on purpose by the other collectives, including Black men. Okay. So I do want us to be able to connect the dots, right? And we're gonna talk about it as it applies to these Black women, these wonderful, intelligent, incredible Black women who are so beautiful, so gifted, so brilliant. I want to talk about it in those terms because it's important how we use language, right? Because language has meaning. So it's fine to say one thing over here, but we're not looking at the complexity of this. And I also, then as we move through it, we're going to be talking about, just like I said, education for Black women and children to be free from violence. Okay. Assault and battery, because we deserve to have our free will intact and our self-body autonomy is a right. It's not a privilege to be granted or denied by some other entity. Okay, not the laws, not white folks, not Black men, not Asian people, whoever, other Black folks, other Black women. It's not. Okay, So being able to grasp that as kind of a foundation, that you have a right to self-body autonomy. So when you hear me say stuff like, girl, I'm an outlaw, I don't follow the rules of a damn patriarchy. What you talking about? There ain't nothing life-giving to me. So so when I say that, I really mean in my actions and my behaviors, the choices that I make are anathema to patriarchal rules, standards, and all that. I use patriarchal language because it's a common language for most people in the United States and really globally. But that is not how I roll out, as we all know. And then what are we going to do? Okay. To stop being assaulted and battered, mutilated, raped, unalived. What are we going to do? What action steps are we going to take? Because sitting here talking about it is one thing. Yes, you identify the critical issues in a project that you're managing, right? But that's so you can make plans and take action and then do some self-monitoring and auditing the actions that you took, and then take the next group of actions considering what worked and what didn't. See what I'm saying? And in that, this whole thing where we consistently are on this wheel of pain that Miss D has brought up so many times. Auntie D has brought this up so many times about us being in a cyclic grief, right? And I want us to be clear. As far as I'm concerned, you this is what I tell my daughter. You're not going to be getting around grief. You're not going to be getting under it. You ain't going to be getting over it either. The real way is to go through it, because you're taking action steps. Otherwise, if you're trying to get over it, around it, or underneath it, you actually are still on that wheel of pain. You never come to a resolution. You don't come to acceptance, which would allow you to make different choices and take different actions for your own freedom, self-body autonomy, and your own well-being as a whole. You get to be happy, Black women. You get to have peace, Black women. I get to go to the damn store without people walking up on me. People are, oh, why you gotta be so, stop. Because it doesn't happen in isolation. If I get out of my car, I know people are drawn to me. I get that. I'm very powerful. I put things into my environment that other people react to purposefully. I understand that. And how does it make sense that if I am walking in a parking lot, one white woman stops me to tell me something that I already know about myself, and then another Black man comes through and he's like, well, hello. And then expecting me to, I don't care, girl. And I'm trying, we are actually trying to get shit done during the day, but we have to keep and acknowledging and providing access to other people and they damn prayer request. That's why I say it that way. Deny people access to you and deny them their prayer requests. I don't know why you asking me, or telling me that I'm beautiful, whatever. You want me to acknowledge that you said that and that now you're a good person because you said that to a Black woman. Girl. Yeah, I know. And I don't need to do it. And I don't need to say that. I'll walk away too. Don't approach me. Stop walking up on me. I am a human being with human stuff going on and issues and stuff that I am resolving while I'm walking through the parking lot. Why do I have to be stopped every 5 minutes by the next person? So it's not it's not like it's just one time that a Black man walks up on us and expects attention. It's not just one time that a white woman or whoever walks up on us and expects attention, expects a smile, expects whatever. If I smile, I do. If I don't, I don't. Last time I looked, I was full grown. I don't know who y'all are talking to out there, but being a Black woman indicates that I am grown. And you don't get to approach Black girls because you don't. Y'all out there, y'all don't get to come and put your hands on Black girls. You don't get to be whistling at 8, 9, and 10-year-old and 12-year-old Black girls. What the hell? No. That's a way to get your ass kicked over here, allegedly. So, these are the things that I want to talk about, and then I really want to get into some of the solutions that you have. So
let me just lay down some things that presumably we learned in kindergarten. And it goes with something George W. Bush said: you cannot negotiate with terrorists. He was right. He was wrong a lot of times. You cannot negotiate with people who do not understand preschool ideas. Come here. All y'all come here. Okay. Come here. You know how they told you to keep your hands to yourself when you were in kindergarten and preschool? You cannot negotiate with a culture dominated by men who missed that lesson. This is why this conversation is rolling out the way it is. Auntie Love is going to talk more about the through line of these 5 women. Very different lifestyles, very different ideas, and yet there's a common through line because they're dealing with a culture of men that missed this lesson in kindergarten. Auntie Love and I disagree sharply, so much so that our disagreements will continue into eternity on some issues. Either Sekhmet or Christ is going to make a decision at some point down the line. It is what it is. But no matter how much we disagree, no matter how much we may be heretical heathens to each other, I didn't make her. I don't own her. Therefore, I don't get to put my hands on her. I don't get to be abusive to her. And I'm saying this as the Christian because people we're not talking about today have made about 400 to 500 years of a living claiming Christ's name, but ain't read nothing from Acts to Revelation yet, because you don't get to do this. Ain't nothing in the Bible that gives you the right to do any of this they be doing. But we also in a highly churched culture in the Black community also, and somehow this lesson was missed in Sunday school too. No matter what I may choose to do, no matter what lifestyle I choose to follow, nobody gets the right to miss that kindergarten lesson. And the background of the through line that we're talking about today is that you have a culture that is dominated by men who do not understand that since they neither made another human being nor do they get a right to own another human being, that they don't have a right to abuse and destroy at will. They miss that lesson. This also has to do with something else. People's delusions of godhood from a bottom position in the country. Go do your data work. It's one thing if you have a delusion of godhood as a mortal man, but you actually are running the society. That's bad. That's bad because you're still mortal. You're still going to get old. You're still going to die. You still didn't make anyone. You still don't own anyone. And yeah, for 246 years, a group of men in this country got to pretend that none of that was true. Right on up to June 19th, 1865. And then the pretense finally fell apart, and it's still falling apart. And the same way that certain people are trying to roll stuff back, it's being, they're trying and stuff is falling apart all over again. But when you are actually at the bottom of that society, in a capitalistic sense, as a man, and the best that you think you ever gonna be able to do is get over the top of some Black woman and break her, no, you missed your lessons in kindergarten. You ain't got no right to it. So when we look at this through line, The people that we're going to talk about come from different walks of life, do different things, and people will make all kind of excuses about, well, they have a whole bunch of words that they use to describe the different groups of these women, and they've even used different words to describe themselves. But understand, no matter where a Black woman is in her life and what she may be choosing to do with the intelligence and the brilliance and the beauty that she has, nobody has a right to usurp the place of God as if you have the right to exact punishment on someone for not being a willing shadow to you that day. Again, look, a third of Black men we know didn't get this lesson. That's why they're convicted felons. At least a third. And then the fact that Black men overstep this bound with Black men at least 25 times a day means that they don't even understand it toward each other. And then we roll this number down and we end up then, okay, you have become so debased as a man that you're going to kill your mama, your sister, the mother of your children, and your lover 5 to 6 times a day. It's like take the whole stewardship project that you were given on this earth and just throw the whole thing away. This is the culture of men that is tacitly approving. We're not outright approving it. And when we talk about the through line, you're going to see what we're talking about because there's 5 different women here. They're in different walks of life. They're doing things from being megastars all the way down to just trying to go get some food. And you're going to see the same thing because they're dealing with a culture of men who have abdicated their person, abdicated their purpose in this earth as fathers, brothers, and men to be good stewards. And when you see this abdication, when you abdicate what you're supposed to do, you become an agent of chaos and destruction. And you're going to see this with these 5 women we're going to talk about. It does not matter what they were doing. They just weren't being a willing chattel at a particular moment, and that's all that mattered. Ladies, you are no one's chattel. You're a human being. You're free. That's your right. And one of the reasons we have to come hard on this subject is because we cannot beg or plead our way. You can't do anything with a grown man that missed kindergarten. Just can't fix that 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Some of these people out here, even in their 60s and 70s, and they still don't get it. Can't fix that. So as we talk about these women, understand the basis of this is you cannot negotiate with people who did not learn basic facts about how to play well with others, how to be reasonable human beings, and just discard it or didn't get it. There's no negotiating with that. The only thing you do is various ways of defense and evasive maneuvers. That's it. Because again, what am I supposed to do at 42 years old? If you don't get it by my age, what am I supposed to do with you? Get the heck out of Dodge. Or get you the heck out of Dodge. 2 choices. That's all there is. Because if you don't understand how to value my human life, and you put me in a situation, you plan to put me in a situation. Well, okay, if the best thing to do is evade when you can, but otherwise, if it's got to be you or me, and we have to get very serious about talking like this because we are out of time and space to not take this seriously. If you didn't learn anything else in 2023, learn that as a Black woman, you could be a woman who's covered and practicing a religion that has women who are, at their most feminine and get hit with a brick. Or you could be a superstar in the music industry and get shot in the foot. And people will still go hard trying to, or you get knocked over a sofa. And people will look at video evidence in the case of Keke Palmer and still find a reason why somehow it's your fault that you got knocked over a sofa. So understand from here on, you cannot afford to be ignorant that this is what we're dealing with. Okay? Just understand it. You cannot reason with people who missed their kindergarten lessons. Got to move on. Got to move on from that. Got to just acknowledge it and keep it moving. That's all we got on that. Auntie Love, I know you want to talk about these 5 women in particular. I just thought I'd put down some
Yes,
foundation on understanding it.
absolutely. Um, you know, I'm going to suggest, as I have, this book is called The Half Has Never Been Told. Okay. And it's actually written by a white man who is by trade an economist. And his way of looking at our enslavement is so visceral. You brought up a coffle, Auntie D, right? And I want us to understand, because this is the type of stuff you do as this is what I do. Let me say that, as a goddess born warrior and healer. A warrior is not simply a soldier. A warrior has to be a scholar. You have to know things. You have to know about a lot of different things. You can't plan a battle when you don't understand the terrain, the weather pattern, you know, a bog, what fog does at a different time of day than the other times of day, how people's minds work. That's why I got my bachelor's. Yes, I'm an RN, but I got my bachelor's in psychology and organizational behavior, because if you're dealing with human beings, what comes along with it is their psychology, how they think, what they believe, and then the pattern of their behavior. So you'll hear me say, this is just a very general way of putting it, but the first time somebody does something, okay, I can call that an incident. Okay. Second time they do it, I might be able to give you coincidence. Okay. But then I'm looking to see when you do it again, because that is a behavioral pattern. And it is just what Miss D said. It is not my job, her job, your job to work to change or whatever grown Black men. They are grown. Okay. I know we've had this idea that we've been taught that we are supposed to protect them and actually provide for them. This has been going on for centuries in these United States and all these colonized spaces in which globally we are in a patriarchal system at large. Okay. But a coffle, let me put it in this man's words really quick. They sold slaves here and everywhere. He's quoting someone. He's quoting a person who used to watch this happen, right? Named Ivy. His last name is Ivy. And it says, I've seen droves of Negroes brought in here on foot going south to be sold. They walk in double lines, chained together by twos. That's Black men, Black women, and Black children. Somehow we have this idea that white folks took pity on us as Black women and we just did Black women stuff. No, those chains were 30 pounds of weight on each person. They had smaller chains for children. They even had baby ones sick. and they were iron. Okay. So what he goes, over the hills they came in lines reaching as far as the eye can see, on foot. They weren't allowed to change any clothes or anything like that. And if you, like, Django shows you some small understanding of that. They got like 5 or 10 men in together, chained together, right? But that's a very small representation of what really occurred. So you have an iron collar that is secured by a blacksmith with an iron lock that the slave the slave traders had a key to. And you have to be able to walk in step. And this iron collar is connected by a chain to the manacles of the person behind you. We worked, if you ever have, we somehow we miss this, but if you ever look at, some of the pictures from the 1800s, you will see Black women doing the same exact work as Black men. You're not gonna, you understand what I'm saying? And this whole thing where, oh well, y'all are house slaves and you is field. No. I need y'all to understand the coffles, which is being chained to each other in twos, and then the people behind you being chained to you by your collars chained to their manacles. That's everybody. They didn't give a damn. And you were walking from Maryland down, and then they used these same people to clear the land between what is now, the South in the United States that they murdered the Native Americans to take over, right? The indigenous population here. And they were brutal in the way they did it. I don't know why these people like fire. I don't know why they like cutting parts off of people for no reason. Nobody's done anything to you. But this is what they do. So here's how the author describes it. And I want you to just kind of sit back and close your eyes for a second, because this is hard before we get into these ladies. He says there are 1,760 yards in a mile, more than 2,000 steps. There are 40,000 in a long day's journey for those in the coffin. 200,000 steps is a hard week. For 80 years, from the 1780s until 1865, enslaved peoples walked for miles, days, and weeks, driven south and west over flat lands and mountains, step after step. They went further from home, stumbling with fatigue, staggering with whiskey at times, even sometimes stepping high on a bright spring mornings when they were stepping off when they were, hold on a second. What did I just say? Whiskey and staggering with spring mornings when they refused to think of what weighed them down. I'm sorry, what weighed them down. Many covered 700 miles before stepping off the road their footsteps made. 700 miles with 30-pound iron chains biting into your skin. Every bug imaginable, and you had to work and cut down the trees and sometimes plant for new white folks that they were giving land grabs to, worked out by the Louisiana Purchase and everybody little favorite uh uh founding father Jefferson and the gang. By the time, I won't even tell you what happened to the women all night, and they still had to work during the day. See, when Black men are telling me that, oh, this or that, well, why is it that Black women would give their lives for their children and the men, step in between them, guns and whips and such horrifying cruelties? But Black men were like, well, we were enslaved, so we couldn't do anything about it for y'all. You could have given your life. We have choices. We might not like them, but we have them because we willingly gave ours. And for all of us to be in this coffle, walk 700 fucking miles, 30 pounds of chains, and you participate in the rape of me. And I am walking in this pregnant, or I just had a baby. And as that baby gets heavier, walking through those 700 miles, these white men would make us put our babies down on the railroad. Maybe somebody would pick them up and maybe the train would roll over them. This is serious. This isn't a joke. This isn't playing. Hey, Q. This is not, we just trying to, like these folks are saying about, oh, slavery wasn't that bad. Well, let's enslave you. Let's put you in a coffin, poo. You can't even listen to what y'all did. And Black men can't hear either. They don't take accountability or responsibility. So now here we are, and we have 5 different Black women that you, as Black men, tortured and terrorized because you didn't like what they said. Not because they rolled up and plotted to, take you out, drown you or something. No, you just didn't like that they didn't pay you attention or the attention you wanted. And that's never really defined because that changes minute to minute and day by day, as we see with these 5 different Black women. So I want to make a clear distinction too. While I do despise the actions of Black women like Darius Jackson's mama, I find her to be an anti-Black woman. Hey, CH. I find her to be an anti-Black woman and Black girl. I just heard this, because the diva be on.
I found this on the web for an anti-Black woman and Black girl.
Oh, thanks, Theory. You see how I changed the voice. I can't stand that. Okay, I'm just saying. I got a white man from Australia on mine. Okay, I'm sorry. So this boy Kiki's, you know, ex-predator, Darius, his mama comes through and she has chosen that she is going to back up her son. Okay. Now I'm bringing up Erica De Niro because I love it when she puts on that thing. I sponsor blogs. The Diva sponsors the blogs. Okay. And something she said today was that this same mother, Darius's mother, has a order against his father for her being terrorized by his daddy.
Wait, what? So she just needed to deify some black man somewhere. Since her husband didn't qualify, she just picked her son. Even though
yeah,
that's deep.
Yeah. And that is something as Black women we are going to need. This is why I said in the beginning, we need to start to examine the thoughts that come into our heads. This is a part of what my therapist does. She helps me to separate out the thoughts and the feelings, identify the feelings, and then work through bringing down my central nervous system, because we know I get high. While y'all see me over here breathing and taking deep breaths, those are her tools, girl. Okay. I take it very seriously. And that's what we're trying to tell you here as a part of solutions. We are going to have to take seriously the action steps to securing our own person. We are going to have to take seriously our fiscal health. We are going to have to take seriously if we choose to relocate. We're going to have to take the steps to do that. Black women take the steps to do everything. If one thing I know about Black women, I don't know about everybody else, but a Black woman can fix it. Problem is, we'll fix it for other people, not ourselves. Okay. So let me make a clear distinction. And I really want us to hear me good here. Yes, Darius's mother raised him. Okay, got it. And he is now a grown ass man. And even if his mother gave him the marching orders to terrorize our baby girl Kiki out of her own mouth, he could choose not to do that. Because being a grown man, he has choices. He could choose to do whatever it takes to make different choices than his daddy did, or whatever he saw in his own household. Okay? Because one of the problems is we don't distinguish between when children are children and when they become adults and they start making their own choices, which brings consequences. Now, look, a teenager is making choices too that brings consequences. The difference is those of us who are accountable and responsible, most of us as Black women and Black girls, for raising our children, we take care of those consequences as a part of our being accountable as their parent and responsible. But when those children get to the point, okay, we'll use I'm going to say around the age of 14 to 16. Okay? Because children got hormones going and all of these different things, just like we got hormones going. Okay? And they are also being influenced by outside of your home. So it is very difficult. I can tell you, as a Black woman who was who raised her children in a conscientious matriarchy, and I was devoted to them and I disciplined them. Okay? Because you're gonna learn to be responsible for your fucking choices. Okay? I don't care if you listen, I don't care if they was what, girl, you bring these things out here, in your room. I can't. No, little mama, just like you brought that toy out here, you gonna pick that up, take it back in your room. Okay. So we're so busy trying to fight the terrorism that's going on in our own homes. I'm not giving this woman any excuses. I'm just stating realities, right? And that we have to, even if we quote unquote are married or whatever, we have to work 2-3 jobs. We go to school because we want to make it easier for our children. We want to spend less time at work and more time with our family. So you get the idea is you get a higher education, you make more money, so you don't have to work 3 jobs, you could just work 2. I'm just saying. Okay. And then, yes, his mother is accountable and responsible for what she did during his childhood. And she is accountable and responsible for what she says and does in this moment. And that is a separate thing from what this grown-ass male does, what he chooses to do or chooses not to do. This is why I say I'm not a good person. I am what I do or what I don't do. And different people experience me different ways. So the problem with his mother at this particular point is not that she's making choices for him, because we need to separate out those two. All right. It's that for whatever her reason is, she is not stopping and thinking, why the hell am I saying, oh, my poor baby boy, he just is misunderstood. And you know, Kiki probably, she's responsible for that. That's what she's responsible for. Okay. And your son is going to get consequences. In particular, that's why you got 1/3 of Black males who are felons, because they made grown Black male choices. So I need us to separate out the mother from the grown ass folks, because my parents were hella treacherous. My birth parents, treachery. Girl, my mother, I've told y'all before, my mother was a psychopath and my father was a sociopath, girl. And at no point do I blame them or make it their responsibility what I have chosen from 16 years old on. Because I was abused doesn't mean I ought to turn around and abuse other people. It's a choice. It's not my fault. It was the way I was raised. It's just the way I am. We ain't talking about shame and blame and guilt, because a lot of times that comes from outside of you. That's something that's imprinted on you. Okay. We are talking about you are accountable and responsible for your fucking behavior and the actions that you choose to take. There are consequences to your behavior. I love to tell white women that. At work, I love that shit. Girl, the consequences to your behavior. Don't roll up on me. Don't do that, because I'll be the consequence. I know you haven't been spoken to this way ever in your life. And everybody tells you no Black woman should ever stand up for themselves. Black men, you too. There's consequences to rolling up on me. There's consequences. You are accountable and responsible for your choice to roll up on me. And when I say no, if you do anything in which you are going to terrorize me, because every point of data shows that you are going to attack me. That's what every point of data shows. You are going to get violent with me. I'm not going to stand there and take your shit. I'm not. So you're going to have to figure out something else, black man. That's what I'm just saying. You know, I'm just giving, since we here. Because whoever taught you, I don't care where you learn, if you learned it from your friends at school, if you learned it at your house, I don't give a damn where you learned it. Apparently they didn't show you the most wanted sign with my face on it. They messed up in your training.
Stuff not learned in kindergarten.
Yeah.
Again.
And now you're going to suffer the consequences of your behaviors. So while I agree, his mother, girl, what in the hell? What the hell? But I hear a lot of black women, I've seen a lot of black women come at this the same way that they did Roe. Well, she should have known better. She should. What? Girl, Cynthia G, young lady, she I don't know, girl, it just came out of nowhere. Like I was like, okay, wait, hold on, what the hell is happening right now? Because I understand that she's moved to Patreon or something. I don't know, whatever. I don't follow her or like have her in my things or whatever. She had a huge platform. She actually speaks to the part of grief that Black women. Hi, Lenria. Hi, Cultural Misfit. Nice to see you guys. Thank you so much.
Hi, y'all.
She actually has a huge platform. And there was a point, I can't remember what time, I want to say it was like the end of the summer, maybe beginning of fall or something. I actually debated her on Themis and Thought, right? And it had to do with her assertion that Black women should just wait, and get pregnant by Black men. And that's her idea of selective breeding up to that point. And you can go back, because I study people if I'm going to debate them. I don't just debate people. I'm going to find out who you are. I'm going to look at how you roll. I'm going to look at your behavioral pattern. I'm going to look at exactly when you elevate and what you're pushing. Because I'm not there to necessarily prove you wrong. I'm there to make certain points, right? And lend proof to my points. Selective breeding is a number of nuanced things. It is not one thing in particular, but what Cynthia was really pushing was the abortion of Black male fetuses or whatever. I don't listen. I am what's called pro-choice, and I don't think we understand that either. Pro-choice is not I'm for abortions and the other person is not for it. Okay, the pro-life folks are not for it. Pro-choice means I believe you get to decide that you want to have an abortion or you don't. I believe in the choice part. You see what I'm saying? And what's true for one Black woman or Black girl is not necessarily true for another in their particular situation. So I don't feel like I have a right to usurp Black women's self body autonomy in that way. They get to choose. Whether you choose one thing or another, or whatever your reason is not my business, and it shouldn't be. Okay? It's a choice. If someone chooses to have children, like Kiki chose to have children, because that was kind of my point with a young lady, Cynthia.
Cynthia.
Something she said, this is just paraphrasing. She was on somebody else's something somewhere. And that's how I saw it. I was like, wait a minute, what's happening right now? And she said that if the abuse of Kiki has been going on for 2 years, then why would she have a baby with him? So again, we're putting her being violated, her being terrorized, and all of these things back on her. Because, in other words, in general, she chose wrong. And even if she found out she was pregnant, she didn't say it straight out, but she's like, why would you have that baby? I don't care why she had the baby. I don't care what the hell she did. I don't care. Y'all don't understand. I don't care. That that's a whole separate thing from the fact that this motherfucker terrorized her. What has any of that got to do with him beating on this girl? What has any of that got to do with him violating her, trying to violate her physically, her emotionally, her fucking mentally? Just a terrorist.
But there's another through line. See, everybody's trying to hide the fact that men of this type have abdicated their responsibility. And we think that by covering for their abdication of their responsibility, that somehow a person who has abdicated their responsibility will somehow be inspired to step up.
Mm-hmm.
That's not how any of this works. Darius and Saronis Jackson's mother, she has two, at least allegedly, quite abusive sons, actually. Abusive, unstable, spreading STDs around with their behavior, destroying Black women's careers as collateral damage if the insecure situation is what it is purported to be, allegedly. We don't have all the court documents on that yet. But somehow many of us seem to think that if we pick up the burden of the abdication and we just get better and do something better, then somehow the men will be inspired to be better than what they are.
Mm-hmm.
People do not change until they're ready. And human nature being what it is, unfortunately, the nature of men in particular. A man will play God until the check gets hard enough for him to realize either one of two things going to happen. Either he has perished literally from his foolery, or he is humbled enough to look up and realize, no, that's not my spot to be in. That's generally how that works. As Black women, we don't have control over anything except occasionally one of those in self-defense. Occasionally. It's not something that happens every day. But the thing we cannot do is, let me also just back up into history. You know, we grew up in a society that's very dominated by Greco-Roman thought. And in Greco-Roman thought and also in Victorian thought, the idea was all of the good things in life, the arts, sciences, the graces and the muses. The Greeks and the Romans recognized that a lot of the brilliance in those things came from women. And so they would talk about someone's going to be my muse or my inspiration. They assigned a lot of their goddesses to those things, actually. If you go back and you look at your ACH, if you go back and you look at your Greco-Roman mythology, you'll see that. So then men took this, and but the problem about this, and this also happens in Christian circles about when we argue about whether women can be pastors or not. No matter how you stand on that, what you don't need is spiritual mama's boys. Because what you get from this Greco-Roman, the Victorians said that, okay, we know man is a savage. We know British men in particular, since they're out there savaging a third of the world. But it's a Victorian woman's job to civilize him. Never mind, because his daddy was savage, his great grandfather was savage, his grandfather, all these people, they have 100-year wars out here. So what men have done is they will want to pretend on one hand to be gods, and on the other hand, externalize all responsibility for them to being more than savages onto women. That is the combined, and I've just condensed 2,500 years worth of bad thought in male-female relationships into just a few minutes. So by the time this rolls all the way down to Black women who are not bought into this with any depth of knowledge at all, we are unfortunately, until we choose otherwise, are the legatees of some very, very bad European ideas on this. So we think that we can be someone's muse and inspiration. I heard a recording of an old white minister who said that, you know, if you marry the right man, you will be his muse and his inspiration. I'm like, sir, you are a Christian and you do not even realize what you just did. But further down, in our community, because we did not get a chance to learn where any of this came from, basically Black men like this want to get back on the tits, but also have access to the pearly gates, if you will. As Confidence with Love puts our, they want access to the diamond. Basically, in Greek they call this the Oedipus complex. But basically, they want to be. Auntie Love will say the word for you if you want, but they want to be MFers, literally.
Yes.
They want to have a woman who is going to take care of all the adult responsibilities, that they can also dominate sexually, so they can feel like a grown man while operating at the level of boys. And because if you go back far enough in history, and Auntie Love's better on this than I am, almost all your great matriarchal figures, you go back up far enough, look like Auntie Love and I. I mean, it just is what it is. I mean, even Mary, up until about 1638, was recommended as the Black Madonna. So people couldn't even conceive less than 500 years ago, of there being a great matriarch without it actually being the image of an African woman. This is just a fact. This doesn't matter how I feel about it as a Christian. You do your world history, it is what it is. Nobody could even conceive it because of how far back you have to go. As Auntie Love's always reminded me, Black women have been worshiping goddesses back to the beginning of recorded history. You can feel any way you want about that, but it is what it is. So instead of, though, having the reverence part, it's like that terrible man who attacked Carlicia Hood talked about swearing on his grandmama that he gonna kill this woman. I'm like, wait, what? Wait, what? So on one hand, you acknowledge that the Black woman is the source of everything, but you then blaspheme, because that's going to be, whether it's Confidence with Love version of blasphemy or mine, you're going to blaspheme either way. Because the minute you decide to try to access that power to destroy another woman who could be a grandmother, a mama, the minute you take that image and then use it as your reason to destroy another image, but this is what happens. Because the other thing is, you're supposed to respect your mother and not grape her. So in our community, this level of confusion, and this is why, because many of us as Black women have not just accepted this. It took me 36 and a half years, because like I said, I was blessed. My father, uncle, grandfathers, outstanding men, to understand that this is just not the way it's going to be. And to go through the grief process of accepting that it is what it is. But my father actually was pretty consistent from about 12 on, that you're just not going to be able to find like grown men. So that never put me or my mom or my sister under the burden of having to try to pretend that things were not who they were. He called them gorillas. A black man called other younger black men that to protect his children. He said, I'm not handing a Stradivarius to a gorilla. No. So we never had to be under that burden, but the majority of black women have been under this burden because we were miseducated with European stuff that ain't even working for them. And then this other level of grown boys wanting to be men, but they no more can handle the responsibilities of life than they could have when they were, well, I'm going to be respectful. There are some 12 and 14-year-old boys who have done better. Carlisha Hood's son was 14. So, okay, are we back in? Well, see, this is really hard for me because I have kids in my Sunday school class that can make better decisions than some of these men. I'm just like, but they also know that Auntie D don't play that. Everything I taught you, you're responsible for.
Yeah.
And there's not enough, as black women, this is the attitude that we're going to begin to have to adopt. Darius's mother is tragic. She's hoping that she can make her sons into the man their father wasn't. What she is doing, her choices are reinforcing the same behavior, as opposed to her saying, allegedly, I know somebody who it would, if her son tried that, it would probably be his last day on earth. Allegedly, and I heard this by the side of the road. But see, if we're trying to make them into the men we want them to be without recognizing they have a right to their own choices and they have a right to all their own consequences, we coddle them into the next iteration. And then our daughters, our nieces, our students, our sisters, our younger sisters end up in the same situation. So we have to hold ourselves accountable for what? Coddling these men. But every man ever who decided to raise his fist against anyone else, no, he chose to do that. Like I said before, men who fight over women, and I'm going to add fight with women, do it because they want to fight. It ain't got nothing to do with nothing else. And so we just have to, part of this conversation is just like, we're going to say this stuff aloud. We're going to clear some space. If, since we up here as the aunties, your auntie's going to clear a little space for you. We're going to say it aloud so that you have room to look around at what you actually see and stop making excuses for your part. Your part is only, you didn't make anybody be brutal to anybody else. But your part is see it for what it is and move accordingly. That's your choices. And we're going to give you some other choices to go with what goes with those choices when we get there. But no, at some point, you got to call a spade, and a terrorist. And it's hard because, again, we have been acclimatized. 2,500 years of foolery have been forced on us. But it's 2023, y'all. Leave it on this side. Let all bad information be forgot and never brought to mind. It's time to do it, y'all. It's November 17th. You got 6 weeks to unlearn the foolery.
So let me quadruple down on on what goes on over here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I done heard.
Yeah.
I done heard.
Yeah. So we, it has taken me a really long time to develop into who we see now, right? I've made bad choices. I have made choices that I regret. I can't tell any of you that at this point, most of the time when I make a choice to take action, it is not a reaction. It's a response, right? Because what I'm going to do in my mind is I'm going to slow down the situation, and I'm going to do what Miss D is saying, and I'm going to look at the reality of it, and I'm going to think through the possibilities of the actions I could or could not or don't choose because there's what I choose to do and what I choose not to do. And then I'm also considering the consequences and the fallout of those consequences that not only affect me, but others. Okay. So when it comes to, let's talk about my son for a second, right? Just what missed. Yeah, I'm that person. Yeah. Okay. So my son is 32. And y'all have all heard me say this before. Love that man. Okay. Love him. Good dude, whatever. He ain't out there plotting nobody, terrorizing no. He ain't. He's just. That's just. First of all, that's way too much commitment. Or he ain't gonna be doing all that. All right. But because I remember when he was in high school, the principal called me asking me what. Okay, because we lived in Stockton, so it's a lot of gangs, and the principal was like, "Why? Okay, so your son. Why isn't your son in the gang?" That's the expectation. My son ain't in the gang. Yes. Yeah. My son's not in the gang because don't nobody want me rolling up to the gang clubhouse.
Yeah, that's the truth. Yeah.
We don't want that. He already in the gang. That's why he ain't in some other gang. He in my gang. Okay. We got strict rules and policies over here with direct disciplinary consequences. Okay. So I don't know. That's just not a good idea. Plus, again, my son has always been a mellow type of dude from a baby. He, and in his part, he also not unlike myself, not unlike my daughter, his sister, we all have a piece of us that's monster. My parents were two monsters. What do you think you're going to get heredity wise? But that doesn't mean you need to choose those behaviors for, when I choose to go apex predator, someone actually has come at me or them or my husband or, Black women that I'm associated with, but I'm not out. I don't, like I used to tell white women, girl, ain't nobody waking up in the morning trying to figure out how to fuck your life over, girl. I don't even be thinking about you.
Not
all
that
right?
important.
Yeah, you really just are not. Okay? See, I'm taking my first bath of the day, unlike y'all. So I'm really busy. Okay? Get my shit together to deal with y'all. Right? And your nonsense. Okay, your terrorism. And on the way, like if I stop at a store, here come a damn Black man. Okay, so I'm just saying, you ain't even in my mind. Okay, and it has always been my policy as an adult. If you come at me, I'm definitely gonna come for you. So with my son, he's been raised in a matriarchy. And listen to me, Black women, because some of us have thuns. For my thun, he's been raised in a conscientious matriarchy. He has been raised to bend the knee. He was not allowed to raise his voice at his sister who's 8 years younger than him. His friends couldn't spend the night. I don't know you like that, but you've been knowing us for 3 years, Miss Love. I don't give a damn. Care? What's your point? I don't know you. I don't know your people like that. I don't even know my own cousins like that. So we're not going to put her at risk. But on the other hand, I didn't let little girls come and spend the night with her. It could only be a rare occasion that something was going wrong with one of her friends. Now that I've done, right? Because I feel very deeply about protecting children. And Because on the flip side of that, you know, little girls might look at him and go, oh, he's so cute. I heard it. Girl, I've heard it. He's so cute. I hope he says hi to me. And, you know, he's 8 years older than you. He has no business saying hi to you. But also, they don't want to be rejected either, and I understand that. So we're not gonna have none of those problems. You know why? Because y'all ain't spending no kind of nights. And if any of y'all show up over here, y'all visiting, having a good old time, especially his friends, y'all gonna be doing some work. I need this painted. I'm gonna need that taken out to the street. I'm gonna need you to lift this seat. I don't like the way this chair is. Girl, y'all couldn't come to my house without working. I don't know what you're doing. So I was known as the mean one who, you know, would feed you, you know, or whatever, right? I'd listen to what's going on with them, but I'm not, you know, no, because I'm choosing my daughter, because there ain't nobody else in the world choosing her. So I'm choosing her, and being respectful of that within myself. Hi, Maria, did I say hello? I hope I did, baby. I got you up here because you said something that is like important to everybody's like chiming in. I love y'all. I'm choosing her, so he gonna choose her too. Let me tell you, I don't bend the knee to the nary person, with the exception of my grandmother and my daughter. You ain't getting no. But if I gotta bend the knee, everybody do. Okay, everybody been in the knee. So he did not raise his voice to her. It's not like they didn't have discussions. They could talk to each other, could tell each other they didn't like somebody you did and this and that and all that. Okay, you get to do that. And they actually still do this where they get together and they have discussions about their mama. And I just feel like it's not my business unless they bring it to me. You know, what we gonna do about her? You know, she needs help with this. We need to look at this. You know, we need to help her, you know, because, you know, and we just have, the three of us before I married, because I didn't marry till I was in my 40s, right? I met my husband when I was 39, 40, right? I just didn't let people come to my home. Like, men were toys. They belong outside of your house. Girl, you go play with them and leave them in the toy box out there. But you don't come to my realm where my children are safe and secure. And this is where they come to have peace and happiness. So with my son, that this is what he's raised in. And he's raised to be protective of his sister. That doesn't mean his sister gets to act a fool either with him. And his sister's very ambitious. She has that side of me. She's very ambitious. She's very much a go-getter. She gonna make shit happen. She's 24. Okay. She's still connected to me as if I'm pregnant with her. I feel her and she feels me. Okay. I'm very, very close with my son, and he understands that I will fuck black men up. Okay. I will. He knows that. He's just like, but I have high expectations of how he rolls. So my answer to a situation in which he would ever even let what that motherfucker did to Kiki, or that little leprechaun did to my baby Meg, or whoever the hell that was with Ro, or whoever that fool that pulled Sukiana's head back and then put his tongue down her throat, or this motherfucker who didn't like that a black woman was ordering whatever she was ordering and it wasn't fast enough for him. So, if my son even thought that way, if I even got an inkling You don't have to worry allegedly about who's taking him down, because I'm going to put his ass on an X, upside down planks, and I'm going to skin him alive. That's what he can expect. If you choose that behavior, like I used to tell them when they were younger, and what I would used to tell people rolling up on me in the street, because Stockton was mean girl. They were like fifth in the world in murders behind Beirut at the time.
I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
I remember hearing that.
Okay. We allegedly I was there and a part of it.
You part of the reason it had that. Oh,
I'm just gonna
allegedly,
say
allegedly.
That's just alleged. Because
Allegedly.
I'm not playing them games. I don't know what y'all talking about, but girl. So, you know, when you really sit down and you start to think about the psychology of children, and I had studies in children's psychology, right, as well. So when you think about how you formulate preparing to learn who they are and to cultivate them from who they are telling you by their behavior as they're growing who they are, and discipline out the things that is, no, that shit ain't happening. Okay. Neither one of them. Okay. But my son is very clear. And now listen, I put both of them in martial arts. He was in martial arts through his teenagehood. Okay. So he can choose to whoop ass. He just chooses that a lot of times that people aren't worth it. Okay. So he don't be, you know, he can defend himself very well, but you know, and he has this thing, well, both of them kind of do, but he has this thing in a lot of pictures. If you see him, we'll be next to each other sometimes, but he has this thing where he's right here over my shoulder. Don't roll up on his mama, because it's just my daughter. My daughter, on the other hand, she's thinking, don't roll up on my mama, because we can't have her being in jail, even though she might enjoy it allegedly, because they'll give her reading material and shit, okay, and feed her and stuff. But don't roll up, because we don't, because she will. Girl, there's gonna be a slaughter, okay. I'm trying to save you, okay. But my son is like, don't roll up on my sister. Don't roll up on my mama. He's intervened between other Black men and Black women that they were terrorizing. Girl, don't do it. And if I hear that he was around somewhere and a Black woman was being terrorized and he did nothing.
I think you already shared what was going to happen.
You did what?
Yeah, no.
Nothing.
You can't go home again.
What the fuck? Oh, hell no. That's not what. Oh, no. So you see, you can make a conscientious choice to not raise your sons by patriarchal rule and standards. And it is true that there are a lot of influences coming at everyone in this society. And clearly they are making choices, and they are taking actions, they are making decisions, and they both understand they are accountable and responsible for their choices and their decisions and the fallout. And what we don't want is for whatever happened, for me to have to be the consequence for whatever that is. So if my daughter is Kiki, Meg, Ro, Carlisha,
Carlisha, yeah.
Sukiana. Girl, first of all, she has self-body autonomy. I don't care how many times she put her legs in a V. And what's your point? She is goddess born. She can do what she wants with her pearly gates ahead. Okay? Now, I taught her how to be safe. I taught her where toys belong and where they don't. I am rolling with her about her security. I am the head of her security. I'm putting up cameras, a fucking perimeter. We doing all. I'm on the range practicing for just in case situations that okay, they may not happen. But guess what? So if you think as a Black man or you are a Black woman who is anti-Black woman, you know, and you've been abused yourself or whatever happened to you, and you think that Black men need to be able to go around beating whoever ass they want to beat. Well, girl, there are consequences to your decisions, behaviors, and actions. Okay. And there's consequences to y'all son. So my advice for all y'all, if you really care that much about your sons, you better tell them about me. That's what you need to do. That would be what I would do. Okay? That would be what I would do. Because I heard this Black man, he said, you know, I hate what this man did to Kiki. And if you did that to my daughter, even though I'm a peaceful man, I would do this to you, you know? I would beat your tail. And if my daughter went back to you, though, I'm not getting involved. Girl, I don't care if she go back to you 60 times, girl. I don't care. I don't care. I guess that's her business. Okay, go back. But I'm going to beat his fucking ass. That's the least of what I'm going to allegedly do. So I suggest to my daughter, you make some real good decisions about who you choose. Okay? Because I'm very serious about how precious you are to me. So I don't give a damn if my daughter is in school when she was in school as a child and she has this teacher and she has to go back to school every day and deal with racism in the second grade. Girl, I'm coming through. Oh, really, bitch? So whatever you do to her, you getting 1,000 times that. I'm going to do it right here in front of you, these kids, they mamas, they daddies. Call the police, call the Air Force. You need a Navy. You need militia. You better get to crying some white woman tears right here and now. That's my advice. Because she is precious to me. So you didn't want to see your kids no more? I don't know. Whatever. I guess. Allegedly. But I'm good for waiting out in the parking lot for somebody's parents. I don't blame the children. But I'm definitely showing up with your parents. Oh, you thought you was going to put your foot out because my daughter was on crutches when she was in 7th grade. This little boy put his foot out to trip her. Oh, really? Is that right? When I come through, I'm going to need everybody to shut the fuck up because I'm going to tell you what the rules are. I don't give a damn about y'all patriarchal rules, how your school is set up, who that she supposed to come tell you some shit. I don't give a fuck about none of this. Allegedly, I will go around this shit with gasoline and step back and pitch matches. She is precious to me. So so because Sukiana is expressing herself, because Meg is really telling y'all that you get to choose to do what you want with your body. And for those of you who don't like rap music and you like, oh, this is downgrading black women. Actually, I always thought they were talking about white women. You know, I thought it's not, oh, we not referring to white women, because that's what I thought we were doing. That's why we over here rapping. I don't know what y'all do. I don't know why we putting that it's black women that whoever is referring to. Girl, that's not what I'm referring to. But whatever. Everybody to each his own. I'm just saying, y'all understand that I take action to ensure the security of my daughter mentally, emotionally, physically, sexually, fiscally, her domain, her realm, all of that. And now I'm helping her to have the expectation, because she's always had this from me. So for her, she's like, well, I've always been you've always protected me. So what, she's walking through the world like, oh, hey. No, girl, you okay, you are going to have to start. Okay, Michaela's one of my babies too. Okay, I just want to, I got a lot of babies out there that I've adopted too. Okay, she's not here tonight, but she's one of my babies, and I tell her the same thing, girl. If y'all don't, y'all are gonna have to take the steps to your own personal security, which they're working on, right? Because I can't be everywhere at once. I do try, but damn. Okay, I know I'm goddess born, I'm fly as hell, but still, okay, a chick is getting older. So, I've upgraded my weapons, because I'm not going down the street with a bat anymore. I did used to like wet work. I won't get into it, and that is alleged. But as a woman of a certain age, 56, I'm not running. Girl, I'm not going Matrix on people. Anymore, allegedly. Okay. So we have to start to really look at how we deny other people access to us. If we're going to, decide that we are not going to allow other people access to us, how does that translate into actual behaviors? So, Ms. D, you have an option. I mean, it's multifaceted, but it is an option that's such a great option, and I want us to hear about that. I mean, we can still apply it to these 5 women, but I want us to hear about, the suggestion and the options you are talking about. And please tell us where we are with securing the crypto bull run, because that's of what.
Okay, I'll segue. I'll make my way over there. Notice, although Auntie Love has probably allegedly gone to levels of security for herself and her daughter that most of us probably not even thought about, what I want you to understand is that Auntie Love has no tolerance for being treated as chattel. Now, how that looks for different people will look different. Auntie Love is one of the most unique individuals you will ever meet and talk with. I wasn't gonna get in with the plank and go into all them details, but y'all done heard it now. So everybody know what's going on. The intolerance for being treated like chattel. Okay, so why as black women are we still out here 158 years, almost 159 after Juneteenth, and still going through this? Well, a lot of times we don't realize we have better options. And there are better options to go with a lot of things. We do live in a capitalist society. Money is necessary. One of the ways that traditionally in the patriarchy, men control what women are able to do is by controlling their fiscal reality. And in the United States, you live in a situation where if all you know about is earned income, you're just basically choosing sets of men to have control over your income. So we need to think about things like business and investing. We also need to think about, okay, well, uh, let's back up a little bit. How well has Uncle Sam treated Black women? I think if you listen to us at all, I think you know the answer to that. So then, is it possible to even break up with Uncle Sam? The answer is yes. We'll talk about that. Let me back up a little bit through business and investing. I appreciate all of you that were here last week as we talked about seizing the crypto bull run for financial freedom. Some of you have expressed a desire to get a paperback. And of course, True Mystique is in the chat, the most magnificent cover designer. Ah, such a magnificent. So she just did a magnificent paperback cover. So I have that out to proof. The plan is to have this available to you by no later than, provided Amazon does what it's supposed to do, they're supposed to deliver the proof on the 19th. So by Black Friday, you will have this available. And I'm just going to tell you now, since the paperback, since the ebook is rolling at $4.99, we're going to go ahead and make it $5 and $10. The introductory price for you to be able to have easy to pick up copies will be $9.99, which is basically 10, and that'll be the introductory price for it. So you got 5 over here if you want to do digital, 10 over here if you want to do the paperback to make it available. And I talk about crypto because Black women were made chattel in the financial crisis. 63% of the people that lost their homes were Black women trying to get their children indoors. And I know how that happened, and I know how we were hunted, and evil Black men and evil people of all the other collectives combined to do this. I saw it with my own eyes. So if we do not make it an opportunity to get ahead of when there are market cycles that can be helpful to us, crypto as a 4-year market cycle, it is beginning to pick up now, and it will be on an upcycle for about the next 2 years. If we do not know about these things, we can't take advantage of them. And if we don't know how to work in different markets, and we don't know how to have businesses, y'all sit up here wondering why my skin is glowing. See, what you need to do is get over on Confidence Love website for her skincare products before Christmas. Get on over there so that you can have your skin life right. A lot of us have businesses. True Mystique has Grand Shine Enterprises. You need a book cover? Get your life together and talk to her and chat about it. We need to have an economy.
So, can I say this really quick? True Mystique is gonna be joining us.
Oh yeah.
On here on Noir Aunties, Thursday, November 30th.
Yeah.
Okay. So set your time, set your clocks. There are several of you that I would love to have you come and be featured on Noir Aunties in the chat. I just feel like we need to do this with one another, and y'all are so incredible. I just need people to know what you're out here doing and who you are, and that, just like Miss D said, we can really bind up our infrastructure as far as, you know, our fiscal by buying from one another, because Black women do everything under the sun, right? So
this is another thing that goes with this, because remember, in a patriarchy, men want you to believe that you are dependent on them. As Black women, this is signally unfortunate. Now, I know that in fairness, it should be said, the president, because we got to get back to cooperating with law enforcement and the powers to be a little bit later today. I understand, as someone who grew up in San Francisco, California, I understand the nexus between the unjust laws that Senator Joe Biden put on the books and the most ferocious DA, Kamala Harris, in California history, supposedly the most inimitable prosecutor in American history toward Black men, came through in California. We understand, we can have two thoughts at the same time. We understand that there was some unfairness and that they did not think of what was going to happen to Black women and children if they did it unfairly. How be ever, the consequences are what consequences are. Whether you chose powder or crack cocaine made a difference in the law, but the fact that you chose to peddle poison to your people is what you ended up paying for. You just paid a much higher price than other people did of different races because of the way cocaine was spread into the communities. And the Innocence Project exists because there are obviously some unjust convictions. But here's what we don't know. It's kind of the George Floyd problem. There's nothing that says that any human being should die under the knee of another human being who does not own or make him, because that person arrogated the rights of God. But then when you bring a George Floyd home, we got to deal with the fact that even when not being caught up for criminal behavior, this is someone who put a gun to a black woman's pregnant belly. So then you get into these catch-22s. And the big thing about the catch-22 that I'm mentioning, why we need our own economy, it's one thing if men who control the economy are trying to lock you out from that position. It's another thing if you get convinced to be locked out from men that have less chances than you do. Goldman Sachs is not handing out money to black men right now. And even it's not a handout to black women, it's a loan. But this means that large financial institutions have said, and they have actually studied this around the world, it's not just American black women who are in this study. If you want to, I should just say the irony of people dripping back money that they took from you on a colonial basis, but be that as it may, they have looked at this around the world. If you want a community to prosper, loan the money to the women, because the women are going to take care of the children and even the men and each other. If you loan it to the men, they're going to use it on coping strategies to feel like they're not conquered. So these are European and Europeanized. It's wider than that, but European thinking men who kind of studied this and said, yeah, we're going to go ahead and empower. We're going to drip these resources that our forebears took out. We're going to drip it back on the women, and they will keep these people alive. So you have to look at the situation in terms of you have more options. And the people that we have in the description, there's some overlap here. Because then when you get your finances right, you can be in the global economy, meaning you can live around the world. I can go be in. No, I'm not going there in the winter. Never mind. I could go to Curacao, and my royalties for seasoning crypto bull run are gonna keep rolling. I can pay True Mystique to do a cover from Curacao about my time at Curacao. I send her the photographs. She does all this magnificent AI work with them, and I have a best-selling book from Curacao. Once you develop yourself, your skills and your talent, and you tap into the global economy, then you have options. So I'm going to give you a list of things that you'll find in the description, and there's one that you won't find because charged to my head. I messed up and took the COVID and the flu shot at the same time yesterday. Kind of rough. So charged to my head, not shit, don't. But I have some things you'll see in the description, and I'll add one more afterwards. Okay, so first, mindset. The fact that you are not a slave to the system. Please get up on some Alicia Renee, the artist. It's in the description of this video.
Yes.
She, even if you plan to stay in country, Alicia Renee, the artist, was a tremendous amount of help to me, getting me out of a situation that I did not realize I was in, and it involved a black man last year, around about April, May, June. For those of you who know, you know. Of really looking at, no, we're not obligated to uphold anybody's foolery. No. And then Stephanie Perry, she'd give you the step up on doing a gap year, at least, starting with a sabbatical. And then if you really, when you do that and you realize I'm not going to try to plug back into this, Stephanie Perry, Picky Girl Travels the World, A Daily Abortion Day, and Rashida Dow, she is on a loose, will then begin to tell you, as a black woman, you not tied down to Uncle Sam. If he's going to continue to send 100 billion with a B, I misquoted this on my last video because my brain bonked on it. If you're going to send 100 billion with a B to Ukrainian women and Israeli women to make sure they're okay, and you see that Uncle Sam is going to empower everybody else who's about the color of Uncle Sam, and it isn't going to do much with you, you don't have to stay here and put up that. So we got some channels in there. I forgot to mention Trek Star Sam, and that's I think I put that in the private chat. I need to go. I'll drop it in the other chat when I finish running my mouth. Trek Star Sam spent 17 of the last 20 years traveling as a black woman alone. And so you get to see the places that she's gone and the things that she's been. She's been in pyramids that they've just, when she got there in Egypt, that they had just reopened. She's one of the first YouTubers to actually like get down into the pyramid and show you what that looks like. She's been to Egypt, Ghana, Europe, South America. She even figured out how to do, I don't know if she has a video on it, but she even figured out how to do Colombia and not get killed. She talks to you about things like how do you handle your money when you travel abroad, like down to your denominations. So whether you're ready to move or not, you can go and experience the world and see if this is actually even a place for you. Because as Stephanie Perry and Alicia Bernice, the artists, have no problem telling you, one of the reasons that we put up with so much abuse is that we may be in an abusive relationship with our own country. And if you go read the history, did y'all hear? Because I learned about the coffle from Auntie Love. That I didn't know there was a name for that. But then, so if the country that you live in ain't repented yet of crimes against humanity every day for 245 solid years, and then had a chance to get up out of it, and then went back to it in 12 years, and then piled on another 90, and you listen to these people talking around out here in the last couple of years, we had to take them little defeated Confederate flags and them defeated Nazi flags and then got them back out. Some of you may be called to go do something else. And those are some of the options that you have. And what I want you to do, because like I said at the beginning, these are things where we want you to go explore these things. I'm sitting here freer than I was because of Alicia and Stephanie. And then over time, I moved on to Rashida Dow. She's on loose. And then I took this course from this crazy woman, allegedly. I'm a big up her myself. Becoming a self-confident, and Black is in parentheses, not actually on the course. But if you know Confidence with Love, she didn't do that for anybody else. Do not get her talking about. Don't do it. So don't. And I'm just gonna put this out there. You really want to get into trouble? Don't recommend she do stuff for people she not in. Don't do that. Understand this is the self-confident Black woman. This is for us. This is a very useful course, and it is going to challenge you to look at, first of all, you matter and you're important. I quoted that when we started. Mm-hmm. And these things help me to understand, even though it is not called to leave the country at this time, the enslavement that we're dealing with, the coffle right now, is up here. It's on the mind. It's on the mind. And whether you stay or go, you still need to take the coffle off your mind. You were not brought here to be, you are no longer enslaved. Oh, by the way, it was never right for anybody to do that to our foremothers anyway. You hear me? I don't care what you heard. We have states of the union talking about slavery. We have states of the union trying to make slaves guest workers. Now, if you go back and you look at the history of Gastarbeiters, even in Germany and France, and see what that was about, that ain't no good either. But no, that's not what we were going through here. You have people who are now out here still talking about slavery was a positive good, like that demoniac looking John B. Calhoun. You can't even get a picture of him without him looking like he was demon possessed, sitting up here talking about slavery was a positive good. You have men coming on. We're not gonna even mention their name, but you have men in the manosphere every other day basically talking about you're just there for sex, silence, and a sandwich. Well, what does that sound like? We already talked about Thomas Jefferson. He's out here having people in coffles clearing off of Louisiana Purchase while he goes home and does his whole, and I'm gonna say it, pedophile and rapist thing to Sally Hemings for 36 solid years. So at a certain point, you have to understand this is what you're dealing with. But the main thing is, if you free your mind, you can see Confidence and Love and I still in country. You can free your mind, but you want to have all the options available. Think about people like Josephine Baker. Think about people like Tina Turner. Think about the women that have traveled abroad. And we talked about this in the green room, but I need to just put this out there. We are not the ones traveling abroad just to try to find some poor woman we can dominate more and spread STD and public health crises around the world. Do not associate us with the foolery. We're not out here because we cannot figure out, using the same resources, by the way, that we're talking about. Everybody can buy Season the Crypto Bull Run and figure out what to do. In fact, the majority of people in that are men, actually. More men have figured this out than women. We are later because it's very technical. So you can't figure out how to have the tokens of manhood. And by the way, I said tokens. I said tokens in performance. I'm not even talking about character yet. So you want to go to another country where you can impress someone on your lack of effort and dominate that person. go out there, want to talk about black women are fat and obese and I can get a better quality of woman. Are you a better quality of man? You all need to be in the gym. Y'all ever paid for the gym memberships? In my case, I let you do it at least somewhat cheap. I'm not gonna tell you about the need time, but I'm gonna need you to keep me in hiking poles. I'm gonna need you to keep me in protein. I'm gonna need you to keep me in collard greens, and I'll get out there and do these hills by myself. But everybody out here talking about wanting to have black women do things they ain't gonna empower. Did I mention? Because I'm going right back around to where I was started. In a community where people are 1/3 felons, they can't get work here. Meaning that as black women, we deal with a community that only 2/3 of the men are viable for employment. At best. That's not counting all the consequences from all the foolery of crack cocaine and heroin and all this other stuff that happens that leaves people unable to do these things. So we have no choice but to look at the options that we have. And I've kind of passed over it because I'm not the expert on this, but Auntie Love is. Including, since 2/3, we only have 2/3 of our men. We're just talking about basics. If you're a felon, your life is hemmed up in a lot of ways. But even in terms of how we work with our options, in terms of even romantically, with our community handicapped the way it is. And by the way, these are not choices black women made. And for those, y'all want to listen to, obviously on money, Mocha Mommy and Black Women Making Money and Black Women Build Wealth. That's also in the description. Some of you already listened to them. That's great. The rest of you consider adding. But they're also going to talk to you about the business of marriage. If you're going to make a lifetime partnership with someone, no matter how old you are, because I don't know if you've noticed, but Confidence with Love and I post Barbara. When did she say she met her husband?
39.
40. Yeah. If you do your stats all the way out, by age 45, actually most black women are partnered. But if you don't know, if your level of research is okay, Cupid, I don't know what to tell you. Like that fellow who came up with 30 to 32 years. Y'all remember, y'all with Themis and Thought back in like January 2022, that gentleman that came up with a 30-year-old data. And I found him out and he had to run for his ever to love and life. But see, this is the thing. If this is your level of discourse, you cannot expect it again. If we're still not able to manage our kindergarten lessons about just because that person doesn't do what you want them to do, listen to me. We listed this out. I'm gonna go through this list. I'm gonna read it. Auntie Love and I really talk about these shows for like a week in advance. Keke Palmer's doing what she wants to do. She done lost that weight. She looking good, enjoying her motherhood, her womanhood, her motherhood, her whole heart, brilliant works. She gets assaulted in back. Megan Stallion out there doing her work, same thing, her own ability, and out there and gets battered. Ro Osmond's trying to get home either to work or from work and decides not to give someone a phone number. She's a Muslim. She's not out here showing skin and all the rest of this, all these other excuses. She's not doing that. Assaulted and battered. And I need to say this again. I don't care how much of a scammer you think you are and the people you know are. What you're not going to do is gouge out your own eardrum. Those of you who are not convinced about this, you need to look up the medical report from September the 3rd. Do you know how hard you have to get to hit your face to have blood coming out of your ear? Carlicia Hood was trying to buy food for herself and her son and go home. And this man blasphemes God and blasphemes his grandmother because he is not happy about her food in line. Sukiyana, okay, so she's more controversial. Fine. In what world does anybody get the right to take her hair back and stick his nasty, filthy, probably candida-covered tongue into her mouth? These 5 women are from different walks of life. And they live in a community where this is okay. I need you to understand. I don't care about how you feel about interracial marriage. I don't care about how you feel about crypto. Go listen to Black Girl Stocks, who's also in there. Go learn about trade and travel from Terry H. Yoma. And when you get over there, you're going to find out her course costs way more than Confidence with Love. Scholars love let you out of here with 3-figure money. You roll with Terry and Joe, but you're gonna make a lifetime investment on a lifetime of skills. But use the free content till you're ready. Because this is the thing. You failing to understand the situation that we are Black women are in is gonna have you in the coffin. Here. And if you don't have fiscal resources, you're going to be in the coffin fiscally. And by the way, y'all, Tim Scott just dropped out of the presidential race like last week or the week before. But let's just assume Tim Scott became president. You know how people had these questions to ask, and we're not picking on anybody's presumed relationship with any closet anywhere. We're not doing that. But you notice who he dug up to try to prove to people that he was all right. How he just pulled this little white woman out of somewhere. He did not find any of the beautiful Black sisters that he could have pulled up. He didn't do that. So that already tells you something. The nearest idea, and then do I need to talk about the other candidates? Your choices are Joe Biden and do you think any of them are for Black women? So barring these people doing something dumb and getting us into World War III, which is now a possibility on 2 fronts. When Confidence with Love and I talk about responsibility for your own protection and security, we're going to talk about 9MM38 in a little while. But there's more, since I'm evasive maneuvers more, I'm talking about the things that you do in order to educate your mind to know, first of all, you have a lot of options. You don't owe anybody your slavish devotion. As a Christian, let me break this down for you this way, because many of us are church too. Read your Bible from Acts to Revelation. Stop thinking that you're living in the Old Testament. You're not. God has not yet, and even in the Old Testament, this is true. The divine masculine is not going to ask you for anything that he's not going to empower you to do. And the caveat is his glory and your ultimate good. Stop listening to all these people that have all these demands of you, but ain't empowering nothing. Oh, I need to go to the gym. You're going to pay for a top of the line gym membership.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm too old, but then you're going to pay for a surrogate. I'll go get somebody else. I'm too this, I'm too that. What you willing to invest in making it the way you think you want? Not like I'm a piece of clay. I ain't going to do nothing I don't want to do, because you're not that important. You have to get into the habit of understanding that the very people and the very nation that wants you to think your whole existence, the United States of America, nor any man in, is not God. Just understand that. Definitely not Goddess by virtue of being a man, for those of you that are on that journey. But understand this. And I'm going to say something very, very difficult here. Your failing to take responsibility is your agreeing with Kanye West. Kanye West said something so disrespectful about our ancestors, and you see he's paid a terrible price for that. You don't get up and talk about your foreparents like that. No. Even though we have to go with Confidence with Love said you have choices even if you don't like them. But we don't talk about people that were broken in ways the half has never been told. We don't get to do that. But here is the deal. To a certain extent, from this point, given the resources that are available, once we know our failure to learn what is presented to us is our agreeing to stay in this position. And we do not want that for you. And we understand, like Confidence with Love said, sometimes we're trapped in trauma patterns, and we got that. But we want to show you ways that you take responsibility and do not tacitly agree with oppression. Please, please, please look in the description. Like I said, I'll go on YouTube and put Trek Star Sam's channel in the chat for y'all, since I forgot to put it in the description. We want you, and we still got to cover actual self-defense, and of course, Auntie Loves got that area covered for us. And then our relationship with law enforcement and with government in light of our real situation. We got to cover that. But this information is presented to you so that you do not have to tacitly agree with the wickedness that will destroy you for someone else's profit and pleasure. After 1619 to now. Stop giving the 404 era. The 404, when you get on a computer and something goes wrong, 404. No. We done with the 404 era of people thinking they have a right to do this. No, we about to get to year 405. Let year 405 be that first year that we as Black women are like, no. If you're not coming empowering us, if you're not coming assisting us, if you're not coming taking the responsibility you need to take, step. And if we have to enforce you stepping, we also can do that. And that's how I'm gonna pass the ball back to how do you if put to it, because like I said, I'm evasive maneuvers. I was minding my own self business, and the gentleman who survived gentrification in this neighborhood just walk around talking loud and telling people about the F's that they want to do to somebody's A, because just a block and a half, just fouling up the landscapes. I'm like, okay, since you were kind enough to let it be known that you absolutely out of your mind and you getting ready to kill a Black woman today, since I'm a block away, let me just evade you. Because if we engage, then I got to try to kill you. Because it's got to be you or me. So let's not go there, because you think you have a plan. You at least 20 years older than I am, and like Auntie Love said, you can't do matrix stuff at that age anymore. You go into the park bench to get rained on today. So we don't need to have an interaction, because I have everything to gain by living. So whatever happened to you, I'm gonna need to go around. But should you find yourself in a situation where you can't go around, see, that's the stuff that Auntie Love had for you. Take it away.
Well, you have said a word, right? So again, Miss D has provided in the description the resources to be able to look at if you want to, if it's coming to your mind, you know what? I want to get out of the United States. I want some place that is conducive to my life as a Black woman, living free self-body autonomy, and you can really just take a look at what she has offered for you as resources. Please do so. Again, it's in the description, and take your time. What we're kind of looking at is a 9 to 12 month process. So if we were to begin today to take action steps, right? And Miss D is just giving you the action step of relocating your physical self from the United States. Okay. Then let's say, hold on one second, you guys. Let me act like I know. Let's say by November, let me look at my little map here. If we were to start right here and now, today, with being able to stop, examine our thoughts as they come to our head, because some of what we will automatically think is because of the way we've been acculturated, socialized, quote unquote, raised in a system of patriarchy that in which what they call Black girl magic, they all know means that we are elemental, just like they need water, or they need, the sun, or they need air, or they need the earth. They need Black women. You've always been here. You are prehistoric. And I'm not talking about dinosaurs and all that. I'm talking about you are prehistory as Black women. Okay. And you still here. Everything anybody's tried, you're still here. And you are not only surviving, you thrive beyond what anybody has tried to do. Okay. The thing that I feel really stops us is when we start to agree that other people's traditions are our own. Okay. Like Miss D mentioned, now, because now we're talking about mindset and beliefs. You can change what you believe, and therefore you can change the choices that you make, the actions that you take. Okay. Because our beliefs, our actions, and decisions on our behaviors actually tend to follow our beliefs, right? So Miss D mentioned like Christmas and how it's such a capitalist thing. It's not in the Bible. 85% of Black women are self-identified as Christians and believe in the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Okay. So there's a certain kind of language that's used that Christian women understand, or monotheistic women, meaning Jewish or Muslim. And so when we look at history, this is why I'm saying part of how we work to change our mindset is we learn our actual living memory. So we talked to you about coffles, right? If you go back in our enslavement, the tradition of Christmas meant that you were going to be put in a somewhere around December 24th. Black enslaved peoples were put into in mass, you know, prison type, you know, situations from the plantation because their quote unquote enslaver um, owed money to whoever. Okay. So you know how we pay bills and sometimes we get behind and whatever, you owe money and they start calling you or whatever. This is how they handle it during our enslavement. They would take Black women, Black children. I'm not talking about Black men right now. Okay. Yeah, they can read. That's all we ever talk about is Black men being enslaved. I'm talking about Black women and children. You were put in jails from the plantation that you grew up on. And you were put there around December 24th because that's when the collectors would come to get their money back from these plantation owners. And you didn't know whether you were going to be put in a coffle, you and your children, or separately or sold separately or whatever, because that bill collector could come and go, oh, okay, so that's Mr. Lee's enslaved Black woman right over here. Well, we're gonna take her and we're gonna cover his bill for whatever he owes. So between December 24th-ish and January 2nd, we were put back on the trading block to cover the bills of whoever plantation owner. You didn't know whether you were going to see your family again. You didn't know if your children were going to be sold from you because that often happened. You don't know whether you were going to be marched to the nearest blacksmith to have a 30-pound chain placed on you, you know, on your arms and necks and link. And yeah, you didn't know. So we now accept Christmas as a quote unquote tradition of ours. And for years, I've listened to my cousins and my aunt, oh, you're not celebrating Christmas and blah, blah, blah. Listen, hookers, I'm sorry. No, those are my cousins. I love y'all. Listen, no, That's not my tradition. And it's not yours either. Why is it that the traditions that we're supposed to accept always have to do with some horrifying shit that white people did? Thanksgiving. Okay, you murdered Native Americans so they could never come back and claim the land that they've been on for over 20,000 years. And you still, to this day, are poisoning where they are, their water, everything. You're destroying the very indigenous women and girls who can save your sorry asses from what you've done to destroy the planet. You and the way you destroyed them, you not only went after their food, you literally set them on fire, women and children. I don't know what y'all thing is, white folks, about setting people on fire and standing around while you cook people and stuff. I don't know what that is, because you don't even actually cook beef like that. What the hell? But y'all are cruel. You're cruel
Beef
and
tartare.
unusual.
Oh my gosh,
And
I
you
never
want to
even
sit
thought
here
about
and tell me that you're different now? So at what point who came and taught you how to be different than the terrorists you've been? And black men, you too. You too. So I'm gonna show you guys, I'm gonna connect some dots for you. That was one dot, right? We're accepting traditions that don't belong to us, and those traditions are actually based on the evil, um, uh, maniacal choices that these white folks made that we have to pretend they didn't do. And God knows, don't tell them they did it. Okay, because somehow magically they have changed. Okay, but there's nowhere in United States history that shows that they were reprogrammed. There isn't. So I don't know I don't know what fell out of the sky or whatever how they changed from the same vicious, maniacal motherfuckers they always been. I don't know. But it's like, if we say that out loud as Black women, I've had it. I got, I'm on TikTok. I want to say I'm maybe around 8,500 followers or whatever. And that, shout out to the Black Girl Follow Chain. Okay. But brilliant idea. But at first when I was there, I would get the common white hooker that came by Legion, or Black man. Well, where do we fit into your plan and your strategies and tactics? You don't. You the reason we making them. What are you talking about, you weirdo? What is wrong with you? Okay, I don't really want to know. Or white women coming on, you're being divisive and blah, blah, blah. I thought you're being a racist. Girl, I know I'm one of the leadership of hell and everything. And while I have been working on it, that's not what racism means. Dumbass. So this is not a safe place for you. Don't come over here. Now, traditionally, we are not to say those types of things to Black men or white women. We are not. We are lynched for a whole lot less. Okay. And I'm also providing an option for Black women to be able to deny people access in the same way that people come to be violent to you, because that is the language they are speaking. So I don't know who told them they should come through and try to tell a grown-ass Black woman what the hell she gonna say and not say, but all of y'all can kiss my whole entire, not my dog's ass, but the stray dog ass. Girl, let me get my planks out so I can hang your ass upside down. I'm gonna show you what it's really about. Well, how could you be like this? Da da da. I chose it. Just like you chose to be the treacherous fucking legion you are. Just like Black men choose to brutalize us every single damn day and unalive us up to 6 times a day as Black women. And if we're pregnant, you're 11 times more likely to be unalive. And if you're a trans Black woman, you are 8 times more likely to be unalived. But we as Black women, this is where it comes to mindset. We are accepting traditions that don't fucking belong to us. We work together with what was considered eunuchs in the Bible. That 85% of us, say we believe in, eunuchs were thought of as incredible people who were part of the priesthood. They were part of governing. They were warriors.
High officials.
Yes, and they actually were protectors of women. Okay, but we want to sit here and have an argument as Black women because of the tradition of what other people told us we should be fighting over or concerned about or whatever. Yet the people who are literally murdering us, we can't even say it out loud. We can't say that out loud. We can't stop and think, this isn't my tradition. The reason we're not enslaved is because of Black women. The reason we are no longer in quote unquote Jim Crow, where you could just arbitrarily hang a Black woman and her children with her, or a pregnant Black woman upside down, open her belly up, stomp her child, her fetus that y'all say y'all care so much about, into the ground and set her on fire, riddle her with bullets because she said no to you, and Black men went and told it. We talk about things as if it's not people doing these things. So that's something I really want us to start to consider. Okay? Yes, this is a system, but the system is actually people. Okay? Who are making choices and decisions and taking actions and having behaviors that they act like they don't need to be responsible or accountable for. But you, as a Black woman, you need to be not only accountable and responsible for yourself, what you choose to do, how you choose to roll, but you have to be pleasing to the eye of other motherfuckers for what? You have to dress yourself so that you don't entice men, or something my aunt used to say, you have to be careful, lovey-dove, about going out there and inciting the jealousy of other people. Listen, girl, I am not responsible for other people's feelings. And this is what I mean. Again, this is a different train of thought. My feelings are within my power. Y'all ain't responsible for my feelings either. I feel what I do or I don't do. Okay? Now, you might have had the intention to help me to feel a certain way, and maybe you were a catalyst to it. But the bottom line is my feelings belong to me. So when somebody comes up to me, white legion ass hookers, and says, I didn't mean to make you feel that way. Girl, you don't make me feel one way or another. You don't have that power. The idea that we need to go and beg for equality, that we are trying to convince Black men that they need to treat us with loving care, protect us, and be kind and be compassionate because we give them not only life, but we're the ones that stayed when your bitch ass daddies got put on their Yeezys or Converse or what the fuck ever and ran their asses out because that's what they chose to do. It didn't have anything to do with anything else. It was a choice. I chose my children. Their fathers chose dumbass shit, which means you can't be here. My daughter's not going to sit here, and neither is my son, and watch me be brutalized by your ass. That ain't happening. That's a conscious choice. I don't accept the traditions of other people. But we don't even know that we're doing that because we refuse to go and gain our living memories. So that's one. Okay. That's what we're responsible for. Our mindset, our beliefs, and the actions that we choose to take. Okay. Now, that is a whole separate issue from Black men choosing to be violent with us and our children and our girls. So how is it the fault of an 8-year-old Black girl that a Black man is whistling at her? But we will turn around and blame that on her. Oh, you being fast. What the hell does that mean? So this motherfucker is not responsible or accountable for his violent, emotional, and spiritual and mental attack on an 8-year-old girl that he's going to escalate and then try to, I'm going to say it out loud. Here we go, YouTube, rape. It's not molestation. You rape Black girls. 60 to the tune of 60% by the time we're 18 years old. So you tell me why I need to get with a tradition in which a male can do whatever the hell he wants to me. And then I have to not only manage his emotions and his fucking behaviors, but I also need to make sure that I try to fit every single type of Black man's idea of what I should or shouldn't be doing or saying or looking or whatever. No, fuck you. I'm doing none of that shit. Because these are the choices that I'm making. Because I'm not going to sit here and deal with the consequences of you whooping my ass. Nope. Nope. That's not happening. I suggest you go do something whole entirely else. That would be my suggestion. And to each his own. Okay, so this is what I mean by mindset. Let me tell you guys something. We talked about couples, but I want to tell you about this. I don't know if you, sometimes I'll have these pictures of history that I'll do in like a 1-minute thing. And there's a picture of a Black woman and she has a mask on her face. That mask is actually iron, metal. Okay. And what is inside, what you can't see is the bit. So what white folks would do, especially if we were doing crops that were food and sugar cane in particular, they would put this iron mask over our faces. I'm not talking about Black men. I don't give a fuck about them. I'm talking about us as Black women, what we don't talk about. They would put this this iron mask over our faces, but we don't talk about, what we don't know is there's a metal bit that's kind of shaped like your tongue, and it pushes down your tongue. You know what that means? You cannot eat. You cannot even swallow your own saliva. This is what white Christian people did to us, because they didn't want us to eat from the sugar cane that they were forcing us through violence and terrorism to plant, you know, and then ensure those crops grew, and then get them ready to be packaged and sent around the world. The Congo. What's going on in the Congo right now? So they would put these bits in our mouths. Now, if that wasn't cruel enough, because y'all can tell me about every brimstone fire that you think is in hell. I'm telling you, I'm one of the leaders of hell as an actual heathen and heretic, and that's not what's happening there. I would rather be in hell than what these people, actual people calling themselves human beings, do to other human beings. So if this wasn't enough, what happens with this is inside of about 2 hours, your tissues are breaking down, and you're going to get sores all over, and it would hollow out your gums, so holes in your gums. This is in a matter of hours to days. Your tongue and your throat, you can't swallow, so it's not being lubricated. It's on fire. And then those holes would get so big, you could see the inside of someone's mouth from their cheeks. This is the cruelty that white people did and continue to fucking do around this world. And black men are up front going, let me help you. Look, I'll break them down for you. Don't worry about it.
Since 1737.
Yep. An overseer and a driver. An overseer was usually a white man. A driver was a black one. And he was given control over black women and black girls. I'm not talking about black men because I don't give a fuck about them. But I am talking about the black women and black girls and black children we never talk about during enslavement. White overseers didn't last that long, but black ones, they were very good at what they did, and they're still doing it. And we want to accept them being the what leaders of what? Where the fuck are they going to lead us to? They're not leading me nowhere, but see, I'm not accepting that dumbass tradition. That's ridiculous. So this mask that was put on black women, black children, you could get that mask for any number of reasons, one of which you might have just been working in the sugarcane fields. Okay. Another one of which is when black women would speak up and try to save the lives of other people, particularly black men. We were the resistance. Harriet Tubman didn't do that by herself. She had a cacophony of black women throughout that. No, I know we hear about the Quakers and the occasional black man on the Underground Railroad, but the real one was a connectivity of black women. That's one of the reasons they wanted our haircut, not only just to use in their furniture and shit, okay? That's stuffing in their furniture. But they wanted our haircut because black women had such a great ability to come together despite their differences. They even used their hair, how their hair was braided, to braid maps into them for the next person on the Underground Railroad to know where they were going. So Black men haven't done anything to lead us anywhere. They come in and they get to take credit because we have adopted a tradition of saying, well, they're the head of the household and they're leaders because they have a penis, and thus they get to tell us what to do and the next thing and blah 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 blah. Girl, that's not my tradition. The source, the creatrix, the great she, the great mother, that's my tradition. And I'm not bending a knee to not near a motherfucker. That's not happening because that's not what I'm choosing to do. And what we're telling you is you get to choose what you're going to believe. You get to choose to change your mindset. You get to choose to center yourself. You get to choose to leave these United States as a part of you choosing you and your happiness and your peace and your joy. You get to make that a part of choosing how you secure your person. So you don't have to constantly be looking for the next terrorist that's going to set off the next bomb in your head, around your body, and around your spirit. You get to choose. That's going to be no. And you get to take steps to make sure that it doesn't occur. Relocating out of these United States is one step, but you're going to have to take action. You're going to have to, in the next, couple of weeks, decide, you know what? If this is your choice, you know what? I think I do want to relocate. I'm going to go and look at what Miss D gave me as resources. I'm going to listen to them. And I'm going to see what they saying, what they talking about. I'm going to take some notes. And if it's something that I really think that I could start to work on, put money away, get seizing the crypto bull run, and start working on your fiscal for you. Because right now, the U.S. government can't, you have just as much play as the U.S. government in crypto. That's what they don't want you. They definitely don't want you to know that or do that.
No, they don't. And time's running out on top of that
Yeah,
because they hate it that you can do this.
that's right.
While they
Miss
can't
D,
barely pay their own bills now. They,
yeah.
they they can't barely pay their own bills, but they're gonna be real mad about you paying yours on with
and
crypto.
and and having this and leveling the playing field when it comes to your fiscal. You won't have to answer to other people about your money
Mm-hmm.
and and how you obtained it and what you did with it. You don't need to do any of that because you can make a different choice. You do not have to accept the traditions of whoever. You don't.
May I jump
Okay?
in right there about may I
Yes.
jump in right there about tradition? One thing to understand in the United States, the default for black people, and we're talking about black women and children right now. It would not matter, but that's what we're choosing to focus on. Any tradition will default to slavery. If you don't make choices, you will be in the default. 85% of black women identify as church or Christian still. And of course, I'm one of them. But here's what I remember. Thankfully, the men in my family were more enlightened. But here's what I remember around Christmas time. I remember how stressed out, and these men had gone on to be with the Lord by this time, but how stressed out some of the women in my family were trying to uphold traditions that at this point, there's no point to it. There's maybe 5 or 6 of us left. So why are we putting on this big spread And this literally happened to me. We had so much turkey there, you can't keep turkey more than, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. But we had so much one particular year. Probably the nearest I've ever come to dying from food poisoning in my entire life. We had done too much. Now, I wouldn't have been able to unwind that for you 20, 30 years ago. But and what really gets sad is when Black women reach a certain age and they can't do matrix stuff anymore, because it takes some time for us to get to our 70s, our 80s, and close to our 90s before this happens. But do you know that people around you don't notice that you can, and they expect you to keep doing it? And very few of the younger men pick up the slack. So this is what I need you to think about. Remember, for those of you who are Christians like me, the Lord Jesus said, "Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden." You already in slavery. "And I'll give you rest." Who are you listening to at the holiday time? Like, if you're going to be a Christian, be a Christian. Go find out what you want. When Jesus went to visit Mary and Martha, now bear in mind, he had fed the 4,000 and the 5,000. Martha's in here working. Mary is just sitting down and learning and enjoying her day. Again, he done fed 5,000 over here and 4,000 over there. Mary and Martha's like, "Well, I'm working real hard here." She's not paying attention. Martha, your sister actually has it together. I'm here now. Rest. You can rest too. Your sister's doing a smart thing. You can rest. Just ask yourself about the traditions of the holidays and how much rest Black women get. If you consider yourself a Christian, think about your mama, your aunties, your grandmamas, and then listen to the Black men around you, good, bad, and indifferent, about how they talk about the way it used to be when mama and grandmama and Deeann and them used to do all this stuff. And now today's women can't cook and they don't want to do this, they want to do that. No. Because again, anything you don't examine carefully, I don't care how good it is, I don't care, it's indifferent. Because what is the fundamental tradition toward Black women in this country? Everything defaults. How far back does this go with Black men in particular? The first pimp, 1737, and his job was to select Black. He got to dress. I remember having seen this documentary. He got to dress in a fine suit and a tall hat. There were Black women up there tied up hand and feet naked. This all up here like this, having to show off all their stuff. And he's helping these white men pick out who they were going to mess with that night. First pimp. The compromising begins really early, because you got to remember, massive mass importation of Black women, it hasn't even happened yet in 1737. That's the beginning. Not we're not even talking about the massive numbers that you would get around 1790, 1800 yet. So consider who you're going to be doing all this stuff for the holidays. And I know that we live in a country where people are mad if you say Merry Xmas instead of Merry Christmas and all the rest. Let me just help you understand something, okay? First of all, Jesus Christ isn't asking you to do this. Never has, never will, never did. Second of all, after the Romans had finished conquering the earth in their brutal way and made everybody not a Roman male a barbarian and expendable, it's important to understand. They had to figure out where they were going to begin to get all these people to conquer to celebrate Christ's Mass. So they looked to the north, and in the north, people were celebrating the winter solstice because that meant the sun was going to come back toward the north and to the south. People were celebrating the birth of Heru. Now, Constance of Love can get you further down this road than I can. I know basic mineral history, but that's how much the Egyptian mysteries had on the whole world. The birth of Heru, or Horus, as you say in Greek, was also around that same time of year. So instead of thinking, previous to Constantine, nobody had to force anybody to be a Christian. Previous to Constantine, this was not even thought of. So instead of understanding that people have a right to believe what they want and it'll be handled in eternity after a while, because if any god or goddess is worth its salt, this is what's going to happen. But the idea here is, oh, hey, Dad. Oh, Samantha's man. Okay. If any person claiming deity knows his salt, he doesn't necessarily need you to do worship by the sword. But Christmas is an imposition of a Roman imperialist power on the whole world. So you have to kind of ask yourself, now that you know this, how much do you need to participate? Now, as a Christian myself, because I'm with community-minded people, it is a time of year where you have more room to minister to whoever you choose to minister to, because people are kind of acclimatized to it. But that's a choice. It's not a requirement. If that's what you want to do, great. If you want to be out there, here we come, a wassailing along the tree so green. Do this because you chose. I don't know why you would, but do this because you chose. I have a children's choir. We're going to go minister to a whole bunch of people because we have an opportunity to do that, because a door is open, because people are acclimatized to this. That's a choice. You can serve the Lord Jesus by doing the things he actually said to do for people at any time. But don't do it because of the coffle of tradition. Don't be chained to your moms, your grandmoms, your great grandmoms, and all the stuff they used to do, and all these men. No, y'all can learn how to cook too. Go down and buy the Boston Market Special. Maybe if you love your wife, your mama, your grandmama, give grandmama a break. Let her make some cobbler or some banana pudding or whatever it is she enjoys making. And you, as a protector and a provider, make some stuff happen. The Lord Jesus never asked any woman to make a meal for him. Ever. Didn't have to. And sit up there talking about these faithless men that he had around that had no ye of little faith. Y'all don't get this shit. Out here dunking on men for making fun of women. If you're going to be a Christian, then you need to understand. You need to not be doing blasphemy in the name of Christ. Because I heard love very clearly. All these white so-called Christians up here with people in coffles and tongue depressors and people's mouths rotting out for 246 years. And then took a 12-year break because they had to. And then got as close to doing it again. Don't be like, the Bible says, learn not the ways of your oppressor. It is very clearly written. Don't let yourself take another year doing stuff because tradition. No. Be free. If like, my father, who just walked through here because he was delivering my sister's mail on his way up or down, one way going up and coming down. He said, there was a sale on a ham today, but y'all looked at that thing and I thought, that doesn't make any sense for us to do that. I know this is what we do, Mama, talking to my mom, but no, because this don't make no sense, because why would we buy all this ham and we don't need to eat it? You as free as my father to look at what you presented and be like, this don't make no sense. I ain't doing it. Black women are free too. Hello. Don't let some Christmas lights and some eggnog be the reason that you continue a slavery tradition another year. Whatever you choose to do ending 2023 and 2024, based on you having thought about it, is one thing. But a lot of stuff that we do toward the end of the year, and I didn't even know the stuff about the sales, but I knew, when they talk about businesses get back into the black at the end of the year, I didn't know that actually related to the fact that you literally put people in a market. And so I didn't make the connection to December 24th. But now that I think about it, on Wall Street, they used to do this in New York. Most people do not know that New York was a slave state until 1827. And all these
Wall
unnamed
Street
people.
was a slave slave trading.
It was
That's
a slave
what Wall
market.
Street began.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
So I didn't think to, because again, where do we end the business calendar? We end the calendar on December 31st. So if you had debts you had to pay off at the end of the year, businesses and plantations got back into the black. Hello. So don't feel the need. I know. Oh, we've got a sale. That stuff is all 40% to 60% marked up anyway. And if you didn't need it in October, you probably don't need it in December either. And then you're going to go get all that and then have to work to pay Uncle Sam his taxes all the way down through April. And then by the time we hit April, someone's going to want you to get some Easter candy. Now, look, there's a lot that goes on with Easter. If you want to worship Ishtar, that's one thing. Or Ashtaroth, that's one thing. But if you're going to do that, do it consciously. And you deal with the consequences after a while. But don't just fall into it because you just ignorantly doing it. Because that's what a lot of... And then by the time we get past Easter, Maybe somebody's gonna bring you something nice for Mother's Day. But look at all this work you done for the last 6 months to get some little card. Maybe. I was reading a sister talk about a man went out of his way for 14 years not to buy a birthday present or a card for Mother's Day. If you get that, and you gonna expect to have to, by the time Father's Day, you gonna have all these people coming at you talking about, well, men are just not appreciated, and we're, people, children are bringing their mothers Father's Day cards. Brother, do you know that 1 out of 3 of your brothers may not even be home for Father's Day for things that they did? And by the time we get there, it's July. Now you got to do all this stuff for the 4th of July. Frederick Douglass explained this before he got the white woman all the way back in whatever year that was. Why? I ain't got nothing to say against August. But by the time you hit August, you went back to school. And who is everybody looking at? Because your school ain't going to provide what need to be having for the kids. So who's going to have to make that up? Huh? August, September. Who's going to have to make all that up? Well, by the time we get done with September, then you got to go buy the Halloween candy. And this is how you stay in the same loop. Year after year. Slavery is perpetual. Remember? Year after year after year. We try to get you out.
So what if you took that money, whatever money you normally spend on Christmas, credit cards, whatever it is, what if you took that money and you banked it, or you got Miss D's best-selling book and you invested in yourself? What if that was one of your action steps?
Mm-hmm.
Because I started long time ago on the whole Christmas thing with the kids or whatever. Girl, I gave to them 364 days a year. Oh no, we're not doing any of that. Christmas time, we're gonna be doing this about mama. And that's another thing. I actually taught, I told my children the things that were happening. I can't tell you how many you say you be telling them too much and this and that. Listen, sometimes the reason our children don't know how to deal with situations is because we did not prepare them to. We hid it from them because that has been our what? Tradition. Okay. So they thought we made everything look easy, in other words. And I needed my children to know the reality of it. Girl, you get me in a store. I was known for this shit. Okay. Here comes the kid. Well, mom and my daughter, she a whole lawyer at 3 years old. So there's no Santa. You're Santa. We in the line. There ain't no Santa. What you talking about, girl? I'm saying he ain't getting the credit for none of the shit I'm doing. Oh, hell no. Okay, this is loud. I don't give a damn. Y'all can all kiss my ass because that is not my tradition. And we are going to give credit where credit is due up in this matriarchal household. And the credit is due to me. I was doing what's called double back. Y'all ever heard of that? You work 16 hours. You go home for a few hours, get you some rest, take on your children and all that good stuff. Then you get ready for daycare all over again. And then you go back another 16. That's a double back. And so you think I'm giving the credit to Santa Claus, a damn burglar jumping down my damn everybody's house. The hell, he ain't got no key to my house. You get
if he came to your house, he would get 9 mm 380. I know that.
Yeah, we get you coming in here. I can tell you what the law says about that, sir. My daughter. Well, then if you're Santa, are you the one eating the cookies? What cookies? Good. I am Santa. Like, I'm trying to convince this 3. Girl, I'm Santa. I'm that white weird rabbit, that weird damn what's that? The tooth fairy? What kind of weird shit is that? Will y'all stop? Will y'all please stop? I don't know how that is even a thing. Why is there some legion flying in here messing with children's teeth? Stop. Okay, I just need all of this to stop. My money is
Ah,
going in the bank. Okay, and I'm gonna invest it, and I'm gonna build wealth. Okay, that's what we gonna do with the whole Christmas money and the Thanksgivings and the whatever. Now we do have a traditions of getting together, but it's not, you know, it, it we do that all year round. Okay, and now typically my daughter's in charge of that. Okay, because I don't even want my husband, my son, or who, don't even talk to me about, I don't care. Okay, she will tell you which direction you go, who's doing what. Okay, because I have done this y'all's childhood every single day. I want y'all to add that up.
yeah.
I'm not doing a motherfucking thing. Okay. Y'all all live well because of the shit that I have done and what I suffered and what I chose to do and what I chose not to do. All of y'all. Okay. Every stitch of furniture in our house, we didn't put this on no credit card, girl. Cash. Can't nobody come in here and take shit. Not a damn thing. But if y'all think my husband sat down and planned out each room by color and all that shit that I did, no, he did not. And he ain't gonna be taking no credit for it. Well, love, how come you don't? You know, your husband's the head of household. The fuck he is. He puts the money in the bank. That's a job. One of them. And he's a soldier. My son is too. What the hell? Yeah, you need to get with me. That's what you need to do. Because I make shit happen. Always have. And because of that, we are not going to sit around and not take responsibility for y'all's behavior and accountability for your own behavior, grown ass people. We're not doing that shit. Okay. And y'all are going to get with me because that is a tradition I do believe in. I did the same thing with my own grandmother. I did that. Her dedication to me, I was equally dedicated to her. And that's what y'all gonna do over here. And we ain't gonna pretend it's something that it ain't. You ain't getting no praise you didn't work for. I come up with the big ideas, all praise is due to a sister. And the reason I'm saying that, because people like to tell us as Black women, I know they like to tell me, oh, that's arrogance and this and that. No, that's work I've done. And because we don't take the credit for what we actually do, we give the praise to everybody else, Christian women too. All praise is due to the Lord. That's the reason that I went out there and got blankets for all of these people. That's the reason that I, as a Black woman, went out here and fed, the elderly in my community because the Lord did that. That's great and that's wonderful. And I really do think, do that. Give praise. I have a relationship with the goddesses. Okay. I don't really talk about my relationship because it's my relationship. I don't need to to sit here and tell you, oh, they did this and they did that for me or whatever. That's my business with them. But in no way are the goddesses taking credit for what I did in this iteration of myself. Okay? That's not how we relate. It isn't. They have what they do, what they're responsible and accountable for, and I have what I am accountable and responsible for in this iteration of myself. So that's how it goes. But because we haven't, over these years, over these hundreds of years in these United States, taken credit for what we've done as Black women and Black girls, people get to lean into terrorizing us and telling us we're only useful for what we can do for other people. Okay, so a mindset. What are your conditions and what are you doing with them? The other thing is, if I was to take what Miss D said about relocating, right? And I was to go, okay, so I'm going to listen to I'm going to look up what Miss D, the references Miss D gave me that are in the description. And I'm going to take my time. I'm going to go through them. I'm going to take notes. And then I'm going to come to an understanding about what crypto is, what Bitcoin is, and is that something that I want to pursue? Okay. And if I want to pursue it, I'm going to trade in, no offense, Cynthia G, but I'm going to trade in hanging out with Cynthia G for that however long. And I'm going to go focus on learning about crypto and Bitcoin. I don't think she's going to mind if you go look at your fiscal for yourself. You take some action steps to increasing your financial situation.
I think she would encourage it.
I think she would. I really
think she would encourage it.
I don't know her like that, but I think she would. I think she would be happy because she says it's a lot. Get you some standards and something and something.
Mm-hmm.
The difference is we going to give you some steps. Because I want you to think about the action steps you can take towards to get to the end of this. Okay. Because we're looking for you. We're trying to help you to get to a certain outcome for your own security, your own happiness, your own joy, and your own peace. We're not going to do it for you, but we are giving you resources to begin with. And just like you go watch Miss G or Cynthia G or whoever, you could take that time and that energy and go spend that time focusing on, let me figure out what this is. And do I want to go there? And if I do, here are the steps that I'm going to take. Okay, in Miss D's book, she outlined some good stuff, man. What? My daughter's finished. She's like, mom, cracking, mom. We already got the
release the cracking,
girl. She okay. She's like, I don't remember you sending me the passcode. I did, but that's okay. I'm gonna send it again. Okay. So you see, we are taking actual steps. We got this. We got Season, the Crypto Bull Run, the best selling by an author named Deeann Mathews, and that badass cover by True. Okay, and we both, because I put her in charge of that because she works as a part of my business. Okay, she's on the documents, right? Because the plan is for her to retire by the time she is between 32 and 35 and have multiple streams of income so she could be the CEO that she is. Okay? I don't plan for that girl to be working into her 50s. What? 60s? I know you tripping right now. Okay? So we're taking action steps. Can you guys see what we did? We got the book, read the book, and started and took advice from the book, got the app. She's studying the app. So the next step is to invest. See the steps? See the action steps we taking? So we're gonna see what happens in a week, in 2 weeks, in 3 weeks, because I like to watch my money tight. Okay. And she definitely do. Listen, side note, when she was about 8, I gave her first $20 bill. Why'd she do this? I was like, what are you doing? She's like, I'm checking to make sure it's real. I checked the watermarks. How'd she know about watermarks? Got to love that goddess war girl. Girl, I love that girl. And one of my favorite things is to hear her laughter. Huh? So ain't nothing breaking into this baby joy if I could help it. Huh?
Yeah, don't try that.
Yeah, that's where we headed.
don't.
Okay, her happiness and her. I want this girl to be. She's so self-aware anyway because she has taken the self-confidence classes. Have been a part of her life growing up. Right? She lived with me, so it does not like she doesn't go through things. She does, but she has tools to help her navigate. Hmm? And look at an outcome that she's going for, and then to find out what the steps are and the other tools she needs to get there. And that's what she does. And that's what I'm saying to you. Okay. So if I took that and I was like, okay, so I'm gonna decide, I'm gonna do that part, and I'm gonna start putting aside money for my relocation. So by November 30th, I'm gonna have watched what Miss D have put in the description, and I'm gonna be like, ooh, okay, I'm gonna choose 5 countries with the most benefits, security, what their healthcare is, how affordable it is, how safe it is, right? For me as a Black woman. So I'm gonna be looking at least 5 countries by November 30th. By the time we get to December, I'm gonna have narrowed that down to 3. Okay, that's how I buy houses. I start out, I'm looking at all these houses, okay, and then I narrow it down to these. We get our realtor involved, and then we get to 3. And my husband's over here, just get what you want, because you're gonna do that anyway. Yes, don't we know that? No, I'm not. I was just talking out loud. I wasn't asking nobody. I don't ask permission. What are you talking about? Hello. So, you know, steps, action steps. I'm not gonna be sitting here listening to this criminal and that criminal just for the hell of it, just so I can be mad. Okay. If I'm listening to the ops, it's to come up with a strategy and some tactics to neutralize your ass. That's what it is. Better yet, prevent you from ever doing whatever was ever getting ready to cross your mind. That may as well not become an action to you. So if I'm looking at the ops, it is preventative and to neutralize. Period, plain and simple. Okay. So if I did this by December, I've come down to 3 different locations that I think I like. My favorite 3. And then remember, along the line, we're putting away money. We're doing our investment if that's what we choose to do, right? Because now we understand that it's going to take a certain amount of money for each one of these 3 places. How much money will I need? What's the exchange rates? What kind of food do they eat? What language do they speak? What's the weather like? Because girl,
yeah, it's important.
Okay, if there's some hurricanes, am I gonna be able to wake up on the beach naked and not know how I got there? I need to know these things, girl. Okay, I mean, because that would be a choice for me to wake up naked on a beach somewhere. Okay, so I'm just saying. So we're taking steps. You hear us giving you resources, a plan in which you can start to think of how you take action steps. Does that make sense? Like I hope this is like, yeah,
it does.
Give me some shit I could just
yes. Everything is about action. If Harriet Tubman had spent time being mad at any of her slave owners, she never would have made it. Neither would any of the other people. This is the other thing about, again, because 85% of us are Christian. We understand why our forebears wrote the Lord will make a way somehow. But if you actually read the Bible, there's never an order given that people are not having to walk out from Abram all the way down to Revelation 19. And there's balance here. I will praise thee For I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Meaning you get to recognize God for who He is, but also recognize who you are and rejoice in that so that you don't get stuck thinking, well, I can't do it, God gonna have to do it. There are some things that we cannot do that God indeed does have to do. But as Black women in particular, we have been acculturated to assign almost everything to someone else. And again, if you're going to be a Christian, you better figure out what Christ said. He never actually assigned everything to someone else. You have listed responsibilities, and among those responsibilities is to take action. So if Jesus said, rest yourself, if you love me, keep my commandments. Sometimes the commandments involve you taking off all this, all ye that are heavy laden and laden, and I'll give you rest, coming to me.
Mm-hmm.
When we think about relocation, let me dial this down a little bit. Some of you need to relocate. Somebody listening to me needs to relocate out of a dangerous situation. So if you can't think about a country right now, what city are you going to start over? Because if Black men are ideating that they are like the men who are throwing women over sofas and swearing on their grandmothers and strangling other women, you need to think about this in terms of it's not always about the same thing goes whether the distance is 10 miles, 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles. Action. Stephanie Perry will the skills, because I know she has a video about cities you can move to on your way out. It's back in there somewhere, a couple years back. She talks about how you build a good YouTube channel to make income that way, to get to monetization. She talks about how because you speak English well, no matter where you go, someone's trying to speak English, as long as the United States of America doesn't mess it up too bad, and it's still the strongest economy in the world, people want to speak English very well, even in China. So all the way around the world, you have a collection of skills, but you do have to take some time to don't pay so much attention to men that are turning to dust as of May 5th, 2022. Men who are in prisons in Eastern Europe at this moment. Because, Romanian men are not going to let you traffic their girls like that. Sorry, Mr. Tate. Our condolences to Mr. Kevin Samuel's mother and daughter, of course. But all this rhetoric that they have is of men who have contented themselves to become the name of the wicked shall rot. So you don't need to spend a whole lot of time being mad at them because that's going to happen anyway. But in redirecting that energy, the steps inside the steps, your crypto in the next year may make the difference between you being able to sell that Bitcoin, or if you listen to Black Girl Stock, she'll teach you how to do options. And I know if a Level Up Single Mom is still here, she's talking, binary options out there, Forex is out there. There's a lot of things available in the resources that are there. Terry Ajiyoma will teach you how to do all of that. Next year, you may not be able to get as far as being able to find a beach you can wake up naked on. But next year, that may give you the resources to be, if something goes down in your city or something goes down in a relationship, that money is the money you sell to get up out of Dodge.
Mm-hmm.
So you can take baby steps first. We're not saying that 18 million Black women, that's a choice for those of you that want to relocate out of the country. But the same skills that you get will allow you to do. The idea is it's your choice after that. So if you can't think yet about 5 countries, are you secure where you are?
Mm-hmm.
Chicago. Black women are 36% of the population, 40% of the population, but they account for like 60% of the assaults and murkings and all the rest. No, they're 16% of the population, and they account for 40s and 60s of all this.
Yeah, they're 16% of the
They're
population.
16% of the population, and they account for 40s and 50s and 60s of all these terrible numbers.
Kidnapping, unaliving, people tend to burglarize Black women more. Yeah. We, like you said, you don't have to move, you don't have to relocate out of the country yet, but you know, you can look at relocating out of your city
Your
that you
situation.
and your
This is
situation.
this is something that Black women making money is actually very adept about talking about as well.
Mm-hmm.
And Mokomami are very adept about talking about as well.
Mm-hmm.
They and Alicia Renice basically are more in situation, although I know Alicia has said online that she wants to move also, but right now she's in country.
Mm-hmm.
So, but the idea is I want you to think about something. If you go back 160 years, what is the one thing a Black woman was never allowed to think that she had the freedom to do? Move out of her situation because you're enslaved. And slaves don't move. Excuse me? No, that's not allowed. That chain is still on a lot of our minds. So
Mm-hmm.
the skill that you get, I have not moved, but Stephanie Perry helped me move out of some situations, helped me organize my life so that, because a number of y'all who on my channel have been saying, you're glowing recently. Well, she helped me unload a whole lot of things and people, and then, like I'm gonna say it again, y'all get yourself some love products. But I still had to work on the internal, and also I had
Mm-hmm.
a wonderful Black life coach when I was 40, daughter of Zion Ministries, Coretta. She got off the website she was on. I don't have the new link, but the next time we talk about this, I will, to help me unpack all these things that Christ was not asking for. So then why am I doing them? And then all these things that are traditional, but ain't no power there. So why am I doing them? So that I can be in a position where I can put out a bestseller, drop 30 pounds, all this stuff. It's not necessarily, I still live right where I live. I'm not called to leave right now because, honor thy father and thy mother. And the thing about it is, it's just like Love said about her grandmother. If your folks did, Mother Mathews and Father Mathews did what they're supposed to do. So the
Mm-hmm.
reciprocity is got to be there right now.
Yeah.
But even without physically moving, some people moved a meeting on me the other day. I'm like, nope, I'm sorry, you didn't give me enough notice. I couldn't have done that 5 years ago. I would have felt obligated to do whatever foolery anybody was doing. In fact, that is what I was doing 8 to 9 years ago. But even without having physically moved, I don't do that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So what I moved was the idea that I could get up and leave everything helped
Mm-hmm.
me to be able to manage taking the shackles off in terms of being able to look at anything that's around me and be like, yeah, I'm gonna make a decision about that based on, okay, what we're doing is important. I don't have trifling people around me. Y'all know I can't, I don't. But at the same time, the fact that you felt the need to schedule that and you didn't even come and ask me if this was a good day because you thought you could and all the rest of it, yes, you can. You absolutely can. But what you can't do is make it mandatory for me to be there. Because if you needed me to be there, you would have called and asked me what day worked for me. So if it was that important, then you would have treated me with the respect to find out ahead of time. Doing this work, if all you do in November, well, we said to the 30th, if all you do is understand the options that you have between now and the 30th, if you don't pick 5 countries, pick 5 things that you would like to be doing with your life. Pick 5 things you'd like to stop. And then
Mm-hmm.
you pick up these skills and you work on December, narrow them down to 3. What's your 3 best thing and three things you not taking to 2024? And these tools will give you the ability to do that. And then what you do is you scale it up. You scale it up. Before Alicia and Stephanie, I wasn't planning to be a best-selling author 5th time out. I probably had too much foolery going on in my life in 2022, late 2021, to be able to think clearly enough to do that. And then, of course, again, y'all go ahead and pick up self-confident Black, become a self-confident woman as well. Do that also, because a lot of us don't even realize the weight. It's like we keep talking about this coffle for a reason. We are doing these amazing things and do not understand that people almost got our backs bent and we're still able to do it. And because we're still able to do it, we don't even recognize. Do you know what happens when you take all that weight off? And I'm not talking about, I'm talking about this. Now,
Mm-hmm.
losing weight helps you too. But if you're stressed out, how are you going to do that?
Mm-hmm.
Again, people have all these demands on what you're supposed to look like. Oh, by the way, let me just say this for the record. If you're over 25, there's nothing you can do. Because, Black women are only valuable at the same age that they would have been most valuable on the slave block, 18, well, actually 14 to 25. So if you're older than 25, since you can't do that anyway, You're never going to fit that. And then you have to ask yourself, fool, who are you? Are you sitting at the right hand of the Father? No. Would you be able to make it into sex presence if you were over here with confidence and love? No. The other dignities of the universe wouldn't have you either. You don't have enough going for you. You don't have enough character. You're not going to even be useful. So, who died and left you in charge? Nobody. Why am I listening to what you say you want? You're not even able. This is the irony. Stop listening to people that blame women for stuff they're not able to do for themselves. Anytime a man tells you a woman needs to do this and a woman needs to do that, then kind of step up behind him and see if he actually knows how to do that for himself real quick. Huh?
Because what? You're grown.
Exactly.
You are you're grown.
I was reading. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was reading internationally about the standards of international men.
Mm-hmm.
And there are people in different countries who are like, American men don't pick up after themselves? We would never do that here. That's ridiculous. And one of them was sitting up there like, and black women are gorgeous, but we don't always know if we can approach. But if we at least we pick up after ourselves. I'm like, is the bar that low? Is the bar that low? Because other men are out here talking about, y'all do what now? Ooh, y'all hurry up and get on over here, because we're not gonna have those problems now. Wherever you go, you still have to understand. I've said this on my channel before. Latin America, 5-step caste system. Black women are at the bottom naturally. Got to be careful. I don't need to talk to y'all about Europe. If you didn't pick up enough information about that in high school, just the last 80 years, all I got for you was 1933 Germany. If y'all don't understand it, if y'all don't know why everybody didn't celebrate Queen Elizabeth having passed away, if you ain't got it, go find it. Africa? How black women were enslaved in mass basically means that African men did not take their choices to stand up for us either. That's what that means.
Well, I think it's like like we were saying, it's a mindset and it's taking action steps. So I'm gonna go back to the mask, the bit.
Okay.
I'm gonna go back to the bit for just a second, right? If the bit was not bad enough, and by the way, I forgot to mention that usually the person died within 6 to 8 weeks, if not earlier, right? The black woman or black child died.
Yeah. And
what they felt like is they could just replace her.
Yep.
So that did not stop us though from forming resistance and enacting it. The same thing you saw us do during the civil rights era. Okay. We just accepted other people's traditions of black women not taking credit where credit was due, not passing on our oral history, right? And putting this idea that men are supposed to be providers and protectors and leaders, none of which they did. They weren't willing to defend black women with their lives then. They weren't willing to do it in Africa. They don't do it today in Africa. We talk a lot about the Congo and what's going on because people are recognizing it for the enslavement that it is. But what I need to say today, because we're focused on us here in the United States, because I believe that Black women and Black girls have some opportunities to change our mindset and thus our actions and take full on advantage of, let's say, the Second Amendment. Okay. So then we're then able to duplicate that process in other places with other Black women and Black girls, because Black men are the drivers on the ground. They're the ones, the militias that are ensuring that the supply chain where it ends with or begins with Black women and Black children are Black men. They are using the same terror, the same violence, the same brutality that they've been using throughout the continent of Africa as Black men. And we're not going to sit here over here and pretend that it's something that it's fucking not. They are the drivers. Like you have overseers in the United States is one big old plantation tradition. Okay. And if you can sink that into the mind, then it makes it very simple to continue for this to be a predator-prey situation. So while I am not responsible for a Black man being violent or terrorizing or whatever, whether I am Sukiani and you don't like the way that I present myself, I'm not a palatable victim or whatever the hell it is, because really no Black woman is. We can see that whether you're Keke Palmer and you're America's quote unquote sweetheart, whether you're Meg Thee Stallion, she's always talking and she's always this. Actually, if you guys have ever watched Meg Thee Stallion, the girl has the body that she has because she do some super duper workouts. Like she's not playing. And her lyrical skill is out of this world. Her voice is powerful. Black women, there is power within you, which is why people are always trying to harness you throughout the ages. The problem is we believe ourselves that they ought to. And I'm telling you, MSD's telling you, rethink that. You have the power to change your belief about yourself. That's what the self-confidence class is for. Okay? I already have self-confidence. Ain't nobody over here talking about, oh, love, you not equal. How you don't tell me I'm not equal, girl. I do what the hell I
Please don't go over there and do that.
I do
You
what
will
the
not
hell
like
I
the
want. I
outcome.
do it. What are you talking about? You sound, I don't know, whatever. That's you. That is not what I believe in. Those are not the decisions I make or the choices and the actions and behaviors. You can clock mine and you can see exactly what outcomes I'm going for and what outcomes I get. So I don't really need to share any of this with anyone else. And I, on the other hand, do, because it is my duty as goddess born. And when I say I am goddess born, that doesn't mean that, oh, I just need all people to do this. Oh, yeah, you do need to bend the knee. However, it's because you come to me and you count on me as a Black woman to solve your fucking problems for you that you made for all of us by your badass behavioral choices. So if I'm going to do that, oh, I'm going to take full on this. And the other part of it is I understand my self-worth in such a way that you don't tell me what you're going to pay me. I tell you. I put a note, I put I write on a little piece of paper and I put it in an envelope and I slide it across the table. Because that's my walk away. That's the least as you can pay me. And of course it's gonna be 100 times more than what you thought. You're not about to tell me what my value is. Girl, Do this look like Wall Street in the 1790?
Before 1827.
Yeah, girl, you ain't telling me shit about my value. Okay. But if you want these exquisite skills and power, you gonna pay for it. And I set the price. We have all of these skills, abilities that we go to school for, and then we go and we fix the agriculture for people, the environment for people, the healthcare systems for people, all of these different areas that we work in to change. To white people didn't just come through here, black men talking about, oh, we have civil rights now. Girl, you don't even do that. Y'all didn't do no work. None of you didn't do no work. Okay. And you still not, but you want to take the credit for America being a democracy. Girl, get the hell out of here. Ain't nobody doing that. So if it wasn't bad enough that you put a bit in our mouths, and we would often die with maggots eating our flesh because you wanted to use our power and our elemental nature for profit. And it wasn't enough that you enslaved us. You were cruel and fucking unusual. And there ain't a devil in hell, and I can tell you as one of its leadership, that got anything on y'all ass. They ain't got nothing on what you'll do to humans as other so-called humans. So if that's not bad enough, you know what these people would do? They would defecate. And then they'd put it on the bit and then put it in a black woman's mouth. So you want me to get with what tradition? I'm sorry, what? Hell no. Nope. So, now that we've really talked about the process of if we were going to take action towards, if we're taking action towards relocating for our centering ourselves, right? And really looking at the outcomes that we want to gain, you're going to have to take those steps. And to go, oh, well, I got to get through Christmas and all this other. Girl, put your money with you. Girl, take your energy back. Deny people access. Girl, I'm good for telling people, oh, I'm in my genius zone. I won't be talking to you. Everybody who knows me knows that. Once I say I'm in my genius zone, there's no talking to me.
Leave it alone.
I'm busy. I'm thinking. Trigger warning. I've been thinking. Okay. That's what I'm doing. I'm making my next move and the outcomes we're going to get. And coming up with a different type of camera to put in my daughter's space. Okay. So let's talk about our security. Because we somehow, again, we think because of the belief systems and the traditions that we have accepted, and that we don't really we don't embrace our most authentic selves and understand our actual worth, right? And that it's incalculable. Other people cannot put a price on it. Okay? It is your self-autonomous right to decide what you're worth, who you are, and what you want. So this idea that if men would just follow the script of the Bible, then blah, blah, blah. No, men have gone out of their way to make themselves godlings. Okay? Whatever it was supposed to be originally, men have gone out of their way to make themselves godlings and telling women that you need to go through them. and all the stuff you do, you should be telling people that they did it and they came up with it. Okay. And what I'm saying to you is it's going to take a mindset change. So let's talk about your personal security. Some reason we think that somebody's coming. Okay. No one's come. The reason Black women are not being lynched in terms of being set on fire or hung by the neck until they died is because other Black women put a stop to that. Ida B. Wells. Okay, we can just start with her, but there are so many Black women who work together, all right, to put a stop to lynchings. Okay. Emmett Till need not have happened, but what we definitely see, the reason I don't really get on white men the way I do white women or Black men is because we all know what the hell white men have done. The terrorist, bullshit ass, violent ass, brutal ass, they can't do nothing without being fucking violent. Okay. But the most violent person in this world is a white woman. Y'all can say whatever you want to, but they not only are violent, they write the book on it. The reason that your children and you and your mama did not know your own history in these United States is because white women wrote the book. They wrote the history across these 50 states and Puerto Rico and Guam. Okay. So I'm telling you, you don't know because white women chose who was going to know what. And you cannot keep this system and traditions in place if you don't program people in the next generations. And we've been sitting back and being told that if we don't send our children to school, we are going to jail as Black women. But white women will tell you right now, they ain't sending their kids to school if y'all talking about any type of Black history. They out here burning books and doing all kinds of stuff. Moms of freedom, all of that. But we want to sit here and go off on Keke Palmer for some Black man being violent and a terrorist in her life. We want to sit here and say Meg Thee Stallion deserved what she got. What? As another Black woman. That's what are you out of your mind? Oh, Roe deserved that because she's not the type of Black woman. Hello, Coco. She is not the type of Black woman that deserves protection. Well, I don't know where y'all been, but according to Black men, none of us do. Not from them anyway. They ain't been doing that. There's been no Black men who have been protecting me besides my son. You get what I'm saying? But he was acculturated to it. He was programmed by me. But somehow we don't think we have the power of influence when we really do. But we want to sit here and commiserate about things that aren't getting us to the outcomes that we deserve towards our peace, happiness, and joy and prosperity. We don't deserve to have our asses kicked. I don't care if you Suki Anna and you want to show off your areolas. Girl, go. I love it. Do it. Because what Black women have been showing us throughout these years, Miss D mentioned Josephine Baker. People had a whole lot of shit to talk about that woman back then. Okay. But a Sukiana, a Meg Thee Stallion, these women in particular are telling you that you have self-body autonomy. They have taken the language and the hateful behavior against Black women, and they have made it into a prosperous situation for themselves. And at the same time, they're telling you as Black women, like I've been telling us, you can say it how you want to. You can tell it like it is. You can tell people, this is my body and this is what I'm going to do with it. I used to ask, people, how my cousins or aunts, whatever, how can you sit here and tell me about my tattoos? Okay. You can tell me about my tattoos on my body. But where were you when I was being essayed as a child? When somebody else was using my body against me? Where were you? Where were you when I was being betrayed? Where were you? Because you sure enough called me when you in need, indeed. Because those same things that you put me down about, now you need. Because I don't think in your traditional way. So when inevitably a Black man mistreats you, because that's what they do, or some white folks mistreat you because that's what they do, who puts an iron mask on women and children and then defecates, puts a bit, who even designs that? What kind of girl? But then you call the goddess form warrior in, because now you need my skill. But what I'm telling you is, it's your turn to do that for yourself. You get to choose to do that. So let's get into it. I am a concealed carrier. I don't know who don't know that by now, but yeah. I am a concealed carrier. So I took the steps and I put it in the description. I put a lot of things in the description. I want you to see those three, well, it's actually 4 little Black girls who have been training since they were 3 and 4 years old to shoot, to be able to protect themselves. And when I tell you these little girls can shoot just about any type of weapon, girl, I am not playing. But I want to share something with you right quick. Miss D mentioned this. The United States, now while we're being murked every 4.5 hours by Black men, and white women are literally killing us in the hospital, not just during our pregnancy, but we're using that data because it really shows that we are being murdered 4 times more often than they are. Our children are murdered as newborns 4 times more often than their children, okay, when we are pregnant, in labor, and a year after. That is lynching. Just like they used to stand up with pictures of us being burned alive and go, cheese. They're doing the same thing in the healthcare system. So I'm telling you that these United States, like Miss D said, have been given billions between the Ukraine and Israel forever. Okay. I want you to know something else too. They paid for white women in the Ukraine to be able to not only learn how to use shotguns, rifles, but handguns. I don't care if you're a beautician or whatever your normal walk is as a Ukrainian white woman. They put, before Russia even made their assault, in which they thought they was going to kick these people ass overnight and then go back home to Russia and then be in ownership of the Ukraine all over again. Girl, they had another thing coming, because these United States bought the weapons and made sure these white women were trained to defend themselves with guns. what they call them, weekend warriors. They always got to be appropriating some shit. Okay, I digress. These women learned over a year how they didn't know, okay, how to point, aim, and shoot. They took them to they've been training them in different scenarios, meaning different types of ranges. They have this here in the US. It's just that Black women have convinced themselves to believe in the tradition that Black women are just angry, or stereotype that Black women are angry and aggressive and we shouldn't be having guns because, oh, we might use them. Well, what the hell do you think a gun? Girl, stop. Okay, let me tell you about Israeli women. Now, wait, hold on. Ukrainian women, they have the highest number of women in the military, one of the highest numbers, like top 3. Let's talk about Israeli women. They're actually conscripted at 18.
All of them.
And they have to spend, now the men have to at least spend 36 months in the military, but the women spend 24 months at least. Okay, so when you see the numbers and they go, oh, only 33% of their military is women, that's only because they're conscripted less time.
Right, that makes sense.
But they all of them get their asses in the military. So let me explain what I mean. They get guns and they learn to shoot them so they can defend themselves, they kids, they mamas, they daddies, they uncles, they cousins, they aunties. They can defend them all because they have spent time in boot camp learning how to shoot different weapons. Now, if you don't know this about the United States, white women and their children, literally from the age of 4, 5, and 6 over here in North Carolina, those children are on the range. Now, I don't know what you thinking. I don't know what you thinking, Black women, but you got a lot of people around you that lean into their Second Amendment rights, and you got a whole bunch of people around you that purchase guns and don't know how to shoot them at all, Black men. And then Tory Lanez. If I heard one Black woman say it, I heard another one. Oh, well, I think it was both him and the friend of Meg that shot him. Well, I am a shooter. I can tell you, first of all, the reason that Megan, my baby Megan, didn't actually lose her life is because this dumbass is a horrible shot. Okay, first of all, you too short to play basketball. Okay, I'm just saying. You not making it to the first string, Tori. You got no business trying to play basketball. Okay, but I know being how you shoot, and you can't lean out of a car or a window or some shit with the power of whatever. I think he was using a 9, but you can't do it that way because it's you actually learn how a bullet is propelled out of a gun when you take concealed carry courses. You actually learn how to think about your environment differently. You actually learn that if you can get out of the situation safely, get out before you ever have to pull your gun. It is not, I am not learning to shoot just because, well, okay, allegedly. I'm not learning to shoot just to, just because, but just because it's fun. Okay, I am a gun enthusiast. Let's put that way. However, that's just me. Most people, Black women have increased their purchasing of guns as permitted. Okay, meaning we went and took the steps to get a permit, right? Because you get a gun permit if you want first, because it only takes a couple of weeks to go through that process, and then you can buy the gun that you want to have as a handgun, depending on your state. Okay, usually you go through the county. All of these things are in the description. I gave you um I gave you a video about how you get your concealed carry in North Carolina, but also in California, because we got Mystique. So that's what you do. You go and you look at the steps that it takes to get your concealed carry. So the reason I got a gun permit first is so that I could actually purchase a gun first, right? But I couldn't conceal carry it, meaning I couldn't have, in my state, you can actually open carry, which means you can carry it, but people need to see it, right? But in order to conceal carry, there's a different permit, and you take, in my state, an 8-hour class. You get it that at the end of that class, within that class, you learn a lot of things. And the one thing I want you guys to understand is you learn about the situations, you learn about the law, you learn about the guns, you learn what that, the handle is the grip, right? What the trigger does, what the slide does, how to what they call rack a bullet, meaning pull a bullet out of the magazine that's in the gun, that's holding the bullets into the gun and the handle of the gun, and that bullet goes into the chamber, right? For you to be able to fire. You learn what your stance is going to be, meaning how you position your legs, right? To brace for any type of recoil, right? Because it's about physics in a way, right? I know I'm getting real technical. You learn safety. You learn safety on the range. You learn safety in your home. You learn that you need a safe to carry around with you. I have several different safes, okay? Because I have accumulated several weapons. Okay. And I have one in my truck. Okay. And then in that class, you also learn which eye is your dominant eye. Now, of course, me being me, my dominant eye is not the same as my dominant hand, but normally your dominant eye is the same as your hand, as your dominant hand, whatever hand you write with or whatever, right? And you learn how to find the sight on the gun. You learn how to point and shoot, and then they give you a pre-test. They take you through all of these things, and then the laws, what self-defense is, what it's not, okay, in your state, wherever, right? You learn about reciprocity. Like, I'm in North Carolina, but I could also go to South Carolina or Virginia, because they accept my concealed carry. I suggest that Black women go ahead and get permits and concealed carry, even if their state is open carry, because then you know how these people roll. Oh, you don't need a permit. Then 5 minutes later, the next Republican or Democrat or whoever gets in will be done switch that up. So just go ahead and get, I suggest getting a permit. So you can be able to work with the different, if you go to gun stores and stuff, so you can be able to work with them, and they will often let you shoot the guns that you're looking at purchasing. They will talk you through it, all of these things. Okay. And at least you can You can dry fire at home. You can learn some, techniques, and then you take the class for concealed carry. And that's a little bit of a different process. So once you're done with the class, wait, hold on. You also get this insurance that nobody tells you about, that while these white people that's why they can walk away when they shoot somebody. Okay. Again, I'm looking at my white husband going, excuse me, white privilege. How come I don't know this? And he's like, what? You didn't know that? Girl, I'm not invited to these white people meetings. What are you talking about? They're usually having a love meeting to talk about me, I'm not invited to them. Okay. I'm trying to figure out what they're gonna do with me and stuff. So, that's my husband, right? Because he's been in the military. So he's like, oh yeah, there's self-defense insurance. And girl, when I tell you it costs like $15 altogether for all the stuff I got, including covering my dogs in case they bite you in the ankle, you bleed out or something on my lawn, girl, they ain't going to a kennel. They're not going to jail. They're not going to see a courtroom or nothing. They got a lawyer. Okay. So between myself and my husband, and of course, we may as well know the goddess born daughter, the precious one, she got her own insurance, but that's yeah, we have self-defense insurance. So they even teach you what you say if you had to use your weapon, right? In self-defense. I know I joke. I know, you guys see me on the range, you see me shooting, and it's a very powerful thing. You're correct. And your life is worth it, in my estimation. That's just me. I just feel like your life is worth it as a Black woman. So the question becomes, if a Black man comes up to you and he escalates, and no matter what you do, he's trying to get into your car, or he's following you in a store, and he walks out after you into the parking lot, and you don't know if he's going to attack you or not. And the reason you don't know that, well, actually you kind of do, because according to their behaviors, they do attack you for saying no or not speaking to them. They do hit you with bricks like they did Roe, because you said no and didn't give them your phone number. We tend to think that if we just do what it is that each Black man may be thinking that they want us to do, we can just shift and placate their emotions and manage their emotions, and therefore manage their behaviors. Because if we're just nice enough, if we smile enough, if we give them attention, no matter what we're going through, no matter what we're doing, if I'm doing nothing, I don't care if I'm naked. What's your point? Why are you walking up on me? Of course, then where am I going to conceal my gun? Because I'm always thinking of that. Where's my gun going to go? Okay. But seriously, I prepare for things. And if you think about us as Black women, we actually are excellent at preparing for things when it comes to other people and doing it for their sake. But for our own sake, for some reason, we have this just kind of mental block in thinking that, okay, they're not going to hurt me, right? They're not. I know they're pulling up on me at a gas station while I'm trying to pump my gas and stuff, but they're not going to actually do anything to me. I mean, who does that? Well, Black men, apparently 4.5 hours a day, 2 Black women and Black girls. So I take my security seriously. And this idea that, oh, well, you have a husband, won't he protect you? Girl, you are never in the same place at the same time as another body. It's impossible in that sense, right? We don't fill the same space at the same time of another person. So let me ask you this, because again, let's think about this. which one of you have ever seen a police story, a cop story, a FBI, a this or that? Which one of you have ever seen that? And they're partners, right? Maybe they ride in the same car, maybe they got two different cars, but they show up to the scene or they show up somewhere or whatever. Don't both of them have guns? One of them is not going, well, you got a gun, so you can be the one to do all the protecting. No, we're not gonna get out of the car at the same time in the same space on the same side. Okay, we're gonna get up opposite side. Okay. My husband actually he got a whole routine where he go to the bathroom at Walmart or wherever the hell we are. He always, I don't care what we doing, he got to go to the bathroom. I love that man. He got to go to the bathroom. Now he's in the bathroom and a black man or some white boy reading whatever the hell, some manuscript woman playbook she wrote for him to shoot up black women. Oh, let's say in Buffalo, New York. I don't know. Weird. And they decide to that they are going to be the terrorists that they are. They're going to act on that with you as a black woman because wow, it's not like that ever happens, right? So you're going to talk them down? Is that what are you, the negotiator? So you're going to therapize them right then and there and get them to change their mind about their badass behavior they're about to commit a actual crime on you. So that's what you're going to do? Because you're not trained for that either, are you? Most of the negotiators I know have guns. I'm just saying. Negotiations only go so fucking far with them. Those are professionals. So I am not putting my full-on security in my husband's hands. No, never have. I was securing my own person before I ever met him. Ever. Okay? He sleeps. If you're gonna secure me, you need to be awake 24/7. He sleeps. How do he sleep? But no worries, because I have a perimeter around my house. And if you think I'm something, y'all should see the black women in my neighborhood. I wouldn't come across them tracks if I was people. I would not. Because every single sister in this neighborhood, they sweet as pie till they not. I bet you ain't rolling up on there ain't not my 87-year-old. Nobody. Ain't nobody over here doing that with you. Nobody. Not one black woman is doing that with you. And we're not sitting here and looking at the next black woman in the next house going, well, she'll save me. It is not fair, really, for us to think that somebody else is coming. They are not, for one thing. But also, they don't have that obligation. Miss B said it. A lot of times we have people around us who are unwilling to do whatever it is for themselves. So when I'm talking to my cousins, I'm like, so what? Your mama, I got shooting from your mama, allegedly. I'm saying she was one of my favorite aunts. I don't know. So how y'all know? If I had a gun, then I would use it. But then I will hear from my cousin, like they are very afraid. When their husbands are home or whoever whatever, they're just like, oh, I don't like being upstairs when he's not home because I'm afraid. What if somebody comes in? Girl, I wish you would. Allegedly. That's a self-defense thing that just wrote itself. You come in somebody's home, girl, all bets are completely off. You got nothing. You got no, we just called for a body bag and ain't nobody gonna skip a beat. If your mama that in love with you that she gonna co-sign your bad behavior, sir, she really should have told you about this. Black women are over y'all ass. You don't get to violate us. And since you are showing us yet again, over and over, that you are going to terrorize us, assault and batter us, and unalive us and our children, sir, one thing I know, a police officer, it could be 10 black men. A police officer can get out of his car and won't they all hit their knees? You think they hitting their knees just because the police officer is cute? No, they hitting their knees because they know he is there to answer with violence. He ain't got no problem doing it. But you as a black woman, you have to kiss their whole ass, praise them, give them all your time and attention and shit. You can't even grocery shop in damn peace without somebody attempting to attack you. But we want to give them a chance, the benefit of the doubt. I don't even know what that means. What does that really mean? I don't know, and I don't care. What is my favorite? Jimmy Crack Corn. I don't care.
I'll take a crack at give them a chance. I'll take a crack at what that actually means. Just because you said something that was really important back there about when a police officer comes, black men are hitting their knees. It is unfortunate, not a problem, but it is unfortunate that the affairs in the affairs of human events, it is unfortunate that many black men have not progressed as far as black women have. Black men responded to violence in order to be enslaved. And it is very sad that so many still only respond to the threat of violence. And what I mean by that is black women cannot force a man to be a provider and protector. But for 246 years, sufficient violence was sufficient to allow black men to do, although we're not talking about them today like that, to do their portion of helping to build the country for 180 years longer, approximately, than the mass of black women, actually. So it's unfortunate. But see, here's the thing about it. What happens to you is, as a human being, people speak to you in the language you understand. I speak English. I've had situations where I'm the only person who knows how to do Google Translate. So I'm out here having the person type and we're all trying to do all this and all that and all that. But if you want to talk to me, I need you to speak English. On a good day, my German is trying to come back. So if you talk really slow, langsamer sprechen, I might be able to pick up every fourth word, but depending on where you were from in Germany, one German can say something over here and another one can say, and they're saying the same thing. And I'm like, I missed the first 4 words. I have no idea what you were talking about because that's not my home language. It is unfortunate that there are only so many, there are so many black men who only understand what you just said. They understand the language of violence. That's very unfortunate. However, this is the thing about giving people a chance that only understand the language of violence. They don't understand what you're talking about. They understand the language of violence. If they understand that their first language is the language of violence, then they don't understand the language of compassion. Hey, Coco. If their first language is the language of violence, they don't understand the language of progression and building. If their first language is violence, they don't understand the language of kindness. To go dig this out from a Christian perspective, if their first language is violence, they're over there in a whole list of things that happened before we talk about love, joy, peace, gentleness, goodness, patience, meekness, faith, and self-control. A man who does not understand, who only really operates in the language of violence, is not capable of bringing into his own life, to say anybody else's, those 9 important things. And of course, under common grace, we all have access to a certain amount of that as human beings. That's part of our privilege of being on this planet. You cannot tell me anything in Ukrainian, I know just a few words, and expect me to be able to do anything for you. My first language is English. Unfortunately, for some Black men of sufficient number to account for 1/3 to be felons, of sufficient number so we have cities that are 16% Black women, but they account for 40% or more of everything else. You cannot keep giving people second chances and keep talking to them in languages they don't understand. It's unfortunate. It is a tragedy in the history of human affairs, because when we get finished talking about our personal security, we have to talk about Black women, and as conference clubs, we've been getting between Black men and certain things. Our relationship with law enforcement and government. Because here's the thing. If you tell me you want to understand the language of violence, it would take an extraordinary act for me to actually do the violence. But see, there are people on the other end of my phone that do that. So it would take an extraordinary circumstance, even though I'm gonna go ahead and look up this video that Conference with Love put down there about California, because getting it still carry here, especially in San Francisco, is really hard. But I'm gonna know about how to do that by the end of November. Then I can start taking the next set of action steps. It's a bear. They make you take a mental health test and all this stuff in the city. So it's been a bear me even learning what the requirements are here. But I'm gonna watch this video. But it would still take an extraordinary circumstance. As Black women, we are the mothers of humanity. So since life comes to us, it is hard for us to cross this gap. Mm-hmm. So as we deal with our personal security, I hear Love talking about cameras on the perimeter and about how she lives in the neighborhood where Black women already are on top of this. And even if you're 87, now that ain't gonna happen. All those things go with your personal security, but it also has to do with you have as much right as a white woman. If a white woman sees a Black man barbecuing and she doesn't like it in the San Francisco Bay Area, Barbecue Betty, y'all remember that?
Yeah, I remember the water lady.
The water lady. She's going to misappropriate law enforcement in order to do that. But you have as much right to appropriate law enforcement. Now, understand, what happened to Breonna Taylor and Cornyn Stevens says that there are risks to Sandra Bland. There are risks to them. We don't mention their names often enough, so I'm mentioning their names. There are, of course, risks and responsibilities that go with this. But the point I'm going to make is that, again, my first language is English. So if you're going to talk to me and have me understand and be able to work with you, you need to speak in English. If it is so be that there is a culture of men who only understand violence, then unfortunately that means that their lot in life is going to end up. We cannot stop this forever. It's like Darth Vader told Luke Skywalker, you cannot hide forever, Luke. We cannot stop this process because this is a choice from these men. This is not a choice that we are making from them. I can get up from here and learn German, Spanish, Italian, all of it. It's a choice. English is my first language, but I can go and get some other ones. That's a choice. If you grew up in an environment, like if someone was a child soldier, for example, we have cases where they chose to do something else. We have data. My church runs a reentry program. So we know that felons, these people that we spend all this time talking about, some of them, we have some cases where they chose to actually follow Christ and find out who he was, and now they're fantastic family men. That's a choice. He chose to learn the language of a civilized Christian man. But that's a choice. And if people choose to be reprobate, they have to be communicated. As the Bible says, if you choose to be a natural brute beast made to be taken and destroyed. Let me say that again, because y'all don't know that's in the scripture. The Bible describes reprobate people as natural brute beasts made to be taken and destroyed. I did not make that up. Take it up with Jesus Christ. I didn't make it up. So if people are choosing to be this, then we don't get to make other people's choices for them. What we need to do is protect ourselves by stepping back out of those consequences. It would take an extraordinary circumstance. Again, Auntie Love talks about what she will do if she has to. She's ready. But it's not something that anybody gives us in the morning. Well, no, I can't say that either because I'm not an apex. I don't know what that lifestyle is like. I don't have that in me. But most of us are probably not looking to get up and have to do something like that. I hate it when I have to talk somebody into the ground. I'll do it. Some of y'all seen it. But the other thing is, at some point, we have to stop. It's like I think about former President Donald Trump. I feel terrible for his little grandbabies because they have no way to be able to process this. But I can't love on them harder than their grandfather doesn't. Because their grandfather only understands the language of narcissism. So there's no reason for me to put any more emotional energy, even though I feel terrible for those kids, but then I have to cut it off because I can't undo that. Some men do not need to be given a second chance. What they need is for us to back up and let the people that, since they want to do violence, the Bible also says for Christian people, he that sheddeth the blood of any man shall flee to the pit. Let no one stop him. It's time to prepare to defend yourself if necessary and step back and let what's supposed to happen to these jokers happen. We're not obligated to die on a cross for their sins. Excuse me, if you're a Christian, you ought to already know. That ain't you. That's not what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to die unnecessarily trying to give somebody a second chance. That's not on you to do. Because all this giving people a second chance that don't even know the language of mercy and kindness and love. That's not it. It's not our, we cannot make people, I'm going to say it to you this way. It breaks my heart to say this. It does. I'm not as indifferent as Auntie Love is. But we can't make people fit to live that are not fit to live. We don't have the right to give life. We don't take it away unless under self-defense. Well, we can't make you fit for the privilege. If you out here and your whole life is manipulating, brutalizing, demeaning, and all the rest, you are fitting yourself for an ignominious death. That's then going to be the result. And that's not a reference to color. Somebody go talk to Stockton Rush, who had the audacity before he died to come up here and talk about, sometimes Mother Nature will work for you. Okay, so creation became your slave. And sometimes Mother Nature is a bitch. I'm like, okay, see, that's why you did that right there. Because you just thought everybody in the world, and you gendered it female, by the way, was just here to be your chattel. So what you're going to do is, because you're disrespecting half of all humanity and 12,500 feet of water, that's why you did. See, it's up here. Men like that, doesn't matter how much money they have or how little. You cannot. See, Hamish Harding didn't need to give him a second chance to get in the boat. P.H. Nargile already knew their problems. He didn't need to give him a fifth chance and get in the boat. And them other two, that father and that son, I just feel bad for them because they got in there because another father and son had sense enough not to get up in there. You can't give people like that second chances. It will kill you. Because I said all that just to say. No, people are fitting themselves for their own destruction. People are fitting themselves to be in the permanent underclass and stay there. It is not our job as Black women to keep buffering this. It's a different thing when we were all in slavery. Everybody then, our ancestors were trying to survive to see the next day. Do y'all know it's about to be
404?
Yeah, it's already 404. It's about to be 405. So wow. If you haven't figured it out yet, and by the way, all these links in the description, any Black man looking at it, any man looking at it can go through and watch the links. YouTube doesn't discriminate against you. Now you're going to go over there and get all confident. Love's page and get handed some coloring books and some crayons and told to sit in the corner before you get blocked up. I'm not going to even do that. you just gonna be gone. And if I check your channel and you out your mind, you also gonna get turned over to the FBI and the Anti-Defamation League, since most of these people also, because they just mad at everybody like him. But you know, you gonna mess with collectives that can take you from a billionaire to a millionaire in a week. But do you know that if Black women decide to stop spending their money in this country, we could take anybody from a billionaire to a millionaire in a week? Huh? If we decide to spend our Thanksgiving and Christmas money on ourselves and not putting it everywhere else, do you know?
Mm-hmm.
We gotta stop giving people second chances that are not fit for second chances. Some things you have to leave. As a Christian, I'll put it to you this way. And it comes a point when a man has to be turned over to the divine masculine to be corrected or destroyed. We keep buffering the foolery. No. We're getting in the way of what needs to happen. Stop giving people second chances. Of course, I've talked to myself. I used to be more patient than I am, but I'm 42, getting old. And then, like I said, I had to come to terms with my middle 30s. You know, Father Mathews doesn't need a second, third, fourth, fifth, seventh, eighth, ninth chance. The uncles and friends of his he allowed to have around didn't need that. Yeah, they're human. And so sometimes human things happen, but they were consistent. You don't give people the play who are consistent doing, you don't give people who are not consistent in righteousness the same play that you give someone who's consistent in righteousness just having a bad human day. I had to learn that the hard way. And some of you have never known a Black man who was consistent in righteousness anyway, so what are you doing?
We are co-signing bad behavior.
And we are,
yeah, it's killing us. You know, this, you know, one of the things that, of course, like Carlisha Hood, she's actually a concealed carrier.
Yep.
That's part of the reason why, because this man punched her that they saw on camera 3 times, but it was more than that. If you look at my thumbnail closely, you'll see him in her face and then actually punching her. She's up against the wall. And what you heard people say was, well, why didn't she do this? Well, why didn't she do that? How come she didn't leave? He's blocked. There were 2 exes. He was blocking one, and the Black men behind her who did nothing were blocking the other. Well, they were older. And what's your point? I don't know what your point is. Because if it was reversed, what happened at that that brawl, the river brawl? I believe there was Black women whooping ass too over this Black man. In the reverse, you ain't getting no Black man doing none of that with Black women. Okay, so let me give you guys a realistic situation. This is what we know. It generally takes the police, and yes, we are saying this. I do think that Black women need to start. My neighbors do this. Okay, start working with the police, just like these white folks gave money to Ukrainian women to be trained to physically defend themselves using guns. They trained them. They paid for them to be trained. And Israeli women been doing it already, right?
Since 1948, yeah.
So, and when I tell you white women and their children are on the lanes, for all of us who have this mindset that, oh, I don't want to fit into this stereotype while I'm trying to fit into this other one, where people see me as acceptable. Okay. I personally don't care how people see me. Okay. They don't decide my worth, and they don't decide that I shouldn't have an emotion, or that I should not have a follow-up, or that I shouldn't have boundaries and consequences that go along with them. Nobody's doing all that over here. Okay. So it is very useful for us to start to look at, listen, a lot of the white men that you see teaching the concealed carry classes, they are either ex-police officers or something of that sort, right? And my experience has been, I believe that what you do is you master the masters. That's a political position that I have. So I am strategic about what I do. I am in a strategic marriage. Y'all think I'm just married just because, I love my husband? Of course I love him. And my marriage is also business and it is also political. I want to know that I'm going to be able to use your white privilege to uplift Black women and Black girls. Or what's your point? Okay. My money ain't your money, but your money is definitely mine. And we are going to do things to uplift communities of Black women and Black girls. It takes the police somewhere between, if you a Black woman, it takes them somewhere between 20 minutes or longer to come and get with you when you call a 911. Okay? When I am a concealed carrier, the goal is for me to have trained well enough to pull, aim, and shoot in 3 seconds or less. If they
3 seconds, okay.
Yeah, 3 seconds or less. That's how fast I can pull and shoot. Okay, 3 seconds or less off of my body. I mean, so I've invested in holsters. I don't got time for Christmas presents. I'm too busy buying holsters and and stocking up on bullets. Okay, I don't know what y'all doing, but while other people are stocking up on toilet paper, I'm stocking up on 380s and 9mm, and of course all my buckshots for my semi-auto home protect 20 gauge shotgun. But I digress. Okay, the goal of me dry firing, meaning I don't use ammo when I'm actually just practicing with my guns at home. I either dry fire, which means you have no type of ammo in there, no nothing. You definitely don't use live ammo, or you're using blanks, and they look completely different. You don't put them together with live ammo because it's too easy to make a mistake. Okay, so I can be sitting here right now. Actually, my gun's not that far away. I could be sitting here right now manipulating my gun. Just manipulate it while we're talking, because that is practice, right? So I can pull, drop, and shoot. You see that? In 3 seconds or less. I can't even dial a 911 in 3 seconds or less. Okay. And though they may mean well or whatever, they're just not coming that fast. Because a person who is, let's say there's 5 feet between your trunk and their trunk, right? All they have to do is take 2 steps to attack you. But what they don't know is, while you're coming up with 2 steps, I'm doing this and I'm pulling, stepping back and I'm pulling. So I'm giving a space of at least 3 feet between our trunks. So most people's reach isn't that long. You understand? When I'm thinking about how someone is coming at me, how close they are, how they walked into a room, all of these. Now I think like this. This is just me. I'm always in my genius on doing the whole most, right? Trigger warning, I've been thinking. That's just my normal way of operation. However, the idea is that you learn how to, okay. So one of my cousins said it's just so horrible though that they just teach you how to shoot here or the head. Why can't you just shoot them in the leg, girl? Because that's not how violent ass white people are. I don't know what's wrong with you, but I've learned violence from the best white
I'll
people.
come back to that because I'm just like, I used to be that person too. I'll come back
Yeah,
to that.
yeah. I learned violence from the best white people. I don't know what y'all doing, but the white people I learned violence from, they take it very seriously. Okay, ain't nobody doing that. All right. So you're going to pull, right? I don't know what police officer can get there that fast, because what happened to Carlisha Hood, she was 1 minute she was trying to like get her son to step, don't worry about his son. And then the other thing, she was just trying to calm this man's emotions so she could just get her food. She was actually trying to tell him, I'm just getting my food. They got the order wrong and this and that. And here he is, like he said, blasphemy all over the place. But if you look at the picture, he takes a step into her before he's swinging on her. Okay. So you got this man swinging on this woman and hitting her in the head. Where am I going to get to even call the police? How do I know the next time he hits me? Because the backing on where she was tile. How do I know the next time he hits me, my head's not going to crash into that and I'm gone? What if he hits me in the temple? Bro, this man has a brick and he holds back and he hits her in the head with it. I don't know how you think a police officer is going to get there, but I could tell you what, I would have pulled before he could ever swung it. You get what I'm saying? So we seem to think, because I'm sure Ro was not thinking, or Kiki, or Meg the Stallion, they were not thinking, oh, I need to have my own weapon, so just in case, Tory Lanez thinks he can be taller than the leprechaun he is, and doesn't like what I said to him because I have a way with words as Meg the Stallion. I'm sure she wasn't thinking he's gonna literally shoot me until he literally said what, something fucking foul like dance bitch.
Dance beat, yeah,
and shot her. And y'all are more concerned about, well, did he really do it or this and that? You can't hand a gun over that fast. And the other person, let me tell you, every gun is different. Even if you buy the same gun of the same make and model, triggers, it takes time for you to get used to that gun, right? I clean my own guns. My husband don't do that. Nope, don't touch my shit. I have a personal relationship with them. Each one of them is precious. We do this because I wasn't born with a gun. I had to learn. I had to get comfortable. If you keep telling yourself you're not, oh no, I can't, then I guess you won't. Okay? Good luck out there. However, I don't believe that I am in a box. So therefore I have all kinds of possibilities. So the way I think is, okay, so I'm going to learn, I'm going to really work with this until I really feel comfortable. That's why I learned how to break down each one of my guns. I clean them. I oil them. I buy the kits for them. I buy the holster. And girl, if you a shopaholic like me, you could go crazy. You can have all kinds of holsters. I got a see-through one, girl. Okay. I'm like, where is it? Oh, I can't see the holster, but the gun. Okay, got it. like I put sights. I put red dots on my gun myself. What? Now he will look at it and go, hey, this is right on because you have to adjust it. But I took the time. See, instead of being over there on them channels where some black man is pissing me the hell off, I'm over here. I am subscribed to every other kind of gun-toting person. Love those. Like I love tiny house videos. I love those. Girl, like, oh, that's so cute. I love the way you holding that, you know. And something else that really came forward over the last few years that, you know, because I do, like, I'll do research and do my own types of polls and things like that. Again, you know, I'm always in my genius zone, so we're doing something. So when actually Michaela and a group of my girl, Michaela got a whole team because she's an activist. Okay. So they looked at this too. When we looked at videos of Black women who shoot, okay, they just showing you what the next gun they buy and this and that. We got Yoki, she over here trying to sneak guns in the house. She got 18 billion of them, girl. I don't know. Lady Wick, she tight. Okay. You got Black Barbie, she bad as hell too. Like they tough. They're just, you know, because we have this idea, well, what if we look too masculine? What if somebody thinks we're not feminine enough? Girl, these girls are so incredible and of course powerful. But they decided that their person was worth them doing this. And then some of them got into competitions because there's competitions with these. Like you can actually go to these different competitions. So when we looked at it, if you look at their comments, now you know, y'all know I say all kinds of incendiary stuff. You know, about Black men, white women, you name it. Girl, I say whatever, okay? You know, I don't really associate my actual gun videos with my other videos where I'm picking a battleground and I'm going there. Okay. I'll let you know. Okay. Black men don't ever, there's not one comment because these ladies crawl through it. I'm telling you, Michaela and the team, they crawl. Shout out Echo, shout out Eva. What y'all doing? They crawled through it and they were like, oh, Mama loves to write. Oh hell. Black men don't say anything to these women that's incendiary. They don't come on and level death threats. They don't come on and say ugly, nasty things to these women. Tactical Orange. I hope you don't. I hope you ain't crazy. Messing with that girl. No. And they're you know, quote unquote, highly feminine, beautiful women doing their thing, right? But what you see Black men do, literally, this is what they do. They do it to me. Girl, 56. I'm old enough to be your great grandmama. Stop it. Okay.
But you are gorgeous, though. And you are gorgeous.
And girl, they get on and they're like, oh my God, you're so beautiful. Oh my God. Oh, you're so perfect. Oh, I love that. Look at how you hold that. But you know what you're doing, Mama. You better go. All these things. This is what they do. White folks know. Girl, kiss the whole entire dog out there ass. Okay? You ain't crazy. Okay, but you may be a little bit, but still. The gun enthusiasts who see my videos, because my husband will definitely share those. He shares my other ones too, but he'll share those. They'll come on to my channel. They know that I'm not taking no type of bullshit. Kiss my ass. I don't care about you, your flag, or how you sleep underneath it. Okay. I'm not into your traditions and none of that shit. Okay, we ain't even playing them games. But the Second Amendment says that I get to, as a citizen of these United States, bear arms. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do. Mm-hmm. And though states can regulate it to a degree, white people will tell you right now they ain't getting rid of that. Oh, not in the United States. They made sure every other country, basically, except for the ones they connect to, like, oh, say the Ukraine or Israel or something, they made sure that all these other countries, though, don't have guns. They citizens don't have guns. But the United States do. To the tune of 120 per Americano here.
That is
American. Okay.
4 point. Oh my gosh.
And that's not saying that every single every US citizen owns a gun. I'm telling you, that's how many guns per person here. Okay. So I'm telling you, the United States has made it so you can't attack them by air, sea, underground, nothing. And even if you get there, they over here like all of our citizens got guns. It ain't shit.
Staggering number.
They all got guns. None of y'all do though. Canada, then y'all get that up. Oh, Australia, don't we give you a big old applaud for it? But these United States, you ain't gonna get these treacherous folks who are. I feel like our whites are the best, most violentest. Okay, they ain't doing that. Girl, you tripping. So if Black men can just go get guns that they don't know how to shoot because they ain't going through permit classes and things like that and being trained. If white women is on the lane shooting and ain't nobody going, oh, she just too masculine. And that's all they wear is t-shirts and stuff. Okay? Jeans. Heels on and shit and cute dresses and all this stuff. I need a different type of holster, okay, a purse or whatever. So if all of these people around you are doing all of this and these people are literally violent, what do you think your chances are? Because they don't care about you. Did I not explain to you what they did to you with bits and masks? They're not far removed from that very moment. Okay? They're not. And Black men are showing you every day, like they have been, by the way, throughout history, that they really just don't care about you. They don't like you. In fact, by their behavior, they really do act like they hate us. Because who's just killing people out of hand just because? Because we haven't done anything to you. We're not going around killing you. We're not going around plotting your whole murder and all of this stuff. If we call the police, everybody in the neighborhood is trying to, Darius' mama trying to call Kiki mama talking about, well, how are you doing? Girl, you better look outside. Your son is upside down on a, okay, allegedly. I don't know why you calling me. Ring his phone. You'll hear it ringing outside your door because he fucked with my daughter. So I'm telling you, if the police takes 20 minutes or longer, because you are not a white woman talking about Black people are barbecuing where they might be there in 3 to 5 minutes, but they're not coming to Black women that fast. Okay. But actually you can pull a weapon in 3 seconds or less. I practice. That's how I did it. I that's how I did it, you guys. There's no top secret, there's no magical pins or something like that. I practice. I study it. I pay attention. Okay? The last well, it's actually a full-size duty weapon that like police carry, but it's called a Springfield Echelon. And 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 when I bought it, my husband was with me. And he'll say stuff like, I wish I could buy a new gun. No, it's like the iPhone. You get the ones I'm discarding. You don't get the new, I get the new. Okay. I got my gun. They do a little application process, but once you have concealed carry, and most concealed carry last for 5 years, and then you just reapply. You don't have to take the class all over again unless you let that 5 years expire. Okay, see where I'm going with this? So we go on the range, and I take it out of the package right there, right? And I go and I'm fired. This thing it's big, okay, as a handgun. It's a full-size handgun, right? My other concealed carry is called a compact, so it's a bit smaller and it's built. And I do recommend it. It's a Ruger Security N380. It's called a light rack because it's so easy to rack. Can we remember I'm 56? Okay, yeah. So that's my baby. However, the new one that I have, and I usually buy probably 2 guns a year. Okay, so you can see where that's going. There's one in every room, girl. Don't think just because I'm up in the media room that you can roll up in here. Oh no, no. So if I had that, and he had surgery on his finger. He's a great shot, of course. He's trained by the military, right? He was in the military for 22 years. They don't play them kind of games. Okay. So he has a problem. Triggers are he's good with the triggers of the ones that I let him have now. Okay. So he goes to shoot this one, and the trigger's a little bit further out, so it's a little bit harder because he had his knuckle removed from an accident he had at work about 10 years ago. And I was like, okay. So I'm shooting and I'm like, yeah, what? Oh, I love you already. And he's just a crack shot. Like he can hit that A frame, like meaning the chest, the X area, like nothing, But with this one, he had a little bit of a more difficult time and whatever. Girl, he's like, oh my God, you're shooting this so much better than me. Like, oh. Because I be at home I take the mags out, I clear it to make sure it's safe, and I just be pointing and pulling trigger, pointing and pulling the trigger, pulling back the slide, pointing and pulling the trigger. I have targets. I have those types of things where I can aim my red dot point into practice. See, these are action steps that you take. You're not going to feel comfortable with something until you feel comfortable with it. So I can't tell you a magical way. I can't just say, oh, just go out and that's it and you'll be fine and all of that. No, you need to practice. You need to take your time and do this. And the other thing that I find with us as Black women is those of us who will get a concealed carry or a gun, right? We won't take it with us. So you leave it in the car. No, the point of a concealed carry is that it is on your person. Now, I am actually concealed carrying two now at the same time. However, that's beside the point. You start with your one and you get used to carrying it. At first, I did not want the bullet in the chamber. But if I don't have a bullet already in the chamber, then it's going to take me 6 seconds to rack it, pull it. Remember that there's no bullet in there, rack it, and then point. Okay, not anymore because I've gotten used to having it in the chamber. That's the good thing about the Ruger Security in 380, and they ain't paying me yet. Okay, but anyway, that's the good thing about it. It also has a safety. It has a trigger safety, but it also has a manual safety. And it's very easy to pull down. It's a little bit harder to put up, but you don't need to be putting it up. You'll be able to pull it down, And the way that you hold it, it's almost no recoil, right? So practice. You take action. You go and you look at the videos that I put out there for you, just to first of all give you a feel for it, give you some information about how you can get your concealed carry, take the class, and then you apply for a concealed carry permit. And what they do is they take your certificate and they put it through a process. Okay, like Miss D said, they actually look at your behavioral and your this or that, whatever. Do a background check. But most Black women are not amongst the 1/3 of Black men who are felons. All right. So when white men in general see you doing this and they see you on the lane, my experience has been, and my cousin has been with me, my twin, they would really help us. Like, they're like, okay, I saw the way you're shooting. So, because there's also a trainer on the range while you're shooting. Okay, at the gun stores or wherever your lane is. That's usually the inside lane. So they will go, okay, so see how you're bending your arm right here? Just tighten it up a little bit and this and that. And we get into the actual, mechanics and we practice so much that it becomes muscle memory. You see me doing this, I'm not even thinking about it because it's become muscle memory. But that is practice. Well, you're not going to be able to practice if you don't take the steps to get there. I'm not saying that you have to choose that you're going to be a concealed carry or you're going to get a gun or whatever. What I'm saying to you is, if that's what you choose to do, there's information for you to do that. And so by November 30th, if you decide, okay, I'm going to go on this journey, you take that Christmas money, you put it in your purse, in your bank, or you invest it so you can go get what you want, right? And you can take the classes. And really, it's not a $1 billion. Okay. I may have not been able, or I chose not to buy shoes for maybe 2 months. Okay, I got a lot. I got a lot of shoes and purses already. So it was hard to let that go for 2 months. But I just started shopping for holsters and I found a whole new love of shopping of something else besides shoes and purses. Okay. So you can do this, Black women. I know we have a block there, but you deserve to center yourself and your peace and your joy and your happiness. And you deserve to not have someone be violent with you at any point. There's nothing you're doing out here I don't care how you dress. I don't care how you look. I don't care what church you do and don't attend. I don't care how your hair is or is not. I don't care if you wear lipstick, you don't. I don't care. You do not deserve to be terrorized, assaulted, and battered. And for damn sure you ain't nobody should be thinking about unaliving you at all for any, you know what I'm saying? Black women, you deserve happiness, peace. You deserve tranquility, girl. You deserve to have joy in your life. You deserve to go to a store and do it and shop for your groceries without having somebody need your attention. What are you, 2 years old? Why you keep walking up on black women? Shut up. I'm trying to think. You know? So I just want that to get across to you. I know we've been here for some hours, but I really just wanted we wanted to, okay, we acknowledge what some of the problems are that we're facing as Black women. We've acknowledged that some of the things in our mindset, we may need to examine that. Okay. I would say, hey, get therapy. Shout out to Rolanda, girl. I know I've been in therapy for decades, but this girl have changed my life. All right. You deserve love. You deserve to be treated with compassion and kindness, Black women. You deserve to choose your daughters and to pour into them. It doesn't mean if you have sons that you don't, work with them and from a matriarchal sense of being raised. That's my suggestion. But to each his own. You deserve this. Your daughters deserve to be told every day by you that they are beautiful, they are outstanding, and they get to be who they are, and they get to have you be fully who you are. They get to see you living your life without being violated, without being emotionally and mentally abused. Okay. They get to see you smile and be happy and have joy. They get that. They get to do that with you. And nobody gets to usurp that or take that from you. Nobody gets to try to take away your free will and self-body autonomy. No one. You are incredible, Black women. When I see Black women, I see Black girls, I just see the most incredible, amazing, brilliant, beautiful creatrix. Y'all are so amazing. And I just wish you understood that about yourselves. I really do. And it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. That's all I got, Miss D.
Let me just go back on to represent those of us that were in the shoot 'em in the knee camp. Let me tell you something, like anything else. As someone who is a veteran's daughter and will inherit anyway, the only responsible thing for me to do is to get ready for this journey. But I used to be in a shoot 'em in the knee camp. And I tell you why I got up. Because life is not a television show. Your favorite white male hero that does that on television is a fiction. Show goes off. We learn nothing about the nature of a man from watching fiction. Let me tell you something about the nature of men. Read some military history sometime if you don't understand this. When men have decided they're going to kill, it is kill or be killed. Period. If you shoot a man in the knee, his hand is free still. If he has a weapon, he can still use it. If you shoot a man in the hand, he's still got another one. So now you're in a situation, if he's made up his mind, he's going to kill you. And let's say he survives. You now have to go through all the court stuff. You have to go about almost to a similar level of court stuff. Meanwhile, depending on how that goes, he goes to the hospital and gets out. Do y'all understand the nature of the men about revenge? Please go read some history. People carry vendettas out for generations. That man has brothers, sons, all the rest. And since men do not naturally consider women as threatening anyway, see, the way men talk to men is in a situation like that. If you don't finish the job, if you were a fellow man, he would consider you someone he could still roll over. You're a woman on top of that. This isn't your favorite hero who manages to get out of every show without having to actually kill anybody. If you pull a gun, just be ready. You have to follow that all the way through. That's not something you can't half step with the power of removing someone from the planet. You just can't do it. It just doesn't work like that. You in a situation where you now have to land 2 or 3 bullets to be safe. It doesn't please me to say that. There is a level of, if y'all listen to me, I'm out in the park listening for people acting a fool from miles away, blocks away, taking evasive maneuvers. I'm not trying to be bothered. I would prefer not to have to do this, but I had someone who was in the military say, okay, you carrying hiking poles or a cane? When I was on a cane, let me show you how to use these in case you get into a situation. So, and the other thing is, if you're holding a pole like that, now you don't have to break your knuckles. And, where do you hit a person in the face that's the end of the argument forever. So he was kind enough, and this was a brother actually. But that, like I said, he was an older black gentleman of the type that I tend to be around because my father has pretty much put notices, if you will, out on people like, you gonna be around my daughter? Yeah, there's only a certain number of people to get to do that. I'm gonna know you. I'm gonna know your friends. I'm gonna know all that. Don't play. But see, I could settle into the fact that I know that Father Mathews is 87. Is that even fair to him at this point? Just like we can't ask Mr. Love. I don't even know that man's last name.
You wouldn't take my last name. I tried.
We can't ask him to be present with Love all the time, and she's going out and doing what Love does, in and out of the Genius Zone every day. This is not an easy thing for me to say, but the Lord Jesus did say, there are times when you need. He told his disciples once, okay, you got any swords here? Take them with you. Every now and again. Lord Jesus doesn't discriminate. Now, if the men are doing their job in a Christian circle, you shouldn't have to do this. But you're not living in heaven yet, where we don't need to do this. And if you're living around the black community, if you haven't figured out that the men are going to be derelict in their duty, okay, if you ask God to help you, he's going to show you that part of the Bible where, Jael in the book of Judges, Sisera is out there oppressing the people. She puts him to sleep, takes a tent pin, does business. Abimelech kills all of his 70 brothers. Sister gets up, takes a millstone, throws it on his head. That's it. Deborah, the general wouldn't even go out there without her. You know what I'm saying? So if you read the Catholic Bible, Judith has to get business done. So if you are someone like me who has a natural aversion, but then again, I have to be who I say that I am. And so having done my study, I realized, okay, I have a natural aversion. I think most people who are nurturers do. But at some point, and it is, love's going to be on my neck. I got to get this video watched by the 30th now. She done put everybody out there on those. So I got to watch this concealed carry video and be able to say something about it that shows that I actually watched it. And then kind of look at the San Francisco details now. So, as women, we do need to hold each other accountable. So what I do with my hiking pole, by the way, it has the same kind of grip as close to the same kind of grip. So I practice what I've learned on her videos with the grip.
Mm-hmm.
And I practice it with that when I go out for my walk. I don't have the weapon yet, but I have a similar grip. So I practice every other day because I don't walk every day. But I make sure I get some, and having done even that of just kind of getting the muscles settled into, I'm settling into myself the idea that this can be part of my reality. It is a journey because, again, I'm a nurturing, maternal, gentle person. It's not something that I would have chosen, but it's chosen me because I'm Father Mathews' eldest daughter. So, and then my mom was like, well, your ain't so-and-so, she had 30. I know what that one is. That's a 38. And then your other auntie, she had this. And then I can't even tell you what the other auntie did. So I'm like, oh, this has been my destiny for a minute. So it's hard work. It's not easy to overcome this. And I could tell myself I don't live in a neighborhood where this is necessarily a thing, but I do notice there are enough black men here who are frustrated that black women got to stay in these houses and they didn't. You can never predict what's going to happen um, as long as there is that kind of resentment going on. And so this is why you can't wing them. If you're going to do this, you have to be prepared, because you're going to pull a gun. You pull a gun on a man, one of you's going to die. So I understand where that comes from. But as a veteran's daughter, who great love in life, we were not able to do it together as a veteran, learned a lot from these two men. Now that ain't what you want. A gun is not a toy. A gun is not something you take out to just, give somebody a flesh wound. No, if you're going to do this, then you got to do this. And I'm taking my time working on my mentality, but now I got to get this video watched by the end of the month. Today's the 17th, okay? I'm not trying to have love come over here and talk about, did you watch the video on December 1st? No, we're not doing that. So prepare yourself to meet our indigenous neighbors. Have a phrase, prepare yourself to meet the conditions. I wish things were different than they are. They are not. So if you're going to do this gun life, do it. And if you're not, and you know it's absolutely not for you, that's a choice. That's a choice that you get to make. But don't play with it. Actually, any of this stuff out here, don't dabble. We are past time for dabbling. We are past time sitting up being mad at other people when we're not getting our stuff done. We have been here for almost 5.5 hours because it was that important.
Yes.
We're not dabblers. We may not have the same skills, belief systems, all that, but we are tired of seeing black women get run over. We're tired of it. Enough so that we wanted to share this time with you to talk about things you can do so that 2024 is markedly different. If you do your investing and you work on starting a business and you kind of form a black woman economy, then you have money to be able to fund other things that go with your security. And I'm just going to say before we close up, the police only come out in 20 minutes. Actually, black women helped to make this a little bit more difficult than it was, because since Black Lives Matter, since all of us went out there and got out there for a man who thought it good to put a gun next to a pregnant woman's belly, a bloody black woman's belly, you got police out here talking about, you going to defund us? Excuse me? And they, of course, are not making distinctives between the people who were involved in that and the other 17,999,500. They're not doing that. But what you can also do is figure out who's your captain. Most police departments have community meetings. They have a community room. I'm saying this as somebody who knows, because at my church, we know every single captain. If we don't like what he's doing, we hauling him over. I've been up in meetings talking about, we already know about y'all being patty rolls. We just need to know if you're going to continue to do that. I've been in the meetings and said it. So every police captain we have, but most of the time, we have to get over like I said, it's dangerous, but get to know your local captains. Find out what they do with the community room. Get to know, this is controversial, but then election year is coming. Get to know whose stance most favors black women having a right to their own security and being safe. See, at the moment, the Democrats have Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Let me get that right. They are definitely for incarceration. So by default, they've taken a lot of men off the street, but they don't necessarily have a party. You have to actually look at the party place to understand. Am I endorsing the Republicans? No, I'm an independent, meaning I vote on policy. Locally, I'm going to have a look at what it is that you have to say. Auntie Love was kind enough to share with me the Republican playbook for the next 30, 40 years. Now, fortunately, the men they have out there doing it don't know how not to get into fisticuffs on the Senate floor at the moment. But she said, go back and look at the table of contents. And you know how she was talking about white women write the laws? I'm like, look at the table of contents, like, ooh. But if that kind of information is publicly available, then we need to know what the policies are of the people that we support, so that maybe we can get a better than 20-minute response at some point. Or you move to a city, that's when we talk about location freedom, that Chicago has this thing where they're not doing cash bail, meaning that someone can come beat your face in and then be out in no time flat. maybe you use your location freedom to get out of cities like that. Maybe you use your location freedom to look at where do I want to live based on what's the population of Black women and what's the population of Black women who have these kind of crimes. And then again, when you get there, get to know the police. My mother and I were talking about this morning. She said, I've never had any trouble with the police. And neither of us ever have. Again, women are not seen as much of a threat to men in general. It does sometimes happen. I mean, we do have to, again, Corner Stevens, Sandra Bland, Breonna Taylor. Sometimes it does happen. But in general, though, there's more room for us to get to know law enforcement and set up relationships than there are for men, because we're not men. That's just the nature of the beast. So you move to somewhere that doesn't have situations where someone could hurt you and get out like this. You move to somewhere where prosecution. Now I live in San Francisco, so this, as long as I'm called to be here, because I have people here. But if I was going to move, I'd have to kind of look at, okay, where can I have the tools that I need without stress, and what has a city that's tougher? Although I think San Francisco, being 38% conservative Republicans, going to switch on a dime at some point here. But where would I go? Okay, we still have KKK rallies here as late as 2016. That's a different video. But there are some very deep conservative roots here. But I would look at, okay, where am I going to move? Well, fortunately, I don't have to move that far. I can go 40 miles to the east or 40 miles to the south. If I go to the range, that's where I'm going anyway. So I would then go scope that out. But it starts with you taking the action steps. If you don't have the money right now, well, then maybe you need to go ahead and buy Season the Crypto Bull Run for Financial Freedom. It'll be out paperback by 24th. You need to check out Black Girl Stocks. You need to check out Black Women Making Money. You need to check out Mobile Farming. You need to check out Terry Agioma, Trade and Trap. You need to do that. You need to listen to Stephanie Perry talk about low patient independent income. And she's not up here talking about income streams. She's like income rivers. What you mean? The Amazon has a name of Black women. Do your history sometime. Rivers, Amazon women, y'all got that? So that you have every option available. Everybody's not going to do a concealed carry. Some people are going to move to a different city that has a gated community, and all you have to do is make sure, like Black Women Making Money said very recently, when you become an upwardly mobile Black woman, the only thing you have to watch out for once you get yourself situated is that you don't bring someone into your life and bring the foodery into your life. So some of you may not do concealed carry. Some of you may move to a gated community, and you may be one of the few people there, and you may decide to take Confidence with Love interracial marriage course and make sure you get situated in a different kind of way. Y'all go ahead. You want to buy a Christmas present, go get that. And her self-confidence course, I think, is in the links to this video anyway. So, go on the website and you will find it. If you're serious, you'll find it.
So it's season the Crypto Bull Run.
Okay, that's right. Okay, that's it.
It's in the description as well. Yes.
Don't be out here in a situation for 2024, because we gotta wrap it down. It's 5 hours and 30 minutes, and we thank you those that have been here coming in and out. Don't be in a situation in 2024 where you have the same lack of options that you had in 2023. If you have some options, add to them. And again, I told y'all when we did our interview, I'm not here trying to get rich off that book. I want you to be able to have. I enjoyed giving it away. I went to tears when Level Up Single Mom and Confidence with Love both told me that they were handing this book on to their daughters. Mm-hmm. I was just, because our community is going to center our sons. That's not going to be a problem. It's not like Love's son can't go read this book if he wants to. Mm-hmm. But unless we give ourselves options, you do know that the United States will re-enslave every single one of us to save itself if necessary. You do know that, right? Right now, they're okay with snatching up Black men to fill prisons and putting them back in coffins and chain gangs and all the rest. Yes, all that's going on. In Angola, Louisiana, Black men are kicking cotton. That's going on. That's been going on for 20 years. You do know that people are getting 20% dividends on these Black bodies. So right now they feel like they have enough men. But if things get bad enough, and you haven't listened to Stephanie Perry and you ain't got your passport, and we pray, of course, this never happens. But it's just like, do you understand that the same system that has no problem stabbing up the men will have no problem? Give it another decade, have no problem stacking you and your daughters up? Do you think you might want to make sure that, because some of it is about class versus race, do you think you might want to make your arrangements about, as Love calls her husband, hey, white privilege? You think you might want to think about who you hang around with to see if you can build a community with people who are willing to do the job that they're supposed to do as men? I'm not necessarily recommending interracial marriage because, again, I'm going to just say this for GP. Ladies, take her course first, because if somehow Donald John Trump is convicted, there's going to be a whole bunch of white men trying to get revenge on black women. Just get ready for it. Take her course first. But take all your options. We've been listening to Cynthia G and others talk about open your options. Okay, open your options to know what is available in all spheres. Truly open your mind options. And whatever, if anybody says anything to you about cuffing season, exit them from your life. Like this 6 weeks when they start the food. No. We are taking that off. Take it off. Take it off. If I had a wig, I'd take it off and throw it across the room right here for y'all to get the point. But I can't do that. I'd take my scalp out. But if I had one, maybe I'll bring one next time. I would throw it across the room. Take all that off. Take it off. Because it's time out. I'm tired of 3, 4, 5, 6 times a week listening to Pam Esquire, the Law Intellect, reading some legal documents and watching some videos about what happened to the latest person. I'm tired. I don't want to see that happen to anybody that's connected to us. Because the other thing is, if you connected with love, a whole bunch of other people allegedly got to leave here. I heard you say once on one show, you try to get into people's bloodlines and prevent them from ever even being here. No, see, so we need to get our lives together to prevent there from being problems that like roll in the realms and all the rest. But for our own sake, because as she has at the beginning of her course, you matter and you are important. You were not put here to be a slave to anyone. You are free. We keep coming back to this because we need you to believe it. You are free to look at everything in the description, figure out what works for you, and take some action. Me, I got to go out to California Concealed Weapon video. Got to get that done by 30th. Probably should watch it a couple times so I know what I'm talking about when I talk about it. And then we keep going from there. And so I have to be accountable to it. Because she said specifically, I put the California in there for DMST. I was like, yeah, I heard what I know what you were doing. I picked up what you were putting down. I know you coming on the first. I know you coming on the first with me. So I got you. I heard you loud and clear. I have it queued up on my machine right now. I heard you.
Yeah, I might have
dropped a little hint. I heard that.
I might
because we've been talking about it for a minute. Yeah, I know. I picked up what you were putting down.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's time for me to seriously. Because California's process is a bear. You really do have to. And then San Francisco's process is a bear on top of a bear. So you really do have to have. I appreciate you said the part about get the permit, and then you can do your steps. Here we got to do a mental health fitness test, and I got to figure out how I'm gonna pass that.
No. It's kind of. Actually, we just had like a questionnaire, but what they do is they do a DOJ search as well, right? And they look to see if you were committed in the lab, committed to a mental health facility in the last year. I don't know. Okay. So to kind of look at patterns of behaviors when you go through concealed carry. So it's really more about the background check. They do a more then for your gun permit, they do a more intensive background check, right? But the other thing is we're like, oh, that just sounds like so much. Come on. And it kind of is a block. I feel like it's a block. It's a block. But when I understood that once you get your concealed carry, you don't need any other type of permit to get whatever guns you want to purchase. They all go underneath that. There's no more nothing.
Okay? So it's just get the permit, then get the concealed carry, and basically from there on, keep it up to date. It's almost like getting a passport and keeping it up to date every 10 years. This is every 5.
Yes.
Okay. And your driver's license is every 5 years.
Yeah.
Too.
See, they ain't trying to go that deep, and I'll tell you why. Because white folks got guns all over the place. All right,
I heard
like
what you
I
said.
said. Okay.
That number that you put out is
Yeah.
43 billion guns,
Mhm.
120 times 330 million people. I'm like, what? I was just sitting here,
Yeah.
my brain was going, yeah, if you're gonna attack the home soil of the United States on foot, yeah, you.
You're just not though. You're not.
Yeah,
There's not.
that's
There's no one. There's no one that could do it.
yeah, no,
And
that's
one
deep.
of the things that the United States, if we really pay attention to the way the United States is something that you just said, if they decide, because they always try to roll back into some type of enslavement. Girl, what? Yes. And get all they kicks in while they doing it, do the
Yes.
whole most heinous things. So a part of building, because you and I have talked about think tanks for Black women, like the thing where you were talking about, that's like 940 pages of all these different white groups, specifically white women, coming up with all these rules and how they going, they're just rewriting what their great Confederate grandmothers did, and they
Yep.
great so-called liberal grandmothers, because they all work in conjunction. Okay. Y'all, oh no, liberals, no.
No, I live in San Francisco. That is a don't you believe that some of
I
these
don't
white
know what
liberal
y'all
women?
talking about. I don't care.
Uh-uh.
I don't care if you call a Legion liberal or a Confederate or whatever. It's all the same thing. So they are never caught slipping. And a part of their infrastructure, huge. When you look at that document, one major part of their system and infrastructure is military intelligence, getting information on the ops so they can come up with strategies and tactics, right? That is a part of any system they come up with. But us, as Black women who've been colonized, we've been taught that, oh no, we can come up with organizations in which we beg and plead to be treated with some equality. And most of the time we will find, like, if we look up things on how do we combat Black women being murked by Black men, or Black women being not taken seriously by the police, or whatever it is, right? It's going to say, even if it's Black women writing it, it is going to say, come up with or we need to look at funding, which means begging and pleading to somebody. Okay. We need to ask for policies, which means, again, begging and pleading, because white women ain't doing that. They're going and writing the policies and instituting them, because they make political marriages with their white husbands. That's what I'm telling us. And we'll be like, and everybody's like, oh no, you should marry for love and da 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 da. Girl, you need to sit the hell down. Okay. The reason I can tell you that I would have consequences for my son is because while I love him, I am not in love with him. All right. So let's just be real. I think, we're living in this dream. We love, I say this all the time. The dream is better than the reality. And we living in these fairy tales and dream sequences of how it should look. And, in the perfect, green grass world and all this, when the reality is right here and it's whooping our tails. It is taking us out of here. And if we're not being taken out by Black men, we are being taken out by white women. If we're not being taken out by them, we are being taken out by white men. If we're not being taken out by them, 70%, 70% of the quote unquote ownership um of the Congo supply chain of cobalt and iron and ores and gold and whatever is now Chinese.
Yeah, that's true. They're colonizing Africa.
So I don't know where all the Africa is an entire continent. Okay. And there's countries and states and communities. And a lot of them have Black people, primarily Black men, in charge of their governments. Okay. So riddle me why Black women and Black children are still being enslaved
It's
in
another.
that continent. So I need us to stop. I need us to stop not being realistic. I need us to stop saying, well, you should have picked better. Pick better amongst who? From where? None of them are doing whatever it is y'all keep fantasizing about. I don't know what's going on. But I'm telling you, the reality is,
wow.
If we're going, when we go to set up infrastructure, because listen, if you waiting on white women to set up a kind and caring infrastructure that involves you as Black women and Black girls, you are completely tripping. They owned 40% of the enslaved in these United States. Okay, this whole thing where they was sitting on a porch and not looking at what their husbands did because their husbands was singing, being so violent. Girls, y'all need to quit. Y'all need to quit. Okay, be real about what the people are doing right in front of you and doing to you and enacting upon your bodies. And once we take in that reality, being able to take steps to A, prevent it, and or B, neutralize it. And if we and what we need to do, and we've been doing this before there was a patriarchy, there was just a matriarchy. We are the women who lived for billions of years, thousands before y'all recorded history, as matriarchs. Okay, it took what, all of 4,000 years for some white folks to fuck some shit up and some Black men. Really? That's all? That's all it took? I blinked my eyes for 2 seconds. I told y'all don't go play in the mud. And y'all went and did it, and then, girl, stop. Please, Black women, can we just stop and think and be real about what is happening to us, right? And that we're going to commit to, you ain't doing it to me, you ain't doing it to my daughter, and you ain't doing it to any children here. You ain't doing it. And because y'all are violent, I'm gonna take advantage of y'all laws, okay? Because white men crave Black women and always have, I'm taking advantage of that too, okay? My whole plan is the master the masters, and I do so. It is, I don't understand why we're sitting around here going, oh, we have to marry for love, and when we get married, that man is just going to protect us. And blase, blue, blah, blah, blah. Girl, stop.
It's a different program. But remember how I talked about the muses and the graces and how that has nothing to do with us and came from the Greeks and the Romans who didn't know anything till they robbed it. It's the same romantic love. It's that same roman. It's that same programming. And they ain't never had nothing to do with us.
Why can't we love somebody with money? Why can't we love somebody who is a match for us and our values and our morals? Why can't we, if we just have to be married? And why do we even have to marry? What
can we talk about? Love is a choice.
It's
can
a
we
choice.
Get there?
And why does it matter who you in love with? I never understand. I'm just sitting here going, okay, so why you in my business like that? I'm grown. Whoever I do whatever with, okay, that's some stuff me and my husband do. We can't live in Virginia. It's against the law for shit. Okay, listen, stop. I just need us to stop. Just stop. All right. I need someone who is a match with my values. Okay. This man been in the military. He appears to be like the average white male, but there's a lot that comes with that. And I'm not unrealistic about that. Y'all said me, oh yeah, oh no, my husband's different. He wasn't a racist. Okay, every white male is a racist here. That's what they've been conditioned to be. That, man, what are you talking about? That's a part of what they're conditioned to do. Okay, in these United States, I don't know where y'all been living. So there are some. The thing is, they have a certain they have power in their community. We as Black women have always been power. They know that, because what white men ain't telling y'all over there in the Vatican, in the catacombs, is that the Pope is on his knees to a Black woman. Huh? He on his knees to the goddesses. I don't know what the rest of y'all are doing, but that's what the Pope's doing. Okay? They done took our oral traditions, our matriarchy, and they done flipped it into some Hades type shit. Okay, great. But that man, he on his knees to a Black goddess.
That's correct.
Actually, several.
The Black Madonna in the basement.
That's
He's basically worshiping Semiramis.
That's right.
That's basically what's going on.
So while they're telling you to worship them, because I don't know. Okay, listen. I know Cesare Borgia is they model they Jesus Christ superstar and everything, and so they have been teaching us to. If you think about it, when you say Santa Claus, you think of a white man with a beard, don't you?
Which is a forgery also.
As soon as you think about Jesus, even though you may maybe in about less than 3 seconds be able to flip that and go, no, Jesus was, Black. Okay. First, you see him as Cesare Borgia.
Essentially.
Rodrigo Borgia's son.
Yeah, it may have been his nephew.
Okay. But so I'm telling you that we have fed into traditions that are not ours, never were. We are celebrating things that are about white folks mass murdering and committing genocide. That's what Thanksgiving is. Okay, I don't know what to tell you. So we're doing that, and then we're putting pressure on each other as other Black women to say, oh, you're not doing that too? What's wrong with you? Well, nothing. My money is going to owning property. I don't know what you're doing. Okay. However, I don't have to work. I work for kicks. I don't have to. And I'm a whole RN. And remember, I said I did double backs. That's how hard I was working. And most of my cousins who are 50s, 60s, they are still working every single day, 9 to 5, girl. Now, who the hell wants to do all that? I am telling you, please just stop. Please stop. Think about how you're thinking. Think about how things come into your mind and how you have automated those thoughts and you are acting on them against your own self-interest, security, happiness, joy, all of these things. I don't need to accept how the hell white women get down. I don't. What? Okay, y'all actually put bits in our mouths. I don't know how to explain this to y'all. Oh, and if you was feeling really gnarly, you defecated and then put it. Oh, really? So you want me to get with who again? But they get to tell my child that she doesn't get to know who she is, who Black women were, what we did, because that would be offensive to to white women and their children's delicate sensitivities. But but you had no problem. you and your mamas doing what you did to us.
And making postcards.
And making postcards while you smile while you did it. So I don't see why you got a problem with me answering you with the 1,000 times the violence that you come at me with. What? That's how you speak. How you gonna say that's not your language, girl? That's how you speak. So can we stop, Black women? Can we start to center ourselves, really re-examine how our thought process and what we're believing in, and is it actually life-giving to us as Black women, Black girls, Black children? Is it? Why are we fighting with trans Black women? Girl, I don't care. If you want to pay, please have it. I did that up for Lent when I was 38 and separate my uterus and I parted ways. Okay? I am a eunuch for all intents and purposes. So what we're fighting over some mess with trans Black women are only like 1% of Black women.
Is it that many? Is it even that many? That would be 1.8 million people. I don't even know if it's that many.
1%.
Wow.
And I'm including trans girls, okay? So why are we picking a fight with, okay, I don't care. Oh, they just so rude. So that's what's hurting your feelings? But Darius Jackson beating somebody's ass isn't. That little leprechaun that couldn't make a jump shot if he wanted to, shooting a whole beautiful Meg the Stallion isn't a problem. What you focused on? Oh, Ro isn't the type of woman that we should support. We need to be questioning her every move. Girl, you ain't questioning one white woman.
And didn't look up the report. And you're going to question her, but you didn't read the report that came out 2 weeks before you said all that.
Okay, but I don't know why you reading the report either. You ain't questioning a white bitch. But I mean,
that's
Legion,
you too.
or anything. You're not. Y'all around here calling them cute names like Karen and Becky. While they writing manifestos to take you out of here. With every part of the system that they absolutely help build. Okay? That's where their imaginations go. How can we take out the next hooker? Okay? That's how they roll. So but we're going to tell Meg the Stallion, it's your fault because you lied about sleeping with him. Girl, shut up. I don't care what I was like, girl. Leprechaun, girl, I be doing all kinds of stuff, but oh no, I'm never admitting that. I ain't admitting that. He under a jail. Nope. So Fukiana, well, she deserved it because she just out here flaunting herself. She's always talking about her vaginal area. It's her vaginal area. Everybody else talking about it. They write laws about her vaginal area. She can't talk about her own vaginal area. What's happening in these United States right now? Come on, Black women. Come on. What are we really focused on? And one little last thing. If you're listening to different content creators and whatever, good. Sometimes we just need to decompress and listen to silly shit and whatever. But I'm going to say this. If you continue to stay on a wheel of pain, I understand that. That's a choice that you get to make. And also, some of the content creators that you're listening to are not a Miss D who has written 5 books and is a best-selling Amazon author. Some of the content creators you're listening to are not a love who has 4 best-selling books. Some of the content creators you're listening to haven't even written a book.
Or read one.
Or a thesis or whatever. Okay, they are regenerating hit points, just like a Trump. Okay, they're feeding into your pain and suffering, and they're not bringing you solutions. But we rather listen to that, and we rather be mad and stay stuck on a wheel of pain or something for some reason. Okay, I you know, like Auntie G said, we've done our best. Okay, we've given you places to start. We've given you resources. We truly do care. And if you can't see that in our behaviors and our choice and actions and what we choose to do towards centering Black women and Black girls and helping us to heal and actually start to come together, because that's the real difference between us today as Black women, if you go back in our history, and us as Black women throughout our enslavement, just our enslavement here and in it, throughout Jim Crow and the Civil Rights era. Black women actually were able to put aside their differences and come together. They brought these different organizations together and they worked together to manage the project at hand. They didn't have to like each other. They didn't have to agree with one another. They didn't have to get with each other every day. That is not the case. You know how many white women I work with that managed a project and got it done, and you ain't coming to my house, and I am definitely not coming to lunch with you or none of that other shit. Don't look at me. Okay? I done that and got shit done. We can do that. But if we're going to sit here and take on traditions of other people, try to not fit into this one stereotype while we trying to fit into somebody else's other stereotype of us. Girl, I don't care if what kind of letters you use in BWE, whatever people think they're calling me, I don't know. Whatever it is, you don't define me. I define me. And that's what I'm telling you. You get to define yourself and you get to decide who you are and what you want. This idea that somebody else is going to be able to fulfill what you want and your security needs and your health care and all of these things is a fantasy. They have never done that. They're not about to do it, and they planning a whole nother scenario of enslavement for us as Black women and Black girls. And I'm telling you, at some point, unless that's what you just want to go do, I guess you can, but I'm not coming with you. Okay? Y'all gonna have a hard time coming over here going, okay, so I'm gonna need you to report to this concentration camp over there, love. Because we're taking over your house and your property. You'll have a hard time over here. It's gonna be stuff hitting you from tree lines, rooftops. We got some moles underground coming up out of the damn ditches and shit around here. Girl, I wouldn't advise it. Okay, I'm taking seriously the reality of the situation. And that's what Black women actually did before us. Okay, that's the difference. But we want to sit here and talk about how biracial Black women aren't Black women. Shut up. We're not doing that. Do you know how many Black women had half white children in these United States? Well, we can't be letting all these. Girl, shut up. But you let white women run your entire lives and make policies and procedures about you and your children, and you get with it. Oh, but we can't embrace the women who are mixed, because they didn't become biracial until white women 20 years ago started accepting their Black grandchildren and showing them off at the store. So now we want to adopt that whole bullshit too. See, what white women are telling their children is, you're less than me. You are not white, honey. You are biracial. But before they did that, if you think they just started having mixed children, that's a lie. Oh, that's a whole lie. They've been having mixed children by Black men for the whole time
16,
that we
19-ish.
since we've
Yeah.
been here. The difference is they either murdered them, because that's how they get down, or they sold them.
Yep.
That's why you don't hear about them. So now you want to follow the same tradition of what white women placed out there? Girl, hell no. You got a baby that you want to act a fool with because they mixed and stuff. They bring them here, baby. You come here, biracial children. If that's what you want to call yourself, babies, come on, because I'm about that. Hey, you trans Black women, I love you over here. I love you. Okay, period, plain and simple. Come on, because I'm about protecting you. I'm about protecting Black pregnant women. I'm about protecting women who chose not to have children. Girl, you go. You know how many millions of dollars my children cost me? I love my baby. You know,
yeah, millions. Literally millions.
Yeah, my daughter is precious to me. Let me tell you one thing. Don't tell nobody. Children are overrated. You know where I could be? Naked on a beach, not remembering how I got there on purpose. So yes, some of us are going to choose to have children. Some of us are going to choose to have families. Some of us are going to choose not to. You get to choose. And I don't gainsay you. I'm just giving you more options to choose from. Okay? In your quest for seeking happiness, joy, and peace and freedom in your life, Auntie D is doing the same thing. We are two different Black women from two different belief systems, and we have come together and we're sharing what we know. We really are, and we're trying our best. I just want you to see that we really do believe that you are magnificent. We do. We wish you believed it. We wish you could see yourselves and how incredible you are. You deserve happiness. You deserve peace. You deserve joy. You deserve to be free. You deserve to just laugh out loud. Why do we have a problem with Black women twerking? Who in the hell is that taking resources from? Why do we have a problem with Black women laughing out loud? Why do people feel like they need to call the manager and the police because we're laughing? Like y'all got some real problems out there, you other collectives, that you really hate to see Black women happy. Like it's really a problem. And I think you need to go work that out with whatever next devil and demon next to you or what the fuck ever. I don't know, Legion. Do you over there though? But leave Black women alone. Leave us alone. Stop talking about us. Stop talking for us. Stop talking to us. We don't owe you anything. Nothing. Okay? In fact, it's the whole other way around. You're ungrateful. You don't deserve access to us. You definitely shouldn't be giving out prayer requests to us. Prayer requests to Jesus. I don't know why you asking me to do anything. No. Girl, get here. Nope. No. And that goes for all of you other collectors. Goodbye. Good night. Gone. Dismissed. That's not what we're doing. We censor Black women and Black girls here because we know when you do that and you center Indigenous women and girls, we are the elementals that really can fix what the hell you assholes broke. And at the same time, you're trying to destroy Indigenous women and Black women because of what? I don't get. Y'all are dumb. Y'all are just dumb. But in the interest of self-preservation, I'm not getting with that. No. So please, Black women, we poured out our hearts here. We told you, I don't know what we can, girl, it's in the description. Miss D has put so many things in the description. I have put so many things in the description. It's up to you, Black women. You have a choice. You have options. Okay? That too is the reality. I don't care what these other people tell. They don't want you to know that. I am telling you, you have options.
Open your options.
Mm-hmm. We love y'all.
Love y'all. 6 hours, and it's going to be 10 minutes by the time we get finished. But
Yes.
yeah, we want you to be free.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't got nothing else for you. If 404 years ain't enough, then don't do anything and live 405 the same way. But if you tired of it, go into the description, determine what's for you, take a first step.
Yes.
Take a first step. Find out what's for you, take a first step. And then by the time we come back, and y'all can come up into the chat, and we'll come back sometime in the new year and talk about here's what we learned. I'll be telling y'all about California's concealed weapon, the process to get that, and what's gonna happen next. And some of y'all gonna tell me about, well, we got the book, Season the Crypto Bull Run. Can we do some consultation? Yeah, don't, like Love said, don't argue with my price now.
No.
I learned from True Mystique that you could do long payment program. That but we didn't quibble about the price because we don't do that among ourselves. We don't do that. But we can find a way to rotate the freedom and benefit each other. But if you don't start, everybody got to take one step at a time.
Mm-hmm.
So we encourage you. Do whatever it is you feel you need to do over the next 6 weeks, but don't get so caught up in other people's traditions that you don't take the steps you need to take for yourself. If you are one of those people that knows that Thanksgiving was declared by Abraham Lincoln because the Union survived until 1863, if you're a veteran's daughter, you might know something about that. Fine. Don't get so tripped out on the tryptophan that you don't learn about what stocks are good to invest in at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
You have choices on how much of anything you tend to use, but remember, the mindset change is, does this tend toward my freedom or not? And allocate your time based on if freedom is interesting to you. Now, I can't speak for Apex Predator. I know that some people are not as interested in freedom as others. I keep getting surprised out here, but if it is of interest to you, we have set you up to get started. We gave you resources that we use. I didn't become a bestseller just overnight. We're talking about stuff that we use to change our mindsets, and we know that it can work because we wouldn't recommend anything to you that we would not have had some experience with ourselves. So, where you are, it's 11 o'clock.
I know. That's why I took a whole nap after I woke up this morning.
Yeah, I'm gonna get done what I need to get done. It's 8 o'clock here, but I got to eat dinner. And like I said, y'all, taking the flu shot and the COVID shot, yeah, the pain medication is worn off. So yeah, I got to go back and take care of that. But it was worth doing because we're willing to go through a little bit for y'all. I didn't do this for Donald Trump or Kevin Samuels. Man, we passed that. We passed that. Didn't do it for Becky, Karen, or Barbecue Betty. But for y'all, that's different. That's a choice.
Yes.
That's a choice.
We love y'all. Have a good night.
Good night, everybody. We'll
Don't
see you next time. On the 30th. On the 30th.
On the 30th with True
Miss
Girl, because she gonna talk to us. She gonna tell us
Yeah.
what she's doing, and we are excited. We are really
save your Thanksgiving money and get your life together and get your project put together correctly. That's what you do there. Come ready. Tom would love to tell you tithe. Well, plan your business projects. I'm gonna go there. Get ready because she's gonna bring it. 30th. Be there, be square, y'all.
That's right. I'm getting a whole consultation with true mystique. I don't know what y'all doing, but hey, to each his own.
That's true.
Love y'all. Have a good night.
Good night,
Don't forget
everybody.
to like, share, and subscribe.
Right
And share this with some other Black women. Sit down, talk about it, pick it apart. Come up with
It's a
some
lot
other
in here.
solutions. Put them in the comments, girl. All right. Love y'all. Good night.
Good night, everybody.